know you lead love, 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 yeah, don't shed no tears, no tears, love, yeah, love, love, yeah, love, yeah, love, love, you need the love, yeah. Don't shed no tears. You not shed no tears. You don't shed no tears. No tears. You not shed no tears. Yeah. Your body, yeah, is your temple. One and only temple. Body, yeah, is your temple. Jeremiah say, Isaiah say, Ezekiel say, Habakkuk say, Ananiah say, the most I know nothing made with the hands of man. Oh, your body, yeah, is your temple. One and only temple. Your body, yeah, is your love, love, you live it, love, be love. Love the life you live the life you love. Love the life you live. Lead the life you love. World is in trouble. I'ma give you a chance to face up and creation. Goodness and mercy. Drip around the minds of the people of meditation. Deliver right lamentation. Oh, deliver right lamentation. Send us some goodness and mercy. Love the life you live. Lead the life you love. Love the life you live. You lead the life. And this is a murder. Them not a charge for. After the chemical industry, them a run for cultivation. Goodness and mercy. Triple from the minds of the people of meditation. Deliver right lamentation. Have mercy, lamentation, send us of goodness and mercy. 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 I love the life you live. The life love. Love the life you live. Be the life you love. Hey, I had a vision, God, here in my mind, God, here in my mind. Well, in my heart, I could not see no more. The import of Babylon time, no. The nations of Africa, hey, right now they're rising again. Standing up with the dancing and complaining. All their rights and their privileges. We are from the mountains of the moon. Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro, Kilimanjaro. Love the life you live. Lead the life you love. You lead the life you love. Love the life you live. Again, you lead the life you love. Yeah. No Well, when I cry, cry. When I cry, cry. When I cry, cry. Now she know I want to love the life you live. Again you live the life you love. Sit down, Bobby. My man, I do it, I cannot sit down, Bobby. Another song, right to the bumper and the melody. Man, I go do it, I cannot sit down, Bobby. Lift up all the trunk and all the move up your body. Jackie, your pride, Jackie, your shame, Jackie, your dignity. Jackie, your strength, Jackie, your love, Jackie, your agility. Lift up the strong down and move on your body. Hey, I can't you go show your music is a therapy. Lift up your strong down and move on your body. Psychology will show your music is the remedy. Psychology will show your music is the remedy. We love the strong down and move on your body. We used to live in the willy places of the tabernacle of the Most High. Living in the willy places of the tabernacle of the Most High. If you love the land indeed, you know you live the land. Love the land, oh yeah, don't shake.
All right, family, greetings. Welcome to another edition of Baba TV Every Time Fire. And we have a very, very, very special presentation to give today. And the Bambu King will be doing all the work. I'm not going I'm going to leave him hanging with this one. Nah, I'm not going to leave him hanging. But I want to shout out to Ross, Elijah, Tafari, Ross, the Honorable Priest Isaac, Brother Desmond. There's so many to name who were touched by MIDNITE, Akae, BEKA, Von Benjamin. You know, it's a slice of Zion for everybody. It's a slice of Von for everybody. And the cake is he baked the cake. I can't corner his wisdom. You can't corner his wisdom. His wisdom is too vast. I'm not stupid enough to try. I can only speak in terms of my way of devotion to Von and MIDNITE based on my experiences and based on who I am. But it's important that we don't superimpose our way of devotion on each other, because when we do that, we do Von a great injustice, because his knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is too vast. I want to get that. I won't do that. And I would hope that you wouldn't do that out there in the listening audience. So, I mean, with that being said, I'm going to, we need this brother that I bring forth today is among some of the experts that can, with the experience, that can explain to us. He's not the only one. There's several. And shout out to Queen Afunya, King Simon, Blue Pill, and others. There's so many that have that type of expertise and experience that can help to explain our brother Von Benjamin, Midnight Aki BEKA, to us. And I don't want to be too long-winded on this, other than I met Brother Von at a time in Washington, D.C., where they started. The first 3 albums, they spent, I think, 7 years of their life. And I'm not going to go, we'll go into, because we want to do this, the Bambu King is going to go in chronological order, and I don't want to preempt anything that he may have to say. But suffice it to say that people in Washington, D.C. understand Midnight in a way that others probably don't understand them, because they don't have that history, that slice, that corner of history. And he put out 73 albums, but we don't start with 4 or 5 or 70 or 68. You know, we want to start with 1, and then we move on from there. So with that being said, I know I kind of was all over the place, but I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far with this, because our brother is too important of a man. And I remember when he signed my CD, was it, which one was it?
I think it was Nemosi and Rasta.
Yeah, Nemosi and Rasta. He signed it. He looked at me and signed it. He put truth and fully. Truthfully. So that's what we want to deal with today, as the truth, and we want to deal with it fully. So I want to bring to the Baba TV family, inside the house and outside of it, this brother of mine doesn't need any introduction on Baba TV. He goes back with me to damn near the beginning, you know, so, and I have the confidence in him that, especially as it pertains to my history and relationship to Brother Von and Midnight, you hear me chime in, but he has the right. I trust that he can speak a lot on my behalf, because he was there and he knows my sentiments, and he does a good job at expressing those sentiments without being biased to others. So that's what we want. We want the balance and the fullness today. We want the fullness, you know. Yeah, for dealing with the fullness, because if you just listen to me, I'm going to give you my narrow nationalistic view of Von. And some would say, well, that's your damn problem, Baba. You talk too much black stuff. And for those of you who feel that way, I'm sorry. But if you and your people hadn't talked so much white stuff till they poison my people and yours too, till nobody today wants to be who they are. I mean, come on now. We know that the highest order of a human being is that original carbon atom, that carbon being. We know that that's the highest order. We're not dealing with no racism or nothing like that. Just science and actual facts. You say you know Von, we all know Von, then that, and there wouldn't be a need for him having to come with the cobblestone and these records. I mean, and did all of these lyrics if it wasn't for that condition that has not been corrected among us today, caused by colonial slavery, suffering, and death. And, you know, a good book to get by Carter G. Woodson that'll break all of what I'm saying down is The Miseducation of the Negro, of which, when I was up on Georgia Avenue at the House of Kemet, for those who may not know, Von came in the store frequently the brother Rafu, I didn't know who he was at the time, buying all, and he didn't just buy the Bible. He didn't buy books on Ethiopia, which is nothing wrong with that. I got a whole bunch of books on that. He bought books on Kemet and all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna I don't want to go too far in this, but I just want to give some of that, because I don't know. It's a lot that I don't know about Von. When he left and went abroad, a lot of y'all can teach me a whole lot. I don't know about Von. Only thing, this little slice of the cake that I'm talking about, this is the only thing that I remember about the brother. And no matter how he evolved, I still love him. I'm not that self-centered and selfish to say, well, I'm only going to hold on to the first 3 albums and I don't want to hear nothing else. No. I'm not going. That would be improper for my stage of development now. There was a time when I would act like that, though, and argue you down, but that ain't right. If I say I love Von, then I need to deal with it in the fullness. So, with that being said, I want to bring to you my brother, your brother, the Bambu King.
Thank you so much, Baba. I'm so appreciative of that. I'm going to say right before we get into it, I'm going to say I thought I was hearing a little bit of feedback. I don't know if it was coming from your headphones going into the mic, or it was maybe there's a setting not set or something. There was like when you weren't talking, there was like a high-pitched squeal that kept coming out. I just want to bring that to your attention before we
How do I sound now? Better? Do I sound better now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it was the headphones. It was the headphones. Thanks for telling me. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Baba. Thank you so very much for allowing me on Baba TV Every Time Fire. It's always a true joy and pure fire every time. The fire we expect and certain fire we don't expect, and fires we got to put out and fires we got to light that we didn't even think we were coming to light, so it's enough fire going on Baba TV Every Time Fire each and every time. So I want to thank you for inviting me and for inspiring this whole presentation. And I want to thank the Baba TV universe out there, the ones that are on board, the ones that are going to pick this up later and partake in the information as we attempt to present the truth and fully to the best of our ability, which is going to be imperfect without any shadow of a doubt. But we figured this is a great place to start, considering it's the end of the so-called Black History Month. Shortest month of the year seems to be the one allotted to Black History Month, but that did start with Carter G. Woodson's, Black History Week expanding into Black History Month, and it was in the month of November. And so we will salute all the great scholars, all the great leaders, El Haj Malik El Shabazz, all the incredible artists, including none other than Von Benjamin, the Akae BEKA, which is why we're pretty much the reason why we're gathered here today, to finish out Black History Month this year, 2026, with an ode and tribute in honoring remembrance of the Akae BEKA, Von Benjamin. And first off, I want to do two things before we really get into the bulk of this. First off, just paying homage to Von in the spirit of giving thanks for the spirit of giving thanks. With the little bit of Von that I did know personally, and the bit of Von that I came to know in the decades to follow, us getting to know him personally, one thing that certainly remained true and consistent through and through was his honor and reverence to His Majesty. His honor and reverence, his devotion to God, his honor and reverence to His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie Jah Rastafari. And I want to use this opportunity to start off this presentation, giving all honor to the one most high ever living omnipotent orator. Blessings be to His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, the first King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of Zion and art. 225th descendant of King Solomon and Queen of Sheba, 226th descendant of King David, of the line of King David, sitting upon the throne of King David through the Solomonic bloodline. We give thanks and praise for the human manifestation of the duality and perfection of the perfect circle, the one whole perfect circle, Ola Dumare and Ola Run, or as some would interpret as Amun and Amentet, or some would interpret as Allah and Alat, or some would interpret as El and Asherah, depending on what spiritual walk of life you trod upon. What these two sides to the one whole perfect circle symbolize is the male and female together to make that electromagnetic supercharge of life. Whether you're looking at it as 1 and 2 equals 3, or the sun, moon, and star, or the man, woman, and child, it takes the male energy and the female energy to create life through the lens of organic copulation, and what is the limitation in which we as carbon-based organic beings can relate to, considering that's the mathematics and divine mathematics for replication and recreation and perpetual generation of our species on this physical realm, on this physical matrix we exist in right here and right now. And we'll get into how that correlates with the Akae BEKA and what the meaning of Akae and BEKA are in reference to, and what they are oaths or two halves of one oath in recognition and reverence of. But that's to come in a moment. So I want to start by giving all honor to the one most high, true and living God. I want to say Sata Masagana again and again and again, continually, always and forever, to the one most high, ever living, omnipotent Irator. Blessings be to his imperial majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen Asfa, for their dual divine intervention within my personal affairs and the affairs of humanity, to remember the importance of the polarities and dualities of the perfect union, so that we can prosper in the generations to come and flow forth. So we give thanks. And one reason, there shouldn't be much more need to explain a reason why we give honor to the Most High Living God in a presentation with someone whose relationship and whose reverence and whose inspiration was so devoted to and inspired and derived from his relationship to the Most High. But another aspect of why we have to start that way properly when dealing with Vaughn Benjamin is because that was Vaughn's way. You look at all these albums, we got all these Akae BEKA albums, we got all these MIDNITE albums as reminders of just a taste of the works that he left, the 73 going on, or 74, growing every single year with posthumous albums, not to mention the countless singles, countless collaborations and contributions that he left in the short time on this planet. And not one of those albums, well, except for Roz Make Peace, but they didn't have as much to do with the instruction of the artistic design of that specific album, and we'll get into that why. But not one of those albums had pictures of Vaughn on it. Not one of those albums had pictures of him on the cover. Not one even had drawings of him. And the reason was because he felt his mission was in devotion to the king. He felt that his inspiration was derived from the inspiration in his relationship to the king. So although he inspired so many and touched so many, he ultimately felt even more so touched and inspired and energy and inspiration and insight and consciousness derived from his relationship to the creator via his tutelage and study and insight from the life journey, teachings, and inspirations of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I Rastafari Makona. So that's why you see Selassie on everything, not Vaughn. And he would make it clear. I believe I was talking with the brethren who reminded me that, he would reference often out of the book of John, I'm paraphrasing now, that he who exalts himself shall be abashed, while the humble man shall be exalted. And this was a lesson he carried with him on his journey. And this is a lesson he enacted in his life in many ways on the journey, which is why the novelty of the MIDNITE story and the Akae BEKA story and the journey of Vaughn Benjamin through music as the art mode, as well as being an incredible poet and scholar and author and writer. He never felt as though he was the centerpiece of any of the art that he created. He wouldn't even have considered he created it. You see, you say His Majesty created this. He's working with the tools that are present at the moment, Vaughn being one of them. Each and every one of us listening to Vaughn being other tools of the moment, like satellites and antenna. You see, so that being the case, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge, which we'll probably do multiple times in this presentation, that Vaughn never saw himself as the most important reason for the works of what he did. Inspiring people, enlightening people, attracting people to the light so they could be illuminated in the same way that Vaughn was illuminated, inspiring people to study deeper, not just worship Haile Selassie. All you have to know, worship Haile Selassie. All you have to do is wear dreadlocks and smoke ganja and worship Haile Selassie. Nothing wrong with these things, these tenets of a spiritual system and a spiritual way of life, a liberty. In fact, these are all tools to help you process and filter out what in this false reality needs to go. And the value, the whole, not the husk of the life in which we live, but the grain, the germ, which holds the nutrients and nutrition and vital source of sustenance that should be held on to. No, he wasn't just saying worship Rastafari because that's what Rasta do. He said, study what Haile Selassie taught. Study what he taught through his words and his writings and his speeches. Not just, he wasn't an author that wrote tons of books. Every time His Majesty opened his mouth to speak to his people, or to speak to the generals in the army, or to speak to the soldiers, or to speak to the teachers at the schools that he would open, schools for girls and schools for those who did not have the education at the time, until he put forth much effort and much money and much determination to improve the conditions of the people of Ethiopia through the long-lasting aspects of his leadership. That wisdom can be found there. Listen to what Haile Selassie taught. Watch how Haile Selassie moved and lived and navigated in the world, in the hand of cards that he was dealt in life, and how he used those cards to navigate, not just for himself alone, but for the embetterment of his people, the embetterment for Africa as a whole, and beyond that, the embetterment of humanity in totality, in the global zeitgeist, or the global conscience or consciousness of humanity worldwide, how it was affected through the direction and through the examples given by Haile Selassie at a time very much like today, when the world is plagued by war, when the world is plagued by tribalism, when the world is plagued by violence and selfishness and greed, and the machinations of the wicked seem to be clouding and dimming the vision of a possible victory, seeding hopelessness in the hearts and minds of human beings wherever you are. And however you were raised and whatever religious system you have, it's hard to find a scripture. It's hard to find a book. It's hard to find a mantra. It's hard to find a daily affirmation that can give you the confidence that the grip of the devil's claw can be loosened on the hearts, minds, and hands of humanity to the point where we can say, "Get thee behind me, Satan," and build the new Jerusalem that the Messiah Yeshua taught about, that Haile Selassie referenced, that ones like Von Benjamin were champions of not just acknowledging and understanding, but sowing the seeds for manifestation through the works and art that he produced. So I know Vaughn, in a way, I hope his spirit isn't displeased with what we present on this program today. But I am sure that Vaughn wouldn't be enthusiastic about too many pictures of just him. But this is our presentation. This is the Bambu King and Baba TV. This is our presentation in honor of Von Benjamin. So whether he likes it or not, whether his many followers and fans and supporters like it or appreciate it or not, we're honoring Von Benjamin today. We are honoring Von Benjamin today. And in that spirit, you see, Von Benjamin, the Akae BEKA, is a person who was so profound in life and whose impact was so profound in life that he literally touched and inspired and lit a spark of enthusiasm in the hearts and minds and spirits of so many people. Once again, regardless of where you came from, regardless of what ideologies or philosophies you hold near and dear, he was such a catalyst for self-improvement and self-determination, and such an example of strength and courage and resistance of compliance to mediocrity and following fashion and fame and simping for slackness and doing what sells because ultimately it's a race to the next dollar. None of these things mattered to him. None of them mattered to him. He told me many times, it's not about, I'm a kind of an artist, you see, where it's not about lights, camera, action. It's about being lucky enough to have the opportunity to share my inspiration and what moves me with the people, with all people, through word, sound, and power. And for that opportunity, and for every moment of that opportunity, I'm truly grateful. That's the type of person Von Benjamin was. That's the type of artist Von Benjamin was. At least that's how I interpreted it. Now, this goes on to the next half of my disclaimer, because we're still in the disclaimer. And I see we're already 35 minutes in. We're still at the disclaimer. So the second half of the disclaimer is this. Not only is Vaughn the type of a person that has touched so very many people in so many ways through his music, he's that enigmatic type of person. And he was so profound in his thinking, in his wordsmithing, in his being able to weave in and out of different belief systems and analyzing and evaluating parallel myths and parallel stories and being able to expose reverse language and how to find double meanings in the same word and how to deconstruct and reconstruct the English language and finding hidden meanings within the meanings of the words which we use every single day. You see, and don't know what kind of rituals we're working over on ourselves just by subscribing to a language that in its very spelling keeps us on what Reverend Phil Valentine would call a light code lockdown. It keeps a glass ceiling on our consciousness so that we can't rise to the heights of tapping into that cosmic consciousness, or should I say accessing the Akashic record, the universal knowledge of all things past, present, and future, the culmination of all lived experience and acquired knowledge from the realm of the Egun and the ancestors. The very mathematics that the almighty, omnipotent, creative energy of the universe has willed into existence to manifest this animation that we call reality, to abide by certain laws of conduct, to keep everything going the way it goes, regardless of man's intervention. So him being such a profound person and him touching so very many people, and even people I know, many who have never had the opportunity to meet Vaughn, never had the opportunity to have dialogue with Vaughn, correspondence with Vaughn, many who never even got to see him live, who fell into such a deep, passionate relationship with his music and with who they believed him to be, that even people who had never met him before feel as though they have a deep personal relationship with him. And I'm not here to deny that deep personal relationship too. There's very few people you're ever going to meet in the world who you never, or should I say never meet in the world, who you feel such an affinity and a devotion and a loyalty to, as many people have for Vaughn Benjamin. So along with that loyal allegiance and personal relationship that ones and ones have developed with a man that they've never met, and many who have met him, and many who have shared many, 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 many more hours and days and weeks and years and decades even of reasoning and building and understanding and overstanding and interstanding principles that Vaughn used to ruminate on and go over and evaluate and reevaluate and reanalyze with ones and ones, and taking the time to do so, regardless of how well or distantly you are aware of Vaughn Benjamin's energy. People are very loyal to him. And I understand that there's no way that I can sit up here and present this information and have everybody's undying and unwavering appreciation for my interpretation and my devotion of respect and admiration and sacred, cherished memory of Vaughn Benjamin. What I may have valued most might not be what you value most, might not even be something that you acknowledge him to be or thought was important to him. And what you may value most might not be the chapters in Vaughn's life that I found to be the most significant or potent. And I'm not here to condemn or chastise anyone and their personal devotion to the works and the honored memory, word, sound, and power of Vaughn Andre Benjamin, the Akae BEKA. That's for you and you alone, or that's for you and the Most High. You and the Most High can dialogue about the accuracy or value or potency of all those things on your day in the Hall of Amenta. But I'm just here to share a few things for the record. And right before I get to that, the last thing I'm going to say about the disclaimer is this is not a hit piece on anybody. This is not an expose. There is going to be no mudslinging. There is going to be no accusations. I'm not trying to conjure up any drama when it comes to the story, the journey, the mission, the musical mission, the life and or death of Vaughn Benjamin. That's not what we're doing here today. So if there's anyone out there or anyone tuning in now and you've made it this far, thinking that there's going to be some revelations or hit piece or mudslinging or burial of any personalities that you may have contempt and animosity for, then you're sadly mistaken. And this isn't the presentation for you. If you got bones of contention that you're chewing on when every time you hear the word Vaughn Benjamin in your mind, you can leave those bones at home and bring some flowers instead. Because we're giving flowers to Vaughn Benjamin. We're also giving flowers to all of those who put their strength, life, energy, commitment, sacrifice, compromise into the works of the MIDNITE Band, into the growth and development of the MIDNITE Band, which is what catapulted Vaughn Benjamin and the works of MIDNITE and Akae BEKA into our consciousness. Who knows? There might be many, many Akae BEKAs who the stars just don't align for, that we never really get to hear. We never really get to see. We never really get to learn from or get inspired from. And it takes a lot of smaller stars in the constellation to make the picture whole. And a lot of times with incredibly enigmatic artists like Vaughn, a lot of those stars get dimmed out of existence to the point where no one even knew they were there. So we're going to give honor to all of those ones and ones that put energy and effort into the growth and development and promotion and support of the MIDNITE Band and Akae BEKA. And just as people might have conflict of interest with Baba, with your and my personal preferences to some aspects of Vaughn's music or Vaughn's message or Vaughn's reasonings at certain points of life and time, some people might have issue with that. They certainly have the same type of issue when it comes to the end of Vaughn's life and the rumors and ideas that surround potential aspects of, the quickening of Vaughn Benjamin's life. What led him to pass at, as many I think would unanimously say, far too young an age. So yeah, it's gonna be hard for a lot of people, regardless of how we cut the cake. But just know you got to slice a cake in this. We're gonna be objective. We're doing our best to be objective with this presentation. This isn't just AD's interpretation that we're presenting. This isn't just Baba's interpretation that we're presenting. You will hear that, but you will hear many other aspects. So yeah. So we're going to keep it moving. And I just wanted to preface it with that disclaimer, because that's the spirit we're coming with. We're coming to honor the MIDNITE Band. We're coming to honor Vaughn Benjamin. We're coming to honor the Akae BEKA Band and Akae BEKA as Vaughn Benjamin's identity revealed to us in the later chapters of his life, what was so important for him to translate to us in the later moments of life, which you'll see are very akin to the foundational principles that he was always championing and always affirmed on in his commitment to his presentation of his art, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, music, inspiration, and the like. All right, Baba. So we're about to go into the story. We're about to go into the story now. Is there anything you want to say, Baba, before we strike into the chronology?
No, not right now. No, go right ahead.
Okay. All right. So Vaughn Benjamin and Ron Benjamin, The story of Midnight begins with Von Benjamin and Ron Benjamin. Ron Benjamin is the older brother. Von Benjamin is the younger brother. And they are both sons of their father, Ronnie Benjamin Sr. from Antigua. Now, a lot of people identify Von and Ron from St. Croix, and that is where they were living when they began Midnight, and that is when they went from St. Croix to the United States and then back to St. Croix. The legacy ties into St. Croix, Virgin Island, as sort of the birthing ground of the Midnight Band, but Ron and Von are actually Antiguan. Now, that may matter to some people. I don't know. Some people who are caught up on which island, you know, the SS Jesus of Lubeck, or the SS Saving Grace of Mary, or which Portuguese or Spanish or English or Dutch slave ship dropped whoever off at which island, seems to be in 2026 really important to some people for some reasons still. And I'm not saying that there isn't any call for national recognition, cherishing your heroes, cherishing your homeland, having a connection with that land because you and many generations of your family grew up there, or you have an affinity for that land. I'm not saying these things aren't important, but I'm saying when they become more important than unity for the prodigal sons and daughters of the transatlantic slave trade, the prisoners of war who were scattered across the West and who were intentionally brainwashed and conditioned to have animus and animosity and contempt for one another, more so than even the oppressors who put them in that situation. I find it a bit redundant to get caught up on labels when it comes to island people. We have respect for all the Virgin Islands. We have respect for Trinidad and Tobago. We have respect for St. Eustatius and St. Lucia. We have respect for the Guyanese. We have obviously respect for Jamaicans, the creators, the pioneers of reggae music, of ska, of mento and calypso and Jamaican shuffle boogie and ska and rocksteady and reggae, the King's music and roots reggae and deep Rastafarian roots reggae at home and abroad can all be attributed to the works that went on in Jamaica and the sound and inspiration, the African pulse and heartbeat, word, sound, and power that was developed in Jamaica that has, in a very short time, relatively, spread across the 196,940,000 square miles of the planet Earth. And now you can hear reggae music in the Spanish Caribbean, in Costa Rica, in Cuba, in Puerto Rico. You can hear it in South America. You can hear it in Mexico. You can hear it in Canada. You can hear it over in the UK and France and Belgium and Germany. You can hear it in Italy. You can hear it in Barcelona, Spain. You can hear it throughout Asia and Indonesia. You can hear reggae music in India. And you can hear incredible reggae music all over Africa. And we're truly grateful that Jamaica created, or really the creator created, through his invaluable tools of Jamaicans in the Western diaspora, an art form that was so impactful that it is touched in a deeper way, I'd say. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but in a deeper way than almost any genre outside of gospel. And in a way, it's very much its own gospel. It's its own gospel of Rastafari. Gospel of Black liberation theology with a spiritual core that has resonated with so very many, regardless of where you're from, that it's literally changed people's lives for the rest of their life journey. inspired them when they're young or old, but can inspire you when you're just old enough to bounce around as a baby in the living room with Bob Marley playing on the hi-fi, to basically take control of your life and push you in a certain direction of creativity for the rest of it. So we're grateful for that. We will never try to convince anyone that it is not Jamaica's art and craft and treasure, national treasure. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a national treasure of Jamaica. And as Jamaicans can be so often, some of the most generous, kind, jovial people who share what they have, even if they have next to nothing. They give what they have to others, and they share what they have with others.
If I could, I just want to say what you're saying is so heavy. It brings back to my memory the time in Washington when Vaughn was struggling, and you can further elaborate when we were at SOBs down in the basement, and he actually had to fight. I won't say their names, with well-known Jamaican Rastafarians on the theology, and Vaughn knew more than just the Bible. Vaughn studied, so I have to say he went over the head and whipped the hell out of him. And this isn't even funny. It goes back to the fact that Vaughn had love for his people, and to all of this fighting and rifting and who was first, the brilliance of Jamaica is the brilliance of Africa. The brilliance of Vaughn is the brilliance of Africa. Stop fighting with your own people over who was first, because one thing that you all have in common, you don't act like that with that goddamn white man. You don't act like you got your head so far stuck up his ass, but you beat the hell out of one another. We're so loving and kind and all that, but when it comes, and Vaughn had to go through all of this. Have you forgotten? At a time when our family was so brainwashed by the Europeans' misinterpretation of that Bible, when we came with ox, and they said, oh, that's that Babylonian thing and thing from Egypt and all that. Vaughn was one of the first ones, shout out to Muda Baruka, that I saw coming with ox. He wasn't the only one, but I'm talking about early on with ox, all on the front cover of his CDs. Have you forgotten? All of you all who love Vaughn today so damn much, I want you to understand the struggle that he had to go through, that I saw him go through, arguing with his own damn people over something that belongs to both of them, and him trying to conquer and not conquer, but reason with the family. And out of ignorance, you would fight him. And now you all talk about how much you love Vaughn. No, we were having growing pains. I respectfully say to you today, we were having growing pains, and the Bambu King is correct. I just wanted to add a little bit of spice on it, that what this European has done, the Willie Lynch syndrome, I'm first, I did this. We already know that, but why would you fight against another African that looked just like you when we know that the talent came from there? He gave you all the respect in the world. So I saw all that fighting and stuff that he went through in Washington, D.C. We don't want to talk about that. See, but we have to start from the beginning, and we want to get to the evolution. We want to get there. We haven't gotten there. We want to get there. So I just wanted to add that. Continue on, my brother.
All right. Yeah, I guess I was being too quiet listening to Baba, and the computer muted me on its own. Oh man, it knew it needed some time for Baba. See, that's why it's Baba TV. That's why we love coming here, because he's got the finger on the pulse beat of the heartbeat of the street. That's what Baba does. You see, he's not trying to sugarcoat nothing or glycol spray anything to make it sweeter going down. He's not trying to put so much sugar in the medicine that the medicine does more damage than good. You see, he's trying to get the medicine in there so the medicine can do its job, so we can all start to feel better. We can all start to heal. It's not about making us feel better for a split second because we like the taste that's in our mouth, and then our teeth rot out, and then we can't even eat anything with nutrition anymore. Don't even have the stomach for it. You see, so you're absolutely right, Baba. And that's what we were kind of getting to, is the fact that Vaughn was one of those who was a shining example, since it became, to some people, maybe not the fans that are watching now, but or who may tune in later, but to some people, being from St. Croix, or really being from Antigua, the high places of Anu. Shout out to Priest Isaac, by the way. I hope Priest Isaac can tune in at some point. Enough respect to Priest Isaac. Thinking that for some reason, if you're a strong Black African that didn't grow up in Jamaica, you don't have a right to play roots reggae, or you don't have a right to Rastafari. You're not ordained in the true fullness of Rastafari. I have spent a time around a lot of Rastafari. I have spent time around very few as devout as Vaughn Benjamin, as real as Vaughn Benjamin. He wasn't no sometime-ish Rasta man. As Danny I would sing about, sometime-ish Rasta man. Enough of them a sometime-ish Rasta man. Another artist from St. Croix. Big up Danny I was from Dominica. He from Dominica. Just like Baba Haru, originally from Dominica. And he sang about sometimes Rasta. Vaughn Benjamin was Rasta to the bone. Rasta in his sleep, when he awake, when he eating, when he fasting, when he's speaking, when he's silent. Rasta to the bone. I don't know many as devout and impassioned Rastafari as Vaughn Benjamin. And I don't know many who were able to channel that energy and spirit and resonant frequency of His Majesty's teachings and experience in life through word, sound, and power into roots and culture reggae music that had the effect that it did on everyone who listened to it. Now, I'm not saying Midnight was the most notorious reggae band of all time after Bob Marley. I'm not saying that they're the most well-known reggae band, but they're one of the most well-received. To all who have ears, let them hear. All who have eyes, let them see. Everyone who heard and saw Midnight and saw Vaughn and listened to Vaughn from those early Midnight days. And I'm talking about early Midnight. I'm not talking about no Reggae on the River. I'm not talking about turn of the century Midnight. I'm talking about grassroots, mid-90s local band. Midnight was a local band, and I'll say respectfully, local St. Croix, DC band, but they really cut their teeth to codify the Midnight sound in the Midnight band and the Midnight presentation in Washington, DC. And that had an extreme impact. So Yeah, it's not no tribalism thing. Like we really got to get away the whole tribalism and the whole ego tripping and the whole proprietary royalty, like thinking like I got some kind of royalties on this. I know that Jamaicans have been cheated. The greats, even many of the greats of Jamaicans have been cheated by white record labels and Chinese record labels and Jamaican record labels. There's many Berry Gordies out there in Jamaica. That's almost more Berry Gordies in Jamaica during the period of roots reggae than in America. You know, so like even some of the greats that we are grateful for the albums they produced, the Coxsone Dodds and the Duke Reeds and the Joe Gibbs and Lee Scratch Perry, we're grateful for the albums they offered up and the albums they contributed, like the Small Stars were significant and manifesting creative works that had a huge impact and are now part of the historical record that we can recall and play back whenever at the push of a button on our phone, whenever we want to. So we're grateful for that. But there was a lot of bad business conduct, gravelicious, greedy, self-serving, opportunistic business conduct that bled a lot of artists dry and left them destitute. And not only did it bleed them dry of their works and their contribution and their artistic energy, but it bled them dry of their desire to even pursue it anymore because they felt so ill done by that they decided to just kind of put it down. And then we probably would have gotten way more works. I don't know if we would have gotten 73 albums out of anybody else. But there probably would have been a bit more of a productive phase if these Jamaican artists weren't getting ripped and robbed off by producers, like I said, and record labels from the UK, from Jamaica, from America, from you name it. It seems as though because it's the music industry, and that's a whole nother thing we'll get to in a second. So we're going to get into right now, we're going to get into the trod of the MIDNITE Band. We're going to get into the trot of the MIDNITE Band, and I want to start it by saying, you know, both Vaughn, younger brother, and Ronnie Benjamin Jr., older brother, are two sons of their mother, who was a school teacher. I know next to nothing. So if I'm getting it wrong, please correct me, all you scholars out there, all you people that got all the information, please put it in the comments. If we're getting any of this stuff wrong, don't hesitate. You will not be blocked. You will not be deleted. We'll pin your comment to the top of the list. How about that? But all I could really find about the Benjamin's mother is that she was a school teacher. And Ron E. Benjamin Sr. was a musician, professional musician. So they lived in a home, whether in Antigua or St. Croix, through their upbringing, where there were some things that were prioritized, that music, you know, their dad was a music man. He loved music, not just reggae. I mean, he played reggae and Caribbean and calypso and mento and soul and jazz and everything. I mean, he loved music. He was a music man, R&B. And so they loved music. And there's no way you're growing in a house with music lovers and you don't get bit by the bug. As Baba used to tell me all the time, I don't know any African people of African descent who aren't musically inclined. So, you know, Ronnie, obviously, I mean, both of them, obviously, but Ronnie obviously really took after his father. And so not only was on the father's half, music was a discipline. Both of them were all about discipline, and music was a discipline worth encouraging in their children's life. The mother was a school teacher too. So learning, acquiring more and more knowledge, self-improvement, development of one's intellect, never assuming that you already know, finding out all the things you don't know to inform what it is that you think you know, being a priority. So they're coming up in a home in Antigua originally with a school teacher mother and a musician father, both stressing discipline, study, thirst of knowledge, musical inspiration. It seems like the perfect bed of creativity to bring about the development of the brothers Benjamin, who we got to know a bit later on. And I wanted to read something that was from an interview with Ronnie Benjamin Sr., Ron and Von's father. I wanted to read this because I didn't want to get it wrong. And I honestly didn't want to have to write it all out in my chicken scratch and then still get it wrong because I can't half read my own handwriting. But as you can see, I'm a writing guy. I try not to use this. I'm worried about it making my eyes go, think it's happening. So I'm going to just read from the interview itself. All right. The Benjamin brothers, raised in a musical family, Vaughn explaining that he learned a lot about music and culture in his house growing up. As his father is the notable Caribbean guitarist and vocalist Ronnie Benjamin Sr., the Antigua-born Ronnie Benjamin Sr., who calls St. Croix his second home, lived on the island for more than 25 years. The love and respect by the people on the island for this celebrated musician is boundless, and he is respected and loved by many throughout the island of St. Croix. During an interview in 2006 in Reggae in Paradise at the Reggae in Paradise Festival in St. Croix, Ronnie Benjamin Sr. talks about his love of the island and his experience there as a musician. Quote, this is Ronnie Benjamin talking, Sr., father. I did quite a lot of things. I played almost every place on the island. Any venue you can think of, I've played there. I would say that 90% of all the St. Croix musicians have played with me, and now their sons are playing with my sons. Benjamin came to the island in early 1960s. This is Ronnie Benjamin Sr. came to St. Croix in the early 1960s looking for more opportunity to make a living. Here he goes again, quote, I came to St. Croix in the early 1960s. I was 21 years old. I played music all over the island, but I did not do a recording until the 1980s. The main reason was financial. I put up my own money to buy studio time, and I did my first recording in Puerto Rico at the Chalwa Studios for $100 per hour. Wow. The songs Don't Change, Happy Song, and Moving On were the songs that we recorded. The singles were very successful. This allowed us to record my first album in 1983 called Celebration Time. This was very popular in Jamaica as well. Huh, Celebration Time, that's good. This is him continuing speaking, Ronnie Benjamin Sr. I recorded some other artists also, because over time I was able to buy my own recording equipment, mostly calypso, some reggae. There was one artist who I recorded in 1986, just when the dub thing became popular on the island. He was doing a lot of things that these guys today are now doing. His name was Hippolyte, but I don't think he went too far though. Ronnie Benjamin Sr. left the island in 1989 when Hurricane Hugo hit. It destroyed everything. There was no music to play, nothing. So Ronnie Benjamin Sr. and his son, Ronnie Benjamin Jr., and Ronnie Sr.'s band had an opportunity in Antigua to play 7 nights a week for good money. So they wisely pursued it. This is in 1989. At the time, the band was Benjamin Sr., Ron Benjamin Jr., a musician named Malik, and Manasseh Williams, who was the drummer. Ron Benjamin showed an interest and proficiency with music from early on. This is Ronnie Jr. He's talking about at MIDNITE. Ron Benjamin showed an interest and proficiency with music from early on. His father would take him to piano lessons. One time, the teacher told Benjamin Sr. that his son stopped coming to the lessons. He only went there for 9 months or so before quitting. When Benjamin Sr. asked Ron, why'd you stop going? He replied, quote, I'm at the point where I want to learn more, and she's just not teaching me anymore. Benjamin Sr. recalls, quote, all of my instruments were at home, and Ron could play anything he wanted at any time. I never told him to play this or that, never instructed him what to play. So sometimes he would play the keyboards, or other times he played the drums, or also guitar. He was really good at drums, I remember. I would be up playing, and I would say to myself, he would be up playing upstairs, and I would say to myself, wow, what is Manasseh doing up there now playing drums? But it was actually Ron, end quote. Okay, so I just wanted to share that little insight from their father, Ron Benjamin Sr., about playing music with Ronnie early on in the 80s. Ronnie being really proficient at instrumentation and learning instruments on his own commitment, on his own devotion. Multi-instrumentalist Ronnie Benjamin, who is by definition the musical half of Midnight. Now, this is one of the main reasons we're doing this, is to clear up, make a clear delineation between the works of Midnight, whether it be studio albums done by the Benjamin brothers and the core Midnight band that shifted over a period of time, but always consisted of Ron Benjamin as the musical architect and Vaughn Benjamin as the lyricist and lyrical writer. So the verbal and vocal component was always Vaughn, and the musical component was Ron, to make up the core of what Midnight is by definition. Okay. And Midnight codified itself, and the brothers codified the idea. See, Ron was playing music in the 80s. He was recording stuff. He was working on stuff for other artists. He was playing music. He had some other musicians, Corey Kent and Neil Simon, playing music. He had Junie Willock, which was a drummer who became the first drummer for actual Midnight. But he was playing music with different musicians and making compositions for different musicians in the 80s, the mid 80s, you see. So by 1989, probably after working with his dad and playing with the band, and was like, all right, this is what I want to do. Like, I like recording music and everything, but we need a band. Like, we need to have an actual band, because there's a difference between being a studio musician and being a touring, operating live musician. A lot of people think it's the same thing, and oftentimes it does go hand in hand. Most of the time it goes hand in hand, but it's a different skill set and different problems you have to navigate in doing so. But it was 1989 in St. Croix when Ron and Vaughn decided to solidify the Midnight Band, along with the musicians they had been playing with at the time. Joe Strauss on bass, who would be the bass player for the first two albums, Unpolished and Roz Make Peace, as well as the original demo that no one really knows about that exists before Unpolished. And during the whole DC trod, the early St. Croix stuff from the late 80s all the way up until the trod up to 99, when they relocated back to St. Croix. Joe Strauss was the bass player. He was at the table with Ron and Vaughn Benjamin deciding in St. Croix, deciding on the name Midnight to be the band, the original Midnight Band. So the original Midnight Band was Ron Benjamin on keyboards and backup harmonies, Vaughn Benjamin on lyrics and vocals, lead vocals, Joe Strauss on bass, and the only other committed member that I've been able to document is Henry Junie, nicknamed Junie, Henry, nicknamed Junie, Willock Jr., Henry Willock Jr. Junie is his nickname. And he was the first drummer while the band was called MIDNITE. There may have been other guitarists. I know he worked with other guitarists from St. Croix on some of the albums, on, you know, Unpolished and Jubilees of Zion. There was Waylon Massacott was another Virgin Island guitarist that worked on stuff. I don't know exactly who, if at all. I know a lot of the earlier stuff, there wasn't even a guitarist in DC. Like in the early, sometimes it was inconsistent, and we'll get to it in a minute. We'll detail that in a minute. Sometimes there was no guitarist. And Dion Bosie Hopkins, who became a very identifiable drummer for a significant part in the MIDNITE story, the drummer for Unpolished, the drummer for Roz McPeace, the drummer for Jubilees, the drummer for Seek Knowledge Before Vengeance, the drummer for Ancient Maps, the drummer for Scheme of Things. Basically from the mid-90s, like from 96 through 2005, Bosie, or Dion Hopkins, who was originally the percussionist for MIDNITE at the beginning, when Junie was the drummer, Dion played the congas. He played the congas. He usually had a set of congas up there, and he played the conga extra percussion for the live performances and everything before he eventually became the lead drummer. And we'll get to that. So in 1989, in St. Croix, under the name MIDNITE, Ron, Vaughn, Joe, Junie, and Dion solidified the MIDNITE band, the MIDNITE project originally. MIDNITE goes to the United States in 94. So in 1989 through the early 90s, they're chopping it up. They're trotting in the VI. They're working on solidifying MIDNITE, developing original songs, original competitions, honing in the performance. They relocate in the early mid 90s, 94, to the United States, originally going to New Jersey, with an ambition to break into the New York music scene, you know, because that's where you go to make it big. If you're an actor, play actor, television shows, musician, going to New York, that's where dreams are made, right? So with aspirations to basically get into the New York music scene, they go and stay with a friend in New Jersey, which then embarks them on mini tours throughout the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic region, Northeast. So they're doing shows in Jersey, Philly, Washington, D.C., New York, what they can get. Baltimore, you see, and through doing this is what they ended up eventually settling in DC. They eventually ended up stationing in Washington, DC, which is where they would use as the base point to occasionally go to New York or a place in Pennsylvania or to Philly or to Baltimore. But DC became home base in the mid-90s. And Junie was the drummer when they were developing in the early 90s. And then when they moved to DC, a young drummer named Ambrose Connor from St. Croix, who knew Ron and Joe Strauss from the mid-80s, because he worked in a music store that Ron used to go to, and Joe Strauss was a friend of his music teacher in high school, and he even played with him on a few occasions and stuff. So they all became familiar. Well, when they relocated to DC and decided to relocate, you know, to stay in DC, that's when Junie didn't do that, and Amby is his nickname. Ambrose Connor, or Amby, became the replacement drummer for Junie for the first couple of years of the DC trod. Once again, Dion Bosie Hopkins is playing congas, Ambi is drumming. Joe Strauss is playing bass. Ron is playing keys. Vaughn is singing. And yeah, Dion becomes the drummer in 96. I believe it's 96. It's either late 95 or 96. After a couple of years of Ambi being the drummer, Dion becomes the drummer. Now, Dion is who many people remember as the first MIDNITE drummer. And as you've just heard, there was a couple other drummers before Dion. And even though he was playing congas with MIDNITE or a percussionist with MIDNITE from early, he wasn't the actual trap set drummer until like 96, either late 95 or 96. The year before they worked on Unpolished, but he became the actual drummer. And from stories I've heard, and once again, correct me in the comments if this is not the story you heard, but I've heard from people that know a lot of these people personally and some that were there at the time. And part of this whole thing is where I'm trying to derive most of this information from, is what became synonymous in many people's mind with the MIDNITE drum style, the unique, hypnotic, syncopated one drop drum style with the loose fills and the late crashes that weren't on the mark, but just late of the mark, that became synonymous with the unique MIDNITE drum sound. That was Dion Bosie Hopkins. He was the drummer to develop that sound. And from what I heard, it was because he was learning, he was really getting comfortable learning how to play drums. And oftentimes he would miss the mark on the crash. He would hit the fill and miss the mark on the crash and then hit the crash like one measure late. And as a mistake originally. And then Ron and Vaughn would be like, yo, man, that actually sound pretty good. Like I like the way that sounds. Do that again. Always do that. Always do that. Keep doing that because that sounded good. And so that's what developed into the unique MIDNITE drum sound that eventually, when he would be replaced by different drummers, in particular, Christian Sly Molina Curet from Puerto Rico, who a lot of people only know him as the MIDNITE drummer and Akae BEKA drummer because they never were privy to Dion, other than listening to the albums. They never really heard Dion playing the drums. As incredible and phenomenal and dialed and measured and precise as Sly, Christian Molina Curet, or Sly was, and he truly is. I mean, he's a phenomenal, incredible drummer, impeccable drummer, really. And really took control of the role of drummer for MIDNITE in a way that was finessed in a way I don't think anyone else really quite accomplished in the time that they were with MIDNITE, like Sly, to be totally honest. But all that to say, the unique signature sound of the MIDNITE drum sound with them late crashes, them little loose tom fills and stuff like that, that became the signature drum sound from those early albums and those early live performances. That was the style that Sly was forced to kind of conform to. I don't want to say mimic, because he definitely nurtured it into something of his own, a feel. But that ultimately was the foundational sound and style that Sly was imitating to keep it in accordance with what people grew into recognizing as the unique MIDNITE signature sound. And that drum sound can originally be attributed to Dion Hopkins. Okay. So Dion becomes the drummer in 96. 1996 also, MIDNITE was the band MIDNITE, located in Washington, D.C., local treasures, and increasing their local loyal following, was invited to perform at Clark Atlanta University homecoming at the Clark Clark Atlanta University in Atlanta, Georgia, in 1996. So that's a little, afield from their DC, Baltimore sort of headquarters, you see. Also a great musical hub. I'm sure a lot of people heard them in Georgia, and it seeded a lot of more small burning fires of potential for the MIDNITE band, because there was this almost, the thing about MIDNITE that's very unique is they developed sort of almost a mythological type of status, even though they weren't like a huge name, especially at this time. The people who heard knew. The people who heard saw something and recognized something of unique quality that could be defined as infinite quality, like one of Vaughn's albums to come. So they did a mini tour of Puerto Rico at this time in like 96. So that was like one of their early, which Puerto Rico is not too far away, from the Virgin Islands. So they definitely did a mini tour and familiarized, their name became a little bit more recognized in that area in the mid 90s. They did a tour of Puerto Rico at the time. Then they recorded their debut album. I actually want to read you something before we get to Unpolished. Because just to keep the chronology in line, because there was a demo recorded, and this demo was recorded early. This demo was recorded early, like early 90s, probably on the brink, maybe even, and there was a lot more information that I was trying to pull from that is no longer on the web. And I had a few calls in with certain people involved that we just couldn't connect on the schedule before this presentation. So I apologize for that, but I'll do my best to recall from memory while I give you the words of some of the people actually involved from an interview that was documented. Dira Tompkins, our dear mother sister, Dira Tompkins, of Washington, D.C. I believe she's still located in Washington, D.C. She's a pivotal Black activist, social justice warrior in the sense of changing the establishment from within, using Babylon's tools to defeat it, in the heart of the beast, fighting the dragon right from the heart of the beast. There's something to be said from the concrete jungle warriors, the Rastafari, who don't live in the hills. Enough respect to the hilly dread, enough respect to the farmer them, enough respect for the countryman, enough respect for living that good, clean living life. But there are ones and ones and ones out in the battlefield who make the sacrifice, even against their own health and well-being of environment, to take the fight right to the beast head on. And Dira Tompkins still is one of these individuals, and has been a vanguard for roots and culture reggae music, of Rastafari culture, and Black people forever in Washington, D.C. doing it too. And she was one of the strong vanguards and champions for young, rising, up and coming, exceptionally conscious artists. Because if you weren't conscious, you didn't have nothing to offer but shaking someone's boot, making someone shake their booty and, some nonsense. She wouldn't waste any time with you. But there were certain ones that she felt compelled to work with. And MIDNITE was one of these groups. And a lot of people, if there's any heads from DC out there that are listening or are going to listen to it eventually, you might know her as the sister who hosts and puts on and produces and promotes and constructed the whole thing, the annual Bob Marley birthday tribute celebration that takes place in Washington, D.C., I believe still every year, and has been for a long, long time. And so Dira Tompkins is integral part, one of those stars or unsung heroes of the early Midnight trod to notoriety and recognition. So she was the one who actually very early on brought the Midnight Band to renowned, world famous, certainly in the, I mean, not just reggae music, but in the world of music, period, and music production, period, but certainly a pillar in the reggae community as one of the best producers and engineers, more so, not so much producer, but engineer and studio in the game, Jim Fox of Lion and Fox Records, who you may recognize from 20 some odd Israel Vibration albums, Burning Spear albums, Culture all through the 90s into the 2000s, every Ika Mouse, Yellow, everything Roz Records produced almost that, you know, wasn't acquired from Jamaica, that was engineered in the States, and usually in the Washington, D.C. area. Alexandria is where Lion and Fox is. You remember, Baba, it was right down the street from where we live. We had a spot in Alexandria 3 blocks away from Lion and Fox. And I believe they're still there today. So big up Jim Fox. And Jim Fox, who at this time, in the early 90s, at this time was not only an incredible engineer working with some of the biggest veteran reggae artists of the day, and who were producing like the rootsiest works of the day, and great musicians from DC and all around the country and even world to come to Lion and Fox and produce. Big Mountain, when they were blowing up, came to Lion and Fox to produce. Mo Janaya recorded their stuff at Lion and Fox. Like I said, Culture and Izzy Vibe and Burning Spear recording at Lion and Fox. So, you know, everyone who's anyone respects Jim Fox as the dub engineer. He was also the dub engineer who dubbed those the Israel dub albums, the dubs of the first 2 Israel Vibration albums. Let's see, Unconquered People and Same Song were dubbed by Roz Records by Jim Fox. So those incredible dubs, Lift Up Your Conscience and all that stuff that send goosebumps up my arms and shiver up and down my spine every time I hear it, that was Jim Fox. So Jim Fox recalls, in what this interview clip that I'm about to read, he recalls when Dira Tompkins brought the Midnight Band to his studio to record their demo tape, not unpolished, record a demo tape. He was also the sound engineer at the Roxy in DC. The Roxy, which was a club that Midnight featured at a lot, and other reggae bands featured at a lot and had special affinity for the reggae shows, because the late 90s reggae scene, the mid to late 90s reggae scene, it was live. It was hard. It was pumping. The pulse was strong. There was a lot going on. And he was there, not just in the studio, but live at the Roxy, running the sound for the Roxy, for shows at the Roxy. So big up Jim Fox for that. And here's what he had to say about remembering the demo being recorded for Midnight. And I believe it was Ambi Connors, actually, who was the drummer at the time. You know, Bozy was on percussion, and Ambi was playing drums for that recording session for the demos. Jim Fox, quote, "I just remember that Midnight's sound and vibe was just incredible." Jim Fox recalls Washington, D.C. record producer, the sound engineer Jim Fox, and of Lion and Fox Records, the same Jim Fox responsible for the sound of every Israel Vibration album recorded stateside, some 20 in total. He handled the sound for Midnight when they played on Reggae Thursdays at the Roxy in Washington, D.C. Quote, "You know Dira Tompkins, brought them to my studio to do their first proper demo tape. I'm not sure, but I think Dira had something to do with it. It was her who paid me for the studio session. They may have even stayed at her house for some time. I can't remember for sure though, but it must have been the late 80s or real early 90s, because we did everything analog, and I distinctly remember giving them a cassette tape, not a CD, but an audio cassette tape. Funny thing, a couple years after that, I was working as the sound engineer at a club called the Roxy, which used to be located in DuPont Circle at 18th and M. Every Thursday night was reggae night, and different bands would come through and play live reggae on Thursdays. So one night, I'm there, and MIDNITE shows up to play a show. I will never forget the vibe they had going on that night, and the sound was just phenomenal. They were tearing it up on stage, and I'm mixing the hell out of it live. We had a whole vibe going that night. There were only 5 people in the place. And after the show, I'm walking out with the manager of the club, and he says, the band wasn't so good. And I scratched my head. I guess he was looking at the beer sales or something, because I walked out of there just stunned. It was the best night of live reggae I had experienced in my life up to that point. And then I'll just say this to complete it. It is that same club, the Roxy, that local activist, promoter, free spirit, reggae goddess, and self-prophesied mother hen to struggling reggae artist Dira Tompkins first takes note of the band. Dira Tompkins is a towering figure in the reggae and Rastafari movements, especially in Washington, D.C., where she has lived for many years. She has been forwarding the cause of reggae, roots and culture, and the ideals of the Rastafari throughout the world. She is the founder and producer of Washington, D.C.'s annual Bob Marley birthday tribute, and has advocated for the reggae and world music communities to be recognized as part of D.C.'s expanding Black demographics. Tompkins took them in, gave them a place to stay, and actively promoted the band on the local scene, as well as paid for their first demo tape, which was actually a combination of studio recorded songs and 2 or 3 live songs recorded from the Roxy, mixed by Jim Fox and recorded live from their live shows. So that was the demo tape. That if any of y'all out there got it, put it on YouTube, digitize it and put it on YouTube so we can all hear, bear witness to history, because it exists somewhere. Someone's got it. I ain't never heard it, but someone's got it. Okay. All right. So moving on to the unpolished era. This is in 1996, 97. Dion's drumming. Joe Strauss is playing bass. Vaughn is singing vocals. Ron is playing keys and doing harmonies. I had in here that Chris and Taka was guitarist with them for a little while. They didn't have like a committed guitarist at that point, but there was a brother named Chris and Taka who used to play with Lucky Dubé, and good guitarist and stuff. And they even at one point had a guest musician saxophonist named Juicy Carter, who used to play with them on and off, but they weren't like a consistent enough part of the lineup to really say we're the part of the MIDNITE band. But hey, I'm trying to cover all bases, and I'm trying to get everyone in there who was involved or affiliated at some point. Seen? So yeah, Chris and Taka on guitar, Juicy Carter on sax. But by the 1996-97 point, when they start recording Unpolished, it's Bozy on drums, Joe on bass, Ron on keys, Vaughn on vocals, and they had They had some guest musicians. I believe maybe Waylon Massacott filled in on guitar for some of the studio stuff. Yeah. So anyway, Ron plays guitar. So Ron definitely put lick guitar on the Unpolished album too. So, but primarily it was them. Okay. And they recorded the album at a studio in DC called East Coast Flavor. East Coast Flavor Studio was where they recorded Unpolished. And the producers involved were Ron Benjamin, a man named Yuri, and Preston Powell, who owned the label Rastafaria, which was a subsect of Jazzateria Records. Jazzateria is Preston Powell's label, and I believe they released it under the name Ja Soul Productions. And Preston Powell was more of like the producer capacity in the sense of like affording it, funding it, affording the production of hard copies to sell, all that, you know, the intellectual property of the creative aspects of it was Ron Benjamin. Not sure exactly what Yuri was doing, probably engineer scene. So, but it took place at East Coast Flavor Studios in DC, and it would be their debut album, which would actually be exclusively released originally in Namibia, African country of Namibia, where in 1998, just after completing it and manufacturing it, they went to do a tour in Namibia to promote the brand new debut album. So it was first released in Namibia, Africa, as part of their debut album release party for the most part, before it was even released or mass manufactured in the United States. Now, if you are reading this online, all you can really find is people saying that it was, you know, Rastafaria reissued it in 2001, which they did, and it wasn't released anywhere in the States until 2001. That's not true. I mean, we got copies of it. People in DC got copies of it. I don't know what to tell you. They produced it. It probably was first released on their presentation of it when they did their tour in Namibia. But it exists. I mean, you could get copies of it in DC. Like if you knew where to go, West Indian Record Mart and One Drop Records and even the Tower Records in DC. If you knew where to go, you could get a copy of Unpolished at the time that they produced it in 98. 97, they recorded it. 98 was when it was available originally. And then it got reissued in 2001, which is the copies that a lot of other people ended up getting eventually. And that album is one of the most profound reggae albums of all time. And what I want to say, one of the other myths I want to clear up, one of the things I wanted to say about Unpolished is a lot of people, if you read online, a lot of people get the story askew and are fudging the stories when it came to how Unpolished was produced. They get the stories of the Maple Shade Records production of Rosmek Peace, which was the second album, at a different studio with a different recording approach, a live engineering recording approach, which we'll talk about in a minute, basically straight to reel, no compression, no filters, no effects, no post-production, raw as it gets. And a lot of people attribute that to Unpolished as well. Unpolished was a produced album. Unpolished was recorded track for track. Unpolished was according to the people that were there making it, was recorded like any other album at that time in 1997. Maybe not with all the most impeccable equipment, but it was recorded like you would record an actually produced album, and not as raw and uncut without reverb, no reverb and without delay type of straight to real type of, reality that Rosmake Peace was recorded, which we'll get to that in a second. But then and still, I hope that doesn't diminish your value and admiration for that album, because that's one of the best reggae albums of all time. I've been listening to reggae music my whole life, and I'm a deep, deep reggae geek, particularly hardcore Rastafari roots and culture reggae music. From yesterday, today, the new stuff coming up tomorrow, and crave as deep and dark roots as I could possibly get a hold of, and dig for those deep cuts and those lesser known esoteric cuts of the roots era from the late 60s on through the early 80s that no one knows about and all them thing. While Unpolished is, if not the best roots reggae, Rastafarian roots reggae album of all time. And I'm not saying it has the most dynamic production. I'm not saying it didn't have the most instruments of any album. I'm not saying it had the most exquisite compositions of every single album that's ever been produced. But I am saying it quite possibly could be the best Rastafarian reggae album of all time. And if it's not the first, it's definitely in the top 3. And if you don't have a heart enough to put it in the top 3, then it's damn sure in the top 5. And if it's not in the top, it's not in your top 5, then I don't even know why you're watching this video. But me personally, it's probably my favorite reggae album of all time. It's one I can listen to. I've listened to 1,000,000 times, and I could listen to 1,000,000 times over. I was just listening to it. I had it in my car for the last week as I was preparing for this, and it's just been playing on rotation, on repeat the whole time. And I just like it more and more and more every time I hear it, because the anthems on that song were so unique and so original and so profound and so inspiring to me at the age I was when it came out. I was like 15, 16 when it came out. So I was like, or by the time it came out, 16, 17 when it came out. And it was different. It was different. This was something different. And I was already into all the modern stuff. I was already into the Luciano and Buju Banton and Sizzla Kalonji and Morgan Heritage and like the new Anthony B, all the new things that were happening, all the Exterminator records, all the Coco T and Prince Malachi and early Turbulence and Roaring Lion and all them things. I was eating up all that Exterminator. I loved it. But when I heard this Unpolished album, something changed in me. Something made me take this whole thing that I was intrigued with and felt I was committed to a whole new level. And I was like, this is a whole different some kind of thing. This is a whole different something right here. I don't know what this is. And the fact that it was a local band that was in my backyard that was playing regularly, and I mean regularly. I mean, at this time, these were not guys who just recorded a gem in the studio. Like, they had to fit that in between playing like 3, 4, even sometimes 5 live shows a week. No time to sleep, no time to eat, no time to sit and wonder what we're going to do next week. I'm talking about playing music, refining your songs, refining your craft, getting tight as a unit. And it was at this time in 1997, just after recording Unpolished, that they had another legendary St. Croix veteran, Virgin Island roots and culture, Rastafari reggae music veteran, assume the position of established guitarist. And I'm speaking of none other than Russ Tough Lion Williams. You might know him, you probably know him as Tough Lion. Paperwork name, Russ Williams. Tough Lion. the toughest lion with 10 strings of gold that make the wicked man's blood run cold with the warmth of the 10 strings. So he became the guitarist, the official established guitarist, solidifying the late 90s definitive midnight sound of the era that literally codified the most potent era and presentation of midnight, certainly of that up to that point, and most likely of all time. Because there's something about you can't capture time. See, I was talking all this stuff about Washington, D.C., and in the 90s, D.C. had it going on. And, Jim Fox is working over here at the Roxy doing Reggae Thursdays, and Desmond Williams is over here at Tacoma Station running sound. And Big D, Derek Walker's crushing it, Dr. Dubenstein, before Dr. Dubenstein. Derek is, Big D is crushing it, at the 930 Club and the Black Cat, and, for the big reggae artists when they're coming. But it's not like that anymore. There's no permanence in anything. Everything changes. And the only thing that's unchangeable is change. Change is inevitable. So one of the greatest gifts you could ever give yourself is to be able to stop and remind yourself in the present to savor every moment of it. Because you might never know until you look in retrospect. When vision is 2020, you might look behind you by years and decades, generations, and say, man, I wish I knew that those were the days when I was in them. And when I would have done my best to get every single bit of time out of them. So yeah, you can't capture time in a bottle. And that man, that incarnation of Midnight was literally like lightning in a bottle. And the closest thing to capturing it are those two albums in particular, Unpolished and Roz Make Peace. So, 97, Tough Lion joins. They're doing shows. They're doing shows at the Roxy. They're doing shows at Tacoma Station. They're doing shows at the Black Cat. They're doing shows at, or more so like small shows, like Running Adams Morgan, like Lion's Den. The Lion's Den, where you can't jump up but so high because you hit the, Lion's Den, packed to the gills, sweat on the walls, starting at midnight. That's where all that started. I've heard people ask, what's up with the starting the shows at midnight? And some people are like, what are you talking about? I don't even know, because that didn't happen forever. But in those DC days, when you were in the city and the show didn't get hot until after midnight, midnight wouldn't even start until midnight. Stroke of midnight come, the band takes the stage, play for 3, 4, sometimes more hours. Heard stories of them playing till the sun came up. Lion's Den in Adams Morgan, Bukum Cafe across the street, Kaffa House, small clubs, Kaffa House, State of the Union, U Street, 14th Street. This is where history was made, not at the Kennedy Center or the Ronald Gump Center, whatever it's called now, the Dump. That's what it's called now, the Dump. But it might have well have been the Dump back then, because I wanted to see midnight at the Kaffa House. I wanted to see midnight at Bukum Cafe. Because that's where history was being made. And where history was soon to be recorded because of one of those Bukum Cafe shows was frequented by everyone who loved Rastafari roots and culture reggae music. And it wasn't just Rastafarians, because I want to deviate from this for a second, because I want to say something at this time about Midnight and the loyal following that Midnight generated under the weight of their own talent and musical expression and creative inspiration and commitment to their form of reggae at the time, which, yes, I don't care who it offends, it was exceptional. In a town that was very familiar with reggae, in a town that thrived and pumped reggae, in a town that had many supporters of reggae and was frequented by many shows. Like I just told you, a lot of these veterans that were coming were recording their albums in the DC area. They were recording at Lion and Fox. They were doing shows at the 930 Club and the Black Cat. So this is not a place that's like one of these little rinky-dink places like where I live now, where it's like you lucky if you get a handful of people in a show. This is a place that's like, I mean, obviously not as critical as New York, but similar to New York in the sense of they have a very high standard. They have high expectations and hold artists to a high standard. If you're coming there with some half-stepping, buck dancing, pasteurized, flaccid, superficial, saccharine, sugar bubblegum mess, it's not going to go over well. And it damn sure ain't going to go over well with the Midnight crowd. That's for damn sure. So as their local crowd was going, it wasn't just Rastafarians. There was people of every walk, mostly black folk. Mostly black people, Baba. And actually, Baba, could I get you to elaborate on some of the crowd that you saw and heard from, had an affinity for reggae music that wasn't the stereotypical Rastafarian reggae enthusiast at that time?
Sure. That was another thing that amazed me, how the barriers that he broke, because and shout out to Muda Baruka. I got to keep bringing him up. But Von was, when Midnight, I saw Midnight attract at the Heritage Theater in Baltimore, up on Anna, this Hebrew store up on Georgia Avenue. You saw the bow ties, Nation of Islam. You saw Hebrews. You saw all these different groups of black people coming to see this Rastafarian group. Now, what was Von saying? He couldn't just have been talking Rasta talk. If he was, he wouldn't have attracted so many different facets of our people. And white people too. And he didn't compromise anything. He was uncompromising with his message, with his, at that time, with his black message. Yeah, it was bow ties in there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you. And it was white folks in there too. And he did not compromise with the crackers. I'm going to just keep it a buck. When the white women, hold on to your seatbelt. My white rosters out there, hold on to your seatbelt, buddy. It's going to be a rough ride. When the white woman will flock to the stage, and Bambu King bears me witness. We don't like to talk about this. And I'm not trying to be ugly, but damn it, we going to tell the truth today. We not going to be remiss. We not going over tipping through the damn tulips. This is the chronology of Midnight. The historicity, shout out to Sankofa, of Midnight. The white ladies would come up, you know how y'all do, trying to trap a fool. You know how y'all do. Like Samson, like Delilah saw Samson. You know how y'all do. Y'all always try, here y'all come. And they come flocking, and he wouldn't be disrespectful. I won't lie and say, he did. But he would back away from them and go over to the black woman, where the black woman was standing. This is the truth. I wish I had my camera then. You know, I love filming. I didn't have the camera then. But this is absolutely the truth. This is divine. I know I ain't made no friends among nobody on here today, and I don't give a damn. This is Baba TV every time. Fire. That's who this is. This is Baba's program, and you know I pretty much give everybody else the floor. But the spirit is just moving me where this brother is concerned. I'ma just say what the hell I gotta say and let the chips fall where they may. He would be in the club chanting all kind of comedic and all kind of stuff coming up out his head. Black history, looking at them, going back and forth. Give me back what you took. Give me back my golden spoon. Give me back. And then in the fullness, after he whipped the hell out of you, he would balance it out. I'm not going to lie, you know, because, you know, as a roster, he would back. But he gave your asses that fire from an African black theology perspective. Uncompromising, and he had just as big a white crowd without compromising for a damn dollar, like many of you are doing today. Von didn't compromise for a goddamn dollar, and you got a message when you go to the roster shows today. You got a message for the white folks, and you got a message. You say, "Oh, I got a white crowd." We understand, you know, they couldn't be attracted to a black message. But see, he was in D.C., Chocolate City. He was in a black environment among black folks that didn't want to hear no damn foolishness. Okay? He wasn't out west where you all predominate and we all got to tiptoe. And hell no. And if I ever come out there, don't expect me to act like that. I bring a government with me wherever the hell I go. I'm the majority. My father is the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God damn it, a divine representative of the universe, the cream of the planet Earth. So wherever I go, I'm the majority. I don't act like I'm some damn trying to go along to get along with you. You make me sick, a lot of you with that. And shout out to one of my teachers, Ross Israel, in Washington, D.C. Y'all need to go check him out every Tuesday, WWW Tuesdays. This is about midnight, but he was another brother that knew Von. He was from Antigua, too, that knows him very well. Go check him out, Ross Israel Dyer, D-Y-E-R, on Facebook every Tuesday for his WW Tuesdays. Shout out to my brother and elder who's known me from a kid, basically. But back to our brother Von. At SO, I want you to go into our experience too when you get there at SOBs. Shout out to Queen Afunia, who I never saw a better protector and somebody who was a manager of Von Benjamin, this sister from New York City, Brooklyn. And King Simon too, who was a manager and a reggae producer and a promoter at SOBs. And I first met her because she was coming around. We had Midnight. She was the manager, and sometime I would film them, and she come up to me, brother. She said, "Brother, do I need to take that camera? You're not supposed to be filming them." I said, "No, sis. I'll take the camera." She said, "All right, put it down." So when she came in, I never seen nobody defend. Von didn't have to open his mouth. Shout out to Sister Cafonia. Shout out to Sister Cafonia. I'm giving you the black version now of Midnight before they got out there with the mayonnaise. I'm giving you the black version. I don't give a damn if y'all don't like me or not. I never have been concerned with none of that. I don't give a damn about none of that. Trust me. Truth and fully. Remember that? truth and fully. That's what we dealing with today. So I don't want to go too far because I get too far in my feelings, and feelings ain't got nothing to do with, we want truth to prevail, not feelings. So, but yeah, that's what I saw at the midnight shows. He attracted all of these different groups of black people because what he was saying was a comment. He put race first, not your damn religion first and your belief system first, but he did what every other racial group of people does, and he put his race first. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that, because the darker skinned people of the world are most in need of justice. So why shouldn't they should be the main ones looking out for self first? But it don't seem to be like that. It don't seem to be like that. We allow ourselves, this original man, to be used by everybody else, and we beat the hell out of each other. You still, to this very day, y'all don't like Muda Baruka. You know I'm telling the truth. Von went through that same stuff. For all of you who love Von, and even though he might have came out with albums later and had to put it in cryptic messages, it was still in there. It was still in there. His message was still in there, but everything evolves, everything grows. He was a brilliant teacher, and you ought to be happy that he even wasted his time with you and me. I'm done. I know I've gotten you totally off track. I'm totally off track in the program, but we still with DC. This is DC. This is him and his relationship to DC. This is the missing link, I believe. Before we get to Akae BEKA, which when he break that down, that's black too, scripturally. Come on now. I know you can't. Some of y'all can't be attracted to a black message, but damn it, you better learn how to negate certain things about your own self. Negate, not deny, but negating things about your own self to look at the truth, which is bigger than us all. And until you can do that, you can't see me. You can't see me. Go ahead, Bambu King.
Boom! Big up, Baba. Thank you so much. I love that contribution. That's exactly what I was looking for, and some more. And we give thanks for more and more and more, because that's exactly what I will hope you would contribute to some of this history that we're going over, because I know the history can get kind of redundant, and I'm very long-winded and go back over things, and one step forward, two step backward, so like. But one of the things I really wanted to emphasize at the part of the chapter we're at right now was that the base and loyal following that Midnight developed in DC, and not just DC, but Baltimore too, and within the black community of the DMV area, was so, the affinity they had for the exceptional aspects and pronouncements of this band and impact of this band was because I wasn't the only one. Baba wasn't the only one. Raz Israel wasn't the only one who heard this and said, there's something special about these people. Jim Fox wasn't the only one who said there's something special. Dira Tompkins wasn't the only one. Dermot Hussey wasn't the only one. A lot of these people that I'm going to reference were people who I was chit-chatting to in the clubs. And at the time, I was just a kid. I didn't even know who they were. I just thought there were some local heads in DC who like Midnight like I like them, or like Bernie Spear and Culture and Izzy Bop the way I like them. And then I get older, and then I start seeing their names in books. I start seeing pictures of them in books. And I start reading articles about how these are like legends, that these are promoters and activists and reggae diplomats and reggae ambassadors who are significant to the whole story. of reggae music as it affects, you know, America and beyond. And these were just, you know, Dermot Hussey and Dira Tomka. I just started, you know, I didn't even know who they were at the time. I just liked the whole conversation with them because I thought I knew something at that time. As 16, 17, 18-year-old kid, I thought I knew something and wanted to talk with someone who seemed like they knew a whole lot too. Except they actually knew a whole lot. A hell of a lot more than I even knew about them. And they were humoring me or being generous with their time. I remember being with Dermot Hussey, who we're going to get to in a minute, at one of those coffee house shows after they left the cruise and came back in like 2002 or something. And I was sitting there and we were just talking about Midnight and talking about Luciano and Morgan Heritage and different things and everything. I didn't realize this guy was like a legend. Like he's like a reggae ambassador. But he took the time with little AD to kind of like stoke that fire a little bit, sprinkle a little gasoline on that spark. And all these people who really know something deep about reggae music, they all saw it in Midnight. They saw something they had likely never seen before. I mean, Dermot Hussey was there with Bob. He's the one interviewing Bob Marley and the Wailers on the Talking Blues album. Seen? Dira Tompkins dealing with all the big wigs. She a huge bridge for Jamaican music to the United States, particularly to the Black community of the United States. Because it's almost like things don't really start happening until white people start listening to it or allow it on the radio or put it in the movie show or whatever. But for real, at the grassroots level, like a huge part of the movement is at the grassroots level. And it always begins in the Black community. When it comes to Black culture and Black music, it always begins in the Black community. The germination process, and the incubation process, and the growth process, and the photosynthesis process, that all begins in the Black community. It doesn't mean that it's bad if it spreads out. It's bad if like more people are included. But no, all of that is good as long as it's not dealt with in a predatory way that, you know, like a parasite on its host and sucks all the juice out of the host and leaves it as a husk for its own selfish gain. If it nurtures the artist and nurtures the art and spreads the art abroad and ultimately nurtures humanity to benefit from the art, it's a good thing. And we do encourage that. We do recognize it. But there's a lot of thief in the garden. So we're at the chapter right now at least, where we're dealing with the grassroots. So big up Dira Tompkins. Big up Dermot Hussey. Big up Papa Wabe. Big up all the DJs at WPFW for putting Midnight on before there was a Sirius or an XM, when the mainstream radio stations, as vast as they might be in DC, wouldn't touch Midnight with a 10-foot pole. But there was a lot of people who were trying to reach out and touch Midnight as close as they could get. And they were all down at the Lions Den. And they were at Buckham Cafe. And they were at Coffee House. And they were at State of the Union. They were at the Roxy in Tacoma Station. And we're going to talk about a couple of those people right now. One in particular, actually, no, we're going to do it in chronological order. Desmond Williams, big up brother Desmond. Enough respect, brother Desmond Williams. He's a co-producer, a big engineer. He's the student of Scientist. Y'all know Scientist, who's the disciple of King Jammy and King Tubby. You know, the hierarchy kind of goes as King Tubby's dub master, and then his protege was Prince Jammy at the time, King Jammy's now, and then there was Scientists. And then going into the truth of that, a lot of the big Jammies and Tubby's albums of that Roots era, right before the digital era, was actually dubbed out by Scientists, because he was really not just cutting his teeth, but cutting, you know, doing a lot of the heavy lifting, while the name recognition of Jammies, name recognition of Tubbies was being utilized to put on records to move them, but Scientist was the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it came to dub works, being the dub doctor. So big up Scientist, enough respect. Well, Scientist was the teacher of Desmond Williams. Desmond Williams is the protege of Scientist, who at this time in mid 1997 was doing he was doing the sound at Tacoma Station, as well as was a year or two out of being co-producer for Thievery Corporation. A lot of people know about Thievery Corporation. They're kind of a dub styled electronic music type of club type of thing with a number of different influences. And he wasn't necessarily part of the band, but he was a fixture in the early productions of the fledgling studio of Thievery Corporation. When they first started their first studio, they brought Desmond Williams in to record their first stuff and really basically show them the ropes and get it all dialed and make the first productions and all that. So he was an integral part, Desmond Williams, for Thievery Corporation, which actually did get a lot of traction, and a lot of people know about Thievery Corporation. Big up to the archives. I'm spacing on Brethren's name. I wish I had written it down, but one of the main founders of Thievery Corporation has a group called Archives, who actually do a lot of wicked solid roots production in the DMV area. I believe they might be a little southern now in Virginia at this point, but they produce Raz Puma Patah's album. They just did a few years back an incredible reggae covers of Gil Scott-Heron, whole bunch of wicked Gil Scott-Heron with Brian Williams. I believe Brian Williams was the original flute player that played all that wicked flute on Gil Scott-Heron stuff, and they got him on all these covers and had Puma Patah sing the Gil Scott-Heron parts and did like wicked roots versions of Gil Scott-Heron's tribute album, Coming Home, I believe it's called, Coming Home, tribute to Gil Scott-Heron. Archives, look it up. It's worth it. It's a really, really good album. So all that to say, big up Desmond Williams, enough respect for his works. In the period in the late 90s, between 97 when they recorded Unpolished and 98 when they recorded Roz Make Peace, which was their second album, released album, Vaughn worked on an independent project or a series of independent experimental tracks with Desmond Williams at Desmond Williams Studios, and a few of the musicians. I'm not sure how involved Ron was with it on a musical level. I know Tough Lion, he played some guitar for it. I know Joe Straw supplied some bass work for it. Most of it is very digital production, when it comes to drums and when it comes to synth, like a lot of it is pretty much digital production for the most part, with a little bit of guitar, a little bit of maybe real bass in it here and there. But so I know Joe and Tuffy worked on it, but it's really a Desmond Williams production and really a Desmond Williams collaboration with Vaughn. And this was in 98, roughly, between 98 and 99, roughly, and made this collection of experimental tracks that would get shelved for a long time because they were about to record the album Roz Make Peace. And they went into that project. They wanted that to be the album, the second album that to produce under the MIDNITE name. So those songs got shelved and weren't released until 2008 in the album Kaya Magan. Kaya Magan. When you see the Desmond Williams MIDNITE collaboration, Kaya Magan, those are all those songs that were actually recorded in like 98. So 97 to 98, that period right there, when MIDNITE was at its like really honing it in. And I'm going to go on a record, and this might piss people off, but hey, Bob already did that, so we good. I'm glad he broke the seal on that. So now we get to go in. And the reality is, when it comes to the name thing, MIDNITE or Akae BEKA, one of the points we're going to get to that I'm going to say that's probably going to be controversial to some is, I think, as looking at things after the fact, once they're in the past, they say retrospect is 2020, meaning you can see things clearer well after it happens objectively from the outside than you can going into them. And I think that I would say that Kaya Magan, even though it wasn't released till 2008, but it was recorded in 1997 to 1998, would have been what I would call definitively the first Akae BEKA production or Akae BEKA collaboration that I would define as Akae BEKA. And what do I mean by that? I mean Vaughn Benjamin solo project with independent producer, outside of the control, outside of the influence, outside of the production affiliations of Ron Benjamin or African Roots Lab, which is the label that MIDNITE is eventually going to start as once we get there. It's coming up. Don't worry about this, coming up. But MIDNITE, and this is a bone of contention, but I think it should be understood clearly that MIDNITE is essentially the collaboration of Ron Benjamin's musical architecture and designs interwoven with Vaughn Benjamin's vocals and message to make the MIDNITE project. It takes both of them to make what MIDNITE by definition actually was. And everything that Vaughn did on his own, everything that Vaughn did independently of Ron, should be at the very least considered. Now, if you want to say Akae BEKA, maybe that's what you should, well, everything that was independent of Ron's collaborations were Akae BEKA. Not MIDNITE I Grade, not MIDNITE Branch I, not MIDNITE Lion Tribe, not MIDNITE Fifth Son, not MIDNITE Rozelle, not MIDNITE Desmond Williams, Akae BEKA. Or more rudimentarily, Vaughn Benjamin solo project. Because that's what it was. I would say in 1998, that marks literally the first development of what would go on to become a Vaughn Benjamin solo project, or I would like to see it as Akae BEKA, part of Akae BEKA's catalog. Not taking away anything from the MIDNITE legacy, not taking away anything from the MIDNITE catalog of the 10 to 11 albums under that MIDNITE name, not taking away anything from the 1989 to 2014 evolving MIDNITE ensemble of the MIDNITE band for all the live performances that Ron was included in, and the conductor of, and the manager of, and all of that. Not taking any of that away from him. I'm just here to make a distinct delineation because I hear so many people refer to Vaughn Benjamin's vast body of solo works and independent collaborations with other producers as MIDNITE. And I think in retrospect, it's led to a lot of confusion, and it's actually led to a bit of frustration and infighting and antagonism and contempt in certain ways that I think can only be cleared up by making that delineation. And I think I'm being very fair in saying that. And we're going to cover all those statistics and specifics for the people who who are into show and prove. We got a lot of scientists out here, just like the MIDNITE crowd. MIDNITE crowd wasn't just no Hilly Dread, wasn't just no Concrete Jungle Rasta, wasn't just no Buffalo Soldier. There was 5%ers there. There was hip hop cats there. There was Hebrew Israelites there, the strong, ferocious ones with the bullhorns, and then the Rabbi Ben Ami ones from Everlasting Life. There was Nation of Islam, bow tie. There was Sunni Muslims there. There was atheist to Zoroastrianism, agnostic to Zoroastrianism. There was secular heads there that were just black nationalists, that were just pro-black. There was white people who were there who weren't Rasta, weren't Muslim, weren't nothing. They just knew they were just witnessing magic. They were literally witnessing magic, and they wanted to be present for it. as were some of these engineers, like Jim Fox, like Desmond Williams, and like Pierre Sprey. I believe it's Sprey, it might be pronounced Sprey, S-P-R-E-Y, Pierre Sprey, who ran in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, a studio that he went under the name Maple Shade Records. He called it Maple Shade Studios, Maple Shade Records. Wild Child with the exclamation point is the label. You'll see it in the corner of the Roz Makepeace album. And Wild Child was the name of his subsidiary, his like world music subsidiary, because mostly like folk and jazz. He was mostly doing jazz. And what he was doing was he had this old plantation house on this old tobacco farm. It was an old tobacco farm in Upper Marlboro. And he had this old plantation house where Massa lived, century old. And he retrofitted it into a live recording studio. He said, I want to do live recording. He was an audiophile. He was really into live recording. He was really into capturing things live. He felt you could capture energy audibly live in a way when it's recorded live that you just can't with all the machinations of studio recording and track by track by track studio engineering and all the finesse and his slogan was no reverb, no delay, no compression, no balance, no equalization. Like, we're going to do our best to get the levels as dialed as we can. And we got 2 room mics and we hit record and it goes straight to tape. And I hope we get it right. I hope we get it right, because that's what it's going to be. And so he went to Bucum Cafe. He had some friends drag him down to Bucum Cafe. And I'm not going to tell you the story. I'm going to let him tell you the story. I'll act as his voice with him telling you the story, because I want you to hear it straight from the source and from the horse's mouth instead of from the horse's ass. So we're going to do that. We're going to do it the service by reading you Pierre Sprey's story as to how the Roz Makepeace album came about and what went into it. And this was in 1998. This is after that Desmond Williams album was basically developed and then shelved, never released, after Unpolished. All right, this is Pierre Sprey of Maple Shade Records. An antidote to bubblegum. An antidote to bubblegum, what he titled it. A little past midnight on a warm end of summer night, Ben and Ranny, not Ronnie Benjamin, Ben and Ranny dragged me down to Cafe Bucum in the heart of Adams Morgan, Washington's old melting pot neighborhood. We could hardly force our way in. The place was packed with swaying hardcore reggae followers. Up on stage, the band was deep into a slow, hypnotically powerful reggae groove. A tall, slender, lean-muscled singer with nearly waist-length dreads and a deep set of burning eyes of an Old Testament prophet had jumped off the stage and into the midst of the dancing throng. With his arms stretched out over their heads, he was calling the Rasta faithful to Jah. Up on the stage, flashing a brilliant smile, a vigorously dancing keyboard player was ornamenting the striking, erudite imagery of the singer's lyrics. Right behind him, a powerful tree trunk of a man, playing surprisingly few notes on a bass that disappeared into his large hands, was laying down the most granite-solid bass groove I've ever heard. Just next to him, a gracefully loose-jointed, bone-thin drummer accented that amazing bass groove with an equally spare, powerful snare tom and kick pattern, occasionally punctuating it by startling fills on cymbals and toms. I listened for a minute or so, then turned to Ben and Ranny, my music-loving friends, who'd insisted I come here midnight. I said, damn, I've been looking for a reggae band for 3 years and heard nothing but bubblegum. This is the band I've been searching for. Needless to say, I stayed to the last encore. When the roar of the faithful had died down, I threaded my way through the crowd to tell the band how much I admired their music and how much I wanted to record them at my studio. Maple Shade gets vetted. 2 weeks later, about 11 at night, my phone rang. Quote, "Hey, this is Ron, the keyboard player from Midnight. I'm coming out. You'll be there?" "Sure, Ron." Half an hour later, Ron breezed in. With a disarming smile, he said, quote, "I'm here to check you out for Midnight, you know." We walked into the dimly lit studio. He took in every detail of our funky-looking, hand-built minimalist electronics and mics. He asked a few incisive questions. I started telling him about our no time limits creative approach and our credo of ultra pure, no cosmetics, no reverb, live to 2-track sound. He instantly understood the radical artistic implications of our approach. We were about 10 minutes into this conversation when Ron interjected, quote, "I like the spirit of this place. We're going to do our new project here," end quote. After an intense 2-hour conversation ensued, all about things close to our hearts, we talked about Midnight's hard 10-year road and about Maple Shade's 15-year evolution. He told me about the closeness of the bonds that locked Midnight together. We compared notes on our struggles to keep the music industry from corrupting our music. I got a glimpse of the record deals and producer hustles they'd turned down over the years to protect the spirit of Midnight. By the time Ron left, I was completely committed to the Midnight's quest for a pure reggae, and Ron left committed to a risky undertaking that he knew no one in reggae had ever attempted, a recording totally devoid of electronic artifice, one that presented only what the band played in the room. He took on the risk with confidence and guts, and I was impressed. An audiophile was born. Little did we know how thoroughly our commitments would be tested. Our first trial session started in January. From January till June, we worked in session after session on capturing the band's real sound. Ron proved to be a discerning, enormously demanding critic of the sound that we were laying down. Midnight's demands for sonic perfection probably stretched me more than any band I've ever recorded, and I'm grateful for the good things that came out of that test. I remember one earlier session where I was trying to get the sound of the drums, particularly the impact of the kick drum, just right. Ron came over to the tape machine, put on the headphones, then handed them to me. Quote, "Listen to the bass drum in the room. Now listen to it on the headphones. The phones are not telling the truth." He was perfectly right, and far more poetic than most audiophile critics. Elation and depression. By June, we had made great strides improving both the Maple Shade electronics and the instruments themselves. On the instrument side, we started with Bosie's drums. He had the usual overdamped, thuddy-sounding bass drum you find everywhere today. After lots of half measures, we took out all the stuffing and put the front head back on the drum. Suddenly, we had both impact and resonance. Tweaking Bosie's cymbal mountings gained us brilliance and shimmer. Likewise, remounting Ron's keyboards on a 3-point suspension unveiled exciting new overtones. I dismantled and unshielded Tough Lion's guitar chorus pedal. The pedal's muddying effect disappeared, and Tough Lion's extraordinary tone emerged. Recalibrating the tape machine brought out new warmth. Trying at some weird new silver double tube wires gained us half-octave deeper bass. But at Ron's insistence, we put the real sweat into improving the way the electric bass sounded in the studio. Quite crucial, since we weren't using EQ or other cosmetics to band-aid the recorded bass sound. We went through endless back-breaking variations of head amps, speaker cabinets, speaker mountings, wire, speaker placement, you name it. Session after session, we canned because the bass sound just wasn't there yet. After the first session in June, after 2 hours of setting up some new bass amps and speakers that Tough Lion brought in, we hit pay dirt. The bass finally had the delicately soft attack, the subterranean sustain that did justice to Joe's unique touch of the bass strings. By 2 a.m, we had 2 heavy-hitting takes that were keepers. So we called it quits, elated at the prospect of laying down another half dozen equally fine tracks in the morning. I got two, ready to lay down another half. So when the band arrived the next night, we fired up the untouched equipment. The bass sound was muddy. That beautiful earthquake rumble in the sustain was gone. We labored for 2 hours, redoing amp settings, tweaking speaker mountings, changing wires, in a desperate attempt to recapture the previous night's superb bass. To no avail. Ja was just not smiling on us. With heavy hearts, we broke down the band's equipment and loaded it back into the van. It was a crushing disappointment. Out of the jaws of defeat, 3 weeks later, we reconvened. Tough Lion brought yet another new bass amp. We set up, and almost immediately the bass surpassed the first magic night. The subterranean rumble was back with such a vengeance that every door on the studio's first floor was rattling. I had to quickly jam up every single one of them with a wedge. Everything else fell in line. Guitar, drum, and keyboard sounded better than ever before. For the first time, the band was every bit as tight and confident in the studio as they always were on stage. Vaughn's voice had that powerful, appealing hoarseness that's so much a part of their live performance. We laid down song after song, not even the three new ones written, we laid down song after song, none, even the three new ones written in the studio, needed more than 2 takes. Despite heavy fatigue, no one wanted to stop. Joe Strauss finished the last song dead asleep and never lost his flawless touch on the bass still. By 3 a.m, MIDNITE CD was finished. Epilogue, Naked in the Sonic Mirror. A month later, Vaughn and I, deep in conversation after a good seafood dinner in a little joint just outside Washington, we just spent the day editing the MIDNITE CD. It was the first long, non-working conversation I'd ever had with Vaughn. And it was at least as intense as that 2-hour dialogue I had had with his brother Ron at the outset of our project. Eventually, we got around to reminiscing about our sessions and the unfamiliar new ground all of us were traversing. Vaughn was trying to make me understand from the viewpoint of a studio-experienced reggae musician the culture shock of recording in an environment so bare of all the comforting electronic cosmetics of the standard 48-track studio. I hadn't realized how much that shock had reshaped MIDNITE's music until he leaned forward, speaking with sudden intensity. Quote, this is Vaughn, quote, I'm telling you, recording that way forced us to hear our music stark naked. I haven't had to confront myself like that since I was 15. And that's all from Pierre Spray, the owner and engineer of Maple Shade Records, a Maple Shade studio, Wild Child record label. So, yeah. So that's the inside story from Pierre Spray, the producer of you know, fairly hands off, but a lot of hands on to make it happen and to connect all the dots. But his goal, not just for MIDNITE, but for everything he does, is to capture that raw essence, the raw essence of the live shows that he saw in Bukum Cafe and Lion's Den, the live essence that the countless fans and loyalists of MIDNITE in DC and the DMV area at the time, that they were renowned and mythologized and cherished for, that raw energy that people, I'm not taking anything away from anything by anyone by saying this, but they just weren't finding it anywhere. These are people that go to all the reggae shows. These are people who love reggae music from long time. These are the veterans who were interviewing Bob Marley, who were at the Bob shows. Dira Tompkins, Dermot Hussey, big up Kafunya Ife. These are devout loyalists, Rastafari, Black Rastafari, that understand how special this band was at this moment in time. and they were in that moment of time, and how special being in there and being present at that moment of time really was. What a gift that was, to be present for the treasure. So that album, back to the map, 1997, yeah, they're playing clubs, Tacoma Station, Mr. Henry's Coffee House, State of the Union, Lions Den, Buckham Cafe, the Roxy. 1997, Tough Lion joins. This team hones the Midnight sound to close to perfection by aggressively working in DC 3 to 5 nights a week, with occasional excursions to NY, Pennsylvania, Maryland, North Carolina, traditionally not starting till midnight. Grinding often slow, but exceptionally energetic, minor key, deep hypnotic roots, dark Rastafari reggae that struck a frequency and created an energy that was uniquely Midnight. We spoke of the Roz Make Peace album, which they recorded at Maple Shade Records, and in 99 ultimately was released. It was 98 that they recorded. It was ultimately released in 99, which was when they were in DC till 99, and then that's when they relocated, before Roz Make Peace even was on hard CD. They were back in St. Croix by the time it came out. They left DC in 99 to go to relocate back to Cruz permanently. Well, not permanently, but I mean, permanently. I mean, to live there. And left DC to move back to St. Croix. In doing so, and starting the next chapter of the Midnight saga, they started the Benjamin Brothers, Ron in particular being the engineer and the mastermind behind the music production of Midnight, started ARL, or African Roots Lab, African spelled with a K, African Roots Lab in St. Croix. And in St. Croix, Virgin Island, after they located right before the turn of the century, right before 2000, after recording at Maple Shade Studios. And I want to take a moment to touch on that window, that area, from the mid-90s through the end of the century, through 99, especially that section right there where they were just churning so hard. They had the formula, they had the body of work, they had the catalog, they were in the groove, they had the tight locked unit of Dion on drums, Joe Straws on bass, Tuffy on guitar, Ron on keys and harmonies, Vaughn on lyrics. And they were basically unstoppable. And they were the perfect depiction of what everyone who was either present or has any memory of that era fondly remembers as the Midnight Band. That's that window, that's that time that really codified the legacy, the dawning of the legacy of what was going to become one of the most legendary reggae bands of all time. I don't care what you think about Antigua, Virgin Island, where Djibouti. I don't care what you think about. This is one of the greatest Rastafari roots reggae bands who ever did it. Now, that is not up for debate. That part of the story, that's the only thing I'll present here that I say is not up for debate. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not here to diminish or belittle your beliefs. I'm here to deliver facts and information and statistics and realistics. And though that is truly not a belief I have, but something, a fact that is basically unshakable in my heart and mind. Now we can go back and forth on a lot of different things, but the reality of that band, and I am giving all glory to God, hailing the Most High for his divine intervention within their affairs in putting their energy into those works. But I am doing a massive shout out and salute of respect to the community that nurtured the development of that band at that time, which was in particular DC. And I know for a fact that Ron both Ron and Vaughn, but were frequenting events going on at Howard University. So you had great teachers like Baba Tahuti Sa Neberchur, Elder Baba Tahuti Sa Neberchur. You had Brother Steve Coakley going in deep on all the different conspiracy theories, all the factoids, all the stuff that had all the so-called scholars researching him to present all this information that now is becoming more common knowledge, not to digress at all, but like with what we're seeing coming out with the Epstein file and all this wouldn't be new to anyone had we all been paying more attention to what Brother Steve Coakley was putting down with his life, light and heat energy and word, sound, and power of his efforts. And many other greats, because as Vaughn said, and we even have recordings of Vaughn saying it, and he said, I don't even need to teach most of the people in this room. I think we were in Baltimore when he was saying that. I know this is a group of educated people here, highly educated people here. Said different walks of life, different lessons to teach. I could learn from all these people here because he knew it a group of educated people. And because that was the flame, that was the candlelight that Midnight was holding. They were attracting people of a certain kind of moral integrity and a certain kind of conscious constitution that was attracted to their music. They didn't care about, if you need to speed it up so that you can be more appealing for radio play. Oh, you need to do less, maybe more love songs, more love songs to be able to get more of the women excited into it. You need to get the women to dance because then more guys will come. And, you might have to, it's a little too stern and a little too narrow, you have to loosen, have to kind of put some of that away to kind of mellow it down. None of that was Midnight's priority, Vaughn or Ron. And I think Ron had the full confidence in Vaughn to be the mouthpiece for Midnight. I think everyone who's ever listened to Vaughn say more than 2 or 3 words know that Vaughn was more than competent enough to say what he meant and mean what he said. And that goes to that time and that goes to the end of times. But like that time, House of Kemet, Sankofa Video Store, Everlasting Life, Blue Nile Herb Store. It's just like so many Pyramid bookstores, so many great Tape Connection over. Georgia Avenue was its own, I don't want to say Black Wall Street, but it was like the Black Wall Street of consciousness. It was a thoroughfare. It was a downtown Manhattan, not by scale, but by potent energy, right just north of Howard University, that housed some of the avenues to the greatest teachings to come out of the Black community up to that point. And honestly, ever since, and DC is worse off for the gentrification and the dissolving of that area of Howard University. Good things can't last forever. I understand that. Time changes everything. I understand that. But DC, in particular, Georgia Avenue, is far worse off without those tremendous giants of who weren't in it for the profit. They weren't in it to make money. They were doing their best to keep the businesses going, doing what was right. They weren't there for profit. They were there for principle. So big up Baba Rafu. Big up Baba Tahuti. Big up Kwaku and Dooku. Big up everyone every single one of them down there, for committing to the devotion of what they felt they needed to offer up their time and energy and effort to improve the quality of life of their people, the quality and condition of not just the life, but the souls and the spirits and the minds and the hearts of their people. Because it wasn't the popular path. And that's what the parallel I'm trying to make. It wasn't the popular path. It wasn't the easy money path. It wasn't the lights, camera, action path that Vaughn would talk about. It was the hard road. It was the rocky road. And as Bob Marley say in Rainbow Country, road of life is rocky, but it sure feels good to me. And if there was any other band that could exemplify that to the umpteenth degree, to me, it was MIDNITE, especially at that time, because it was hard scrabble. It was hard scrabble at that time. And they were working really, really hard. I'm telling you, 3 to 5 shows a week. Any place that would let them set up, they working. And they're not just working to keep food in something on the plate. They're working for the music. They're working to get the message out there. They're like, if we can just get it out here, it will infect in a healthful way the hearts and minds of those listening to it. And it will create that effective change. When you hear interviewers talk to them back then, you even seen them, they even did an interview on Fox News back then. I think it was like 2000 or 2001 maybe. It did an interview on Fox News. And what Vaughn kept going back to, and Ron kept affirming, was this isn't just a music thing. You know, music is the vehicle. Music is the vehicle. This is word, sound, but the power is in the change it creates in the heart of the individuals who listen. It's about cleaning up your structure. It's about living better. It's not about sounding intelligent talking. It's not about pontificating about ancient antiquarian riddles and rhymes and parables of old. It's about utilizing the messages of old, the messages of yesterday, the experiences of those who sacrificed to defend their people, the insight from the Akashic in order to inspire people to take accountability over their own well-being and selves and to improve their condition from within, so that universally we can improve our condition without. And by without, I mean going without Babylon. Like Empress Rima say on one of her new songs from St. Croix, Empress Rima, I don't want nothing from Babylon. Well, going without, the example of solidifying the effective change from within to manifesting it by going without means going without none of them Babylonian thing. Don't need nothing from Babylon. In fact, what we're going to use from Babylon is we're going to use Babylon's tools to defeat Babylon. Use these instruments, use these computers, use this recording equipment, use these bars. We got bars. The only place we want to put music on is bars, but they performed in parks a lot of the time. They did a lot of stuff, Malcolm X Park, different parks they would do shows, because Vaughn did not like bars. He did not like the dynamic that we had to go to the nest of snake to spread the gospel of the Christ. But you use Babylon tools to defeat them. You have to meet people where they're at. If you're going to give them the water of healing, you got to find them in the dirt of the gutter. If you're going to find the ones that truly need the healing the most. So without going on and on and on, which I've already done, I want to say that shout out to Washington, D.C. Shout out to the incredible people of Washington, D.C. who not only help promote MIDNITE and book MIDNITE and house MIDNITE and feed MIDNITE. And I'm even talking about families of members of the band at the time who were there for the hard times. Not the easy breezy plane tickets in the mail, the deposits already in your Zelle, in your Cash App. Not those times. I'm talking about the tough times where the mission was clear to those involved in it, and everyone who had a hand in it who goes unrecognized. I salute you, because it's because of all that diligence and determination and commitment and sacrifice and selflessness that Midnight ever became Midnight. One of the most legendary Rastafari reggae bands of all time.
And on that note, brother, let us take a little intermission and give the people a little bit of Midnight.
Yo, flashback. Oh man. Oh man, that was actually in Harrisonburg, Virginia, outside of JMU University. That was when they returned from St. Croix. That's the chapter we're going into right now. That's the chapter we're about to go into right now. And that was also notably the first time that show, the band who opened up for them at that show was Soja. That was the first time Soja, at that time referred to as Soldiers of Jah Army, opened up for MIDNITE. And Kafunya was their tour manager running things. And we were down there and blessed by Kafunya and Vaughn and Ron, as well as Soja. They didn't never have a problem with us vending at shows or anything, but you know, Vaughn and Ron were a bit more particular when it came to people financing off of anything that had to do with any of their stuff. But that's a subject I'm gonna get to that here in a second. But yeah, that's the next chapter. That's the next chapter in the saga. And that was Harrisonburg, Virginia, Soja opening up for MIDNITE. And that was honestly the first time I had ever seen MIDNITE with a majority white crowd. Now, I know there's people out there, a lot of people love MIDNITE, love Akae, BEKA, love Vaughn, and everyone saying, why you keep going back to, why has it got to be about race? Because we're providing a historical accuracy. We're providing a lens into what the social and civic dynamic was in this area that they came up under at the time, and what the pushback that they were pushing against and effectively changing to the point where until the philosophy which hold one race superior and another inferior is finally permanently discredited and abandoned, until then it's going to be war, just like there's war all the time right now. Because that until is the prerequisite, and until that until is fulfilled, it's going to be more and more war, just like Selassie warned the League of Nations, which is what I heard Vaughn reiterate from the time I met him until the last time I was able to speak with him, a month, 5 weeks before he transitioned. That was one constant in there, for sure. And they were warriors in their own way, changing it, but not changing for it, not changing to capitulate and pander to people who don't want to be a part of the change. They were changing. They were the change. They were enigmatically exemplifying the strength and determination and durability of the original man. Who is the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, the mother and father of civilization, the god and goddess of the universe? It's that original man. They're the reflection of the cosmos. They're the reflection of the original God body. And everything comes from that. And those who do any research at all should be under no confusion as to why it is that they are the despised and rejected, the most misused and maligned, the most subjugated and devalued, the most villainized. Because the headstone of the corner is going to be the rejected stone, rather, is what will become the headstone of the corner. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be again in the end. Before beginning and without ending. So, does not your morning start in darkness? Well, so does tonight. So they were the example. Vaughn was the voice piece to stand as the champion against a system that was comfortable with racism, white supremacy, subjugation, opportunistic, predatory pimping of the greatness of African artistry. Yeah, we're not racist as long as you can work for us, as long as we can sell your art, as long as we can sell your music, as long as we can put you in our movies and make all the money, as long as we can put you on the sports field and on the sports court, and you can wear our costume, wear our signature, and make all this money for us, and we give you a diminished percentage while you still working for us like a slave under the illusion that you're free. And God bless those who nurture their talents to the ability of being able to be exalted as exceptional in this world of competition. But Midnight did not capitulate. Midnight did not change their sound to be more digestible to anybody, or to be more radio friendly, or to be more approachable. If there's one thing I will not say about any of the changes Midnight or Akae ever made in the saga of the bands, it was they never made their product more palatable for the masses, because the masses, they got a taste for garbage. Most of us, except those that get illuminated, except those that get enlightened, except those that try to evolve themselves spiritually to a higher standard and virtuously and morally, whose convictions get so to where they're like, look, I grew up eating McDonald's chicken nuggets, but now that I know that it's literally factory garbage, I can't eat that anymore. I love the taste of sugary drinks, but now that I know that it rots your bone and dissolves your heart, I can't allow myself to eat it anymore. And these were the messages that Vaughn was trying to initiate in the hearts and minds of people who live in a matrix of confusion, who are literally slaves in a system that they can't even smell, taste, or hear because they're so numb to it, because we're all in it. We're all in it. And I'm not saying this to beat anyone down who maybe had some McDonald's for lunch. Hey, you're not alone. You're not alone in Babylon boat. We're all here. We're just all, instead of tearing one another down, we got to try to pick one another up. But it's going to take some self-determination, initiative, and exerting accountability in our own actions, and understanding that we are accountable to the consequences of our own actions. And by cleaning up your diet doesn't just mean what you put in your mouth. Diet is what you allow yourself to watch, what you choose to read, the games you watch, the games you visit, what you ingest through your eyes, the music you listen to. A lot of the people that listen to gangster rap, they're not listening to gangster rap and trap music and slackness dancehall. They ain't even living that life. Now, being enthusiastic about that lifestyle can lead you to want to live that life. It can be an accessory to that lifestyle and be an accessory to living it. But a lot of the fan base that's paying money to support artists who are literally selling them poison, or who are being paid, at one point, it's changed up a little bit. People are doing it on their own free will. They think it's the creative way to get ahead. But in the times of record labels, it was the record labels, it was the rich, those who own the record labels, that are instructing the artists. We need more albums like this from you. If we're going to give you deposits for this next album, we're going to need you to have at least 8 songs like this, at least 6 songs like this. You could hide a conscious one in there once in a while, but don't let it be the one that's on the good beat. We need the catchy one to be the one that these goyim are going to eat up like cattle in their feed trough. That's what we need from you. And that's exactly what Midnight was, has been, and forever will be in the historical record, and Akae as the antithesis to that. And it's something so real For any of you out there that just didn't have a taste, oh, they too slow, and man, every song sounds the same. It's just monotonous. I don't even understand what he's saying. What's he saying, man? What's he even saying? I don't know why people are so enamored. I've heard all this on my journey. I've heard people who worship him like God incarnate. And I've heard people who just say, I don't get it. You must be stupid if you like that type of music. Or people are easily amused by things they don't understand. I've heard all of these things in reference to Vaughn Benjamin and MIDNITE and Akae, BEKA. And I want to be completely honest with you. Those who know. Those who feel. And not only is there, and I don't like using the term cult following, because MIDNITE, a lot of people say, well, MIDNITE, even though they didn't become like renowned international superstar level of financial success for their high output and works, or Vaughn, high output and works, they developed a strong, loyal cult following. And I don't like that term cult following, especially not for Vaughn. I'd say he developed a following of culturally rich fan base. He magnetized a very culturally rich fan base, a culturally potent fan base, people who are attracted to what he represented and what he symbolized and what he emanated and what the bands that he performed with radiated in the midst of their live performance that you just weren't finding anywhere else. So we're about to start the next chapter, but I just wanted to give that, that credit and a lot of that, and all that honor, because Vaughn was, like you said already, Baba, Vaughn was a thirsty learner. Like he knew he was a devout Rastafarian. He was Rasta to the bone. He hailed up His Majesty high. He knew that Bible. He had an encyclopedic autodactic understanding of that Bible and thorough metaphysical understanding of the works in that book that was unworldly compared to most people I've ever met or heard reference this or that or go to. And it wasn't just no cliche stuff. It wasn't the same 10 Bible verses you hear every Rasta saying every other name brand hit they come out with. I mean, he had albums and albums and albums woven with the things and the meanings of the things and layers of the things together to where it made you see a reference that you may have heard 100 times before in a whole new light, or maybe you heard references that you had never heard before, or you heard things that you never understood out of the Bible and just thought it was lost in translation, and then it got retranslated 3 or 4 times in one song for you. So he wasn't no slouch on that Bible. And he wasn't no sometime-ish Rasta when it came to hailing up His Majesty, but he believed in His Majesty's teachings when His Majesty said, you should learn. You should learn more. The person who thinks they've learned everything is as smart as knowing nothing at all. What happens when the cup overflows? You can't pour anything else into a full cup. So that's why you have to keep learning. It's good to learn. His Majesty talked about learning the secular knowledge of the world. So read the Bible, he said, but you have to learn about science. You have to learn about mathematics. You have to learn about environmental sciences and biology and everything. There's no problem that I've ever seen in the world where lack of knowledge is the solution. So Vaughn was exemplary when it came to coming outside of the 4 corners of the Rasta box or the sandbox of allowable thought when it comes to Rastafari. And I'm not insulting Rastafari. Rastafari is a very profound as I say, Black liberation theology with a spiritual core. That's an alchemy of so much different cultural influence and so much insightful metaphysical and meta-spiritual analysis of all things known and unknown, and a livity that it's very profound in its own right. But when one attempts to conform to a system that exists, that's in place already, they end up gravitating towards the edge of the limitations of that and sticking to it. And like you said, you see an Ankh, oh, that's heathen, that's that Egyptian stuff, that's heathen, that's pagan, we don't deal with that. But you deal with a cross, which is the sign of death. You know, so it's like turned off by African philosophy, turned off by Kemetic philosophy, turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to Moorish science and principles of you know, African nobility throughout time, and the lessons of the ancestors, and being scared of all of that stuff, being scared of a deeper knowledge of self, and gravitating to a limitation of what is effectively a refixed, remastered Greco-Roman Judeo-Christian reinterpretation of the scripture with a bit of Black nationalism sprinkled in, if ones and ones have enough of their heart that is emancipated and emboldened enough to be able to stomach that, the Pan-Africanism and the Black nationalism that was as woven into the original fundamentals of Rastafari by Leonard Percival Howell, and the influence of Marcus Messiah Garvey and Mortimer Plano, and all of the great Rastafari elders who taught the principles of developing the strong Black nation that could be a prime opposition to racism, white supremacy, and the false religion constructs that have been superimposed on the Black community that in 2026 is doing just as much, if not far more damage to the Black communities in Africa, in the Caribbean, in South America, and in America than ever before. So maybe we need to go back to those Rastafari elders and study the lessons of the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and remember what Flacco said, and remember what Wadi God said, and remember what Mortimer Plano taught. Maybe it's time to go back to the Promise Key and read through the Promise Key. White Rasta. Maybe the White Rasta need a buff up, because I see a lot of people running around cosplaying Rasta. And I'm not saying you have no right to, because as I've heard Mon say a number of times, who am I to deny someone their own redemption? Who am I to deny someone their own redemption? And we even have him on tape saying early, like 2001, 2002, we have him on tape saying that in Baltimore, there is a redemption for white men. There is a redemption for the white man, but it begins with him acknowledging his role in history and legacy up to this point, and accepting a righteous liberty to correct and to rectify the inequities of his historical legacy up to this point. And then would go on to say that who is he to, later on in life, to say, who is he to deny someone their redemption? And if Rastafari is your road to the mountaintop, then that's a beautiful thing. But one thing I get tired of is seeing white people taking the privileged role of appropriating a culture that's foreign to them, and that ultimately isn't necessarily a tool that's been forged and fashioned for them specifically, or for their condition or the condition they find themselves in specifically, appropriating that tool, remolding it into something of their own making, and then imposing that back on the originators critically and shamefully, as though the pioneers and the founders of these spiritual faith systems and these Black liberation theologies, they had it all wrong. And what they really needed to do was they really needed to love white people more and then Rastafari would have been correct, or the Nation of Islam would have been correct, or Hebrew Israelites would have it more right and exact if they just went out of their way to accept more white people into their groups. When we have not a prejudiced take, but a post-judgment of what happens when you allow the oppressor's children into your organizations and then run the house. Saw what happened to the Black Panthers. Saw what happened to the NAACP. More recently, saw what happened to Black Lives Matter. You see what happens to Rastafari. You see what happens to reggae music? When the same thing that happened to blues and the same thing that happened to jazz, the same thing that happened to classical, and the same thing that happened to rock, and the same thing that happened to ska and reggae. It's not so different. It's not an anomaly. It's the norm. As they say, it's not a bug. It's a feature. It's the way the system is designed to usurp the talent and the art and the craft like a parasite from the host, from the innovator, and then refashion it into the Beach Boys, and then refashion it into the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, and then refashion it into Elvis Presley, and then refashion it into an Eminem, or refashion it into a, well, you pick. And I'm not taking anything away from how hard any musician has worked at their craft to nurture it and develop it, and their ability and all of the accolades and achievements they've come by, usually hard fought, especially in reggae music, which has only ever been an underdog genre at its peak. I applaud all of you and your sacrifice and commitment to that craft. So I'm not criticizing you for coming. I mean, culture is assimilation. Culture is the imposition of other predecessor cultures on the current culture, leaving an impact and an imprint on that culture and the micro evolutions of that culture. But one of the scriptures that tends to stick with me is honor thy mother and father long. Honor thy mother and thy father so that your days may be long in the land which the Lord God giveth you. And a lot of us like to pick the fruits and sell them, and we curse the tree. We curse the tree. We hate the tree, but we love to sell the fruits off the tree. Someone's robbing the vineyard, which is why Vaughn said, all aboard in propaganda. Said, I'm not leaving without my contributions accounted for. He said, I'm not leaving your vineyard without the groundwork accounted for. All aboard. Why? Because he's the Kaaba stone, the original cornerstone. And they're destroying the blueprint so no one can see who's the original and who is the copy. Maybe it's time, all of us that love MIDNITE so much and love Vaughn Benjamin so much, maybe we got to go back to some Old Testament and resurrect in our mind the memory of how this legendary band became so enigmatic in the world, with lyrics like, they're banking in the pig. Then they call black man the sons of Ham. They call man's color pigmentation. There's so much to hear on those first few albums. I mean, just listening to Unpolished and Rise Make Peace over the last few days, I'm just like, man, you just forget how abundant the lessons are on there and the inspiration and the influence. And then you remember exactly why people took to this band so endearingly. And I know that a lot of the stuff we're talking about is pissing a lot of people off, which isn't necessarily my intention. It's just it's a consequence of being aware of, as Dennis Brown said, the half that's never been told, because this is the half a lot of people like to bury. In this culture, in this society in which we live, particularly in America, we want to bury, until the lion has his own historian, the tale of the hunt always glorifies the hunter. And we're quick to exalt the black actor's movies, and we're quick to exalt the black actor when he wins the playoff, or the black basketball player when he wins the playoffs. Comedians is a little more difficult, because every time Dave Chappelle come out saying something that's rubbed people a little wrong, people get kind of funny. Well, Vaughn was that type of artist, I believe, the whole way through. But in particular, in those times when he was less compromising and less tolerant and intentionally didn't care about any consequences for exhibiting his priority. And to touch on, and we're going to get right into it, because I know I'm detracting from this with emotion and feeling. But one of the things I remember the brethren saying, and we won't, and respect for those who have passed, and respect for those who have their own incredible musical legacy that they've left behind for us to cherish, and who I personally believe was heavily influential sonic-wise, sound-wise, for MIDNITE. When we saw them in a discord with one another, and one of the aspects of the discord was these singers telling Vaughn that he needs to tone it down, and he's too edgy, and he's coming with too much of a limited ultra black take on the thing. And there's a lot of people in Europe and America that would really like your music if you didn't have such a judgmental tone in a lot of the songs you sang. And Vaughn schooled him 100,000 different ways with that Bible and just off the top of his head. But one of the things that stuck with me that I remember him saying to him is he said, we're operating as a candle in the dark. And one of the consequences of the candle being in the dark is you attract many moths to the candle. And that's not bad, but that's not the duty of the candle. The candle's duty is to illuminate the darkness and bring light in the minds of those who are lost. And I heard him go on stage to say, it's the sum total, at that time, it's the sum total of the music I make, this music we make, ain't no depths, ain't no heights and no depths, and no mystique to the music we make. This is what Vaughn said. He said, the prime reason, the sum total of this music we make is to wake up the black man and black woman and bring them together so we can get up out of Babylon. To wake up the black man and the black woman so we can get them together to get up out of Babylon. Now, he said many other things after that. But that was something that he made a point of saying, and not just in the midst of that argument, on the stage to the crowd, and was telling these elders, these veterans, that look, if there's European and American, white, whatever, if they're attracted to my message because I'm singing the truth, if they can stomach the truth, that's great. But that's not my priority. My priority isn't to pander to them. My priority isn't to beg their acceptance. That's some old thinking. That's some old time something. I'm not one of them old time. I'm older than that. The Kaaba stone. Kaaba stone don't have to beg favor from no children of no lost generation. No people steering the ship right into the iceberg. Now I'm trying to wake my people up. That's my priority. I'm trying to wake my people, because my people are lost because of all of this white man's religions, all of these Arabs' religions, all of their manipulation of our culture, manipulation of our music. We're trying to break down all of those scales. that are on our eyes. We're trying to tear off all those scales. And if there's ones and ones that are attracted to it, great. But that's not my priority. It's not the priority of the flame to attract moths. It's the duty of the flame to illuminate the darkness and to wake up and bring clarity and light in the minds of those who are lost. So, and Baba, I don't know if you want to chime in on anything before we go into this next chapter, the St. Croix chapter of the next chapter, because I already know we're going long and might as well just keep going long because it's going to be a long ride. And it's the original Midnight ride and beyond. We haven't even gotten to the end of the Midnight side of things yet.
No, you're doing beautiful. Go right ahead.
Thank you, brother. Okay. So we finished off with the release of Rosmeg Peace at Maple Shade Studios at the end of 99. Midnight relocates back to St. Croix. They get the albums, and that is when the lineup changes again significantly because they had the unit tight and locked up tight, but it changed, and they also changed, the scenario changed of them having their own studio to work with. Now, this is the dawn of a new era of Midnight because this is the first time that Midnight is going to be able to have sole control over the production quality and production mathematics of the production of their album from crown to toe. There's no outside involvement, no other, engineers other than who Ronnie really trusts to help if he had a question to ask or whatever. It's all them now. It's all them. And they go right into it. They start African Roots Lab. They're living in St. Croix. They start African Roots Lab, and they produce what a lot of people, including myself, ironically enough, because I kind of have two tiers. I know I said that Unpolished is probably the best reggae album of all time, and I hold firm to that. But I actually think that Jubilees of Zion, which is right, beautiful. Jubilees of Zion is probably my personal favorite Midnight album of all time, and it's an exceptional album, and it's the first time that Midnight gets to create an album completely free of any outside influence, completely free of having to work around the constraints of anyone but their own. And as you heard Pierre Spry talk about, it was really daunting having to work with Ron because he was so particular about getting it right. Well, now he gets to get it right. And in his mind, this is the first example of Midnight's works as he hears it in his head. Like, this is the way as he hears his music in his head, that's how it comes out on Jubilees of Zion for the first time, African Roots Lab. And that's in 2000. And so they go and they do that, and they spend time working at that. And at the time, this is when the lineup shifts. When they move back to St. Croix, they bring on Philip Pix Merchant Jr. Philip Pix Merchant Jr., nickname Pix, becomes the bass player. That was the bass player we saw in the video. And that was effectively the lineup that was switched to. Abijah, the elder guitarist, was not in the group just yet, but it was Dion on drums, Ronnie on keys, and he did a lot of guitar on the album, as well as Waylon Massacott, another St. Croix musician on guitar, and Simpson Desbones, Desbones, I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, Desbonnes, added some guitar licks in it. But basically, between the three of them, they did the guitar on that album. But Pix is credited, at least on the first release of the album when it was a CD. Philip Merchant Jr. was credited as playing the bass on that album. And that's the beginning of this next lineup of Midnight, which is extremely important because it's the lineup that most people, when they remember hearing Midnight for the first time live, not listening to Unpolished and Roz Make Peace, but listening to those songs and the songs from Jubilees of Zion and some other songs that were never put on albums and the next few albums, when they were hearing all those songs played live from 2000 to 2005, that was the lineup. And for the live performance after Jubilees of Zion, they got Abijah Hicks, who's the elder guitarist there, Abijah Hicks from St. Thomas, Virgin Island, nicknamed the Peace Ambassador, Abijah Hicks. And he was a veteran musician at that time and joined up with Midnight. And so it was Phil Merchant on bass, Abijah on guitar, Dion on drums, Ronnie on keys, Vaughn singing, and they started coming back to the States to perform live for the first time without Tough Lion on guitar and without Joe Strauss on bass, but with this new lineup and a whole new album that, like I say, a lot of people credit as being the best Midnight album. And that's up for personal debate. It's my favorite. I have a special place in my heart for Jubilees of Zion because of the beginning of the African Roots Lab production. I love so many songs off of it. I love Vaughn's lyrics and dynamic on it. I thought it just had such a haunting resonance, and the frequency of the album was just like, it sounded different from the other two. And I mean, I know a lot of people think Roz Make Peace is the best album of all time because it's so raw and it's so unedited and unfiltered. And the songs on that they love, and Vaughn's lyrics are so dynamic and potent and singing about all sorts of stuff, and and Unpolished is so it's really up for interpretation. It's really hard to narrow down what is the best. Beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. So behold yourself, whatever it is you want. But I keep coming back to Jubilees of Zion being like my favorite Midnight album in totality. While I do think Unpolished is probably one of, if not the best roots reggae albums of all time. Okay. So after 99, after returning home to St. Croix, the Benjamin Brothers would start African Roots Lab, which would be the studio and production label for the next 8 Midnight albums. And I say the next 8 Midnight albums, not 8 albums with the name Midnight on them, the 8 next and complete total amount of albums that would be made under the Midnight moniker that are definitively Midnight production, because Ron's production with Vaughn collaborating and members of the actual band of the time. So if you include Unpolished and Roz Make Peace in that, it goes Unpolished, not including the demo from Jim Fox. Unpolished, Roz Make Peace, Jubilees of Zion, the first African Roots Lab, then Seek Knowledge Before Vengeance, then Scheme of Things, then Ancient Maps, then What Makes a King, then Anthology, then Lion Out of Zion. And we'll get to the numbers in a minute because I'm going through all that. But I'm just letting you know that from 2000 to 2013, which is when Lion Out of Zion came, and I'm not including the dub album in that number, those are the Midnight albums, including Intense Pressure dub. Those are the Midnight albums. As far as I'm concerned, everything else that held the Midnight name, whether it was Midnight I Grade and all them other collaborations, that's Akae BEKA. That's Vaughn Benjamin's solo projects. That's not Ron's body of work. That's Vaughn's body of work. Now, the Midnight Band playing live under the conduction of Ron Benjamin as the musical director of the band for the live performances that went till 2014, from 1989 to 2014. That's Ron. And so anyway, we're getting to 2000. After coming home, bass and guitar roles would be replaced by Abijah Hicks and Philip Pix Merchant, respectively. This would remain the lineup from 2000 to 2005, which was a very important period for the Midnight Band. This would be the period of broader national and international recognition of the phenom that was Midnight. So the period from 2000 to 2005 was when they started coming back from St. Croix to America. They would come to DC, especially the first few years. They would come back to DC because that was their old stomping grounds. They had a built-in fan base that was super enthusiastic to have them back, and would come out. And that's when Baba, that's when you and me were going to every Midnight show that we could as fans of Midnight, but also, you know, Ron and Vaughn and Kafunya, Empress Kafunya Ife, big up Empress Kafunya. They would let us vend. We were vendors, and we were selling books, and we were selling videotapes of lectures from New York and DC. We were celebrating our DJ mixes. We were selling Rastafari shirts, Bob Marley shirts, Marcus Garvey shirts, Tams, incense, soap, you know, whatever, necklace, all them vending things. We were cultural vendors, but primarily our focus was the books, as well as like lectures and videotapes for those who are more visual learners and listen more like this, like listening to people talk and can't sit there and read a book. But like at the time, people were still reading a lot. Hopefully we get back to that. But the books were a priority. And so through reasoning with Vaughn and Ron and them getting to know Baba and myself a bit better, they, I guess, softened their heart enough to feel like, even though they didn't like people trying to make money at their shows, they didn't want people selling merch at their shows, they definitely didn't want people filming them for any reason, because before everyone had a cell phone with a camera in it. They would, but they let us vent. They let us vent. ADD Sound Syndrome was our vending moniker, and they would let us vend. And oft times when we would vend at the shows, before the show would start, we get the table set up, and Vaughn, one of my favorite memories, Vaughn would come up and he'd quiz me on the books I had, because we tried to have everything. I mean, we had the religious books in the center, and then we had the conscious books, and then we had the conspiracy theory books, and then we had the books exposing this or that, and the historical books and the spiritual books, and we had so much different stuff. And he would sit there or stand there, and he'd point at a book and say, all right, what's this one about? Tell me what you know about this one. What him talk about in this one? And he would sit there and quiz me on the books. And I'd be like, oh, you haven't read this one? He'd be like, no, man, I read all them book. We done read all them book long time. We want to see what you know about the book, where you keep on your table. We want to know what you know about them your book you keep on table. So I said, oh, okay. So I did my best. And then when we came to a book, like maybe a new one or one, I had many, because I had a lot of books that I wanted to read that I hadn't even read yet. Books that I was like, ooh, that's a good one. We need that for the table. And I'd be like, yeah, I haven't even read this one yet. He'd be like, oh, you haven't read this one yet. What about this one? You read this one yet? And I'd be like, oh, no, I haven't read it. He's like, here. And he'd hand me one of my own books. He said, yep, I'll read that one next. In fact, even one of the last times he did that, he gave me, we had this book on the table, Ethiopic, by Ayale Akari, which goes into the Ethiopic Gaiz, or the ancient Ethiopic writing system, Semitic writing system that Amharic is based off of. Amharic is a more contemporary version of Gaiz, which is the ancient Semitic writing system. Otherwise, it's called Ethiopic. And this is lessons on that and the history of that, and certain synonymous aspects of language in understanding of that. And this is one he picked up off the tip. He said, well, you have to read this one next. It's a good one. It's a good one you have to read. So I did. And I'm grateful for everyone he recommended. And then he would buy books. He'd buy books for him and Ron. Usually he'd get at least a couple. Sometimes he'd get 3 or 4. Because he supported us. Because he knew what we were doing was not just like them. It wasn't for money. It wasn't the money thing. He's like, you're doing this for principle over profit. Didn't need me to tell him that. He could see this. He said, you're going against the grain. You're not getting in the groove. You're going against the groove. And for that, I admired that. So he supported it. So that's just a little, I digress. That's just a little inside baseball about me and Baba linking with them when they first start coming back from St. Croix. And they start doing shows. They start doing shows there. And they start doing shows in Baltimore, in DC, SOBs in New York, start doing shows in New York again. Big up Cafunia, big up King Simon. A lot of these are the ones that actually, made that happen. These are the stars that don't go seen in the constellation. We see the picture of the constellation. We don't know about these hidden stars in the great black, that really bring the light out. So big up those ones. Big up all those ones. Big up Twin Sound and the rest of them. Big up everyone who supported Midnight in those times. And so this was the early 2000s. And with this lineup, this is the lineup that started getting legs to move past just the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast area. Not just doing shows. I mean, they're doing shows in Boston, doing shows in New York, doing shows in Philly, doing shows in Baltimore, once again, DC, start doing shows in North Carolina. But then they, in 2002, significant thing happened in 2001. Significant thing happened. 2001, the first Midnight I-grade collaboration comes out, which is, I'll say, that Desmond Williams album that was made in 98 that came out in 2008. That's the first collaboration I would say I identify as like the earliest works of Vaughn Benjamin as a solo artist with an independent engineer creating an Akae BEKA-like project. But the first open in the marketplace Midnight I-grade collaboration, which in retrospect I would see as being called Akae BEKA. And I know Vaughn, as these albums are being released, many of these albums that were Midnight I-grade collaborations are being titled Akae BEKA for accuracy of what it actually symbolizes and means. Nemosian Rasta. Nemosian Rasta. And Nemosian Rasta was the first I-grade Vaughn Benjamin collaboration in 2001, which started the long-lasting musical relationship with Laurent Tippy Alfred all the way to the end of I-grade Records and eventually Zion Kings, and spawned a lot of other relationships with Andrew Moon Bain of Luster Kings and Jod D of Zion High Productions, and we'll deal with all that in a minute. But 2002 was a big year. 2002 was the year that Midnight made their California debut at the 9th annual Sierra Nevada World Music Festival. 1 month later, after that show, it was like their first Cali debut, which people may not think that's something big. Because at that time, I mean, even time changes everything. But at that time, Cali was the hotbed for reggae, the biggest festivals, the multi-day festivals. Sierra Nevada Music Festival was a decade in. A Reggae on the River was at that point, 25 years, something like that, into their legacy. The biggest reggae festivals in America were in California, and the most active touring schedules for reggae artists were on the West Coast through California up to Seattle, basically from Seattle, Washington, down through Portland, down through Northern California, Southern California. And that was a huge thoroughfare in the same way, you know, Boston, New York, Philly, DC, Atlanta, Tampa, you know, Miami down to Miami and, you know, Florida, close to Yard, was the East Coast leg of the active tours. The West Coast leg was the California tours. And there was a huge thirst for that there. And I want to bring in something right now, because something also changed at this time that affected MIDNITE and a number of other bands when it came to exposure. And it was XM satellite radio, which was based out of Washington, D.C., and simultaneous with XM in Washington, D.C., in New York, Sirius Radio, which was another satellite radio station. It's the beginning of satellite radio. Before streaming, before YouTube, satellite radio was the first nationally broadcast, you know, universal radio stations that, you know, were basically just all music for the most part. I mean, there was a number of different channels that did different things, but like, you know, not advertisements for just as long as the musical sets. You're not dealing with local ads, local syndicated ads, and just regular radio. It was the evolution of the radio station, and the radio model was satellite radio. So this was big in the world of music, not just reggae, in the world of music. And XM was based out of Washington, D.C. Not only was XM based out of Washington, D.C., but when XM opened, it brought in Dermot Hussey, who we're going to talk about in a second, as well as Papa Wabe, who was the lead DJ for a show called Reggae Shockwaves on WPFW from long time. He was like the Don DJ of the biggest like community radio station reggae show. I don't know, that community radio station doesn't sound like a big thing, but in a metropolitan area like DC that craves independent music, that craves uncensored, uncorporatized radio, that's where it lives. It lives on the community radio, where you're not bound by restrictions. You don't have to, it's not payola telling you got to play this album because it just came out. You got to play it every show. You got to do this. You can't play that stuff. You got to read all these commercials. No, community radio is nonprofit, non-commercial, educational community radio license. So it literally doesn't read commercials for companies. It promotes local businesses that get underwriting, and it plays what it wants to play. And we have Papa Wabe holding it down. Big up Papa Wabe with the Reggae Shockwaves. Big up Smooth Devastation. Another strong DJ on Reggae Shockwaves. Big up brother J-Bone. J-Bone is another local DJ of DC at that time who was on Shockwaves. So these local DJs and radio personalities were supporters of the local reggae scene, to the point where when Mo Janaya would come out with a new album, they would play it and get it promoted at a local level so that people could become familiar. When MIDNITE came out with Unpolished, came out with Roz Make Peace, they were playing it all over WPFW. They were playing it. They were promoting it. When Soja came out with their first EP, their first 4 songs in those 4 dubs from Jim Fox, Soja was getting play on WPFW because of Papa Wabe, Reggae Shockwave, as well as their For Peace in a Time of War album, which was like 2000, 2001, that time when that album came out. And so we're still in that early time when things are grassroots. Things are grassroots. I know Soja a big name now, and people, that's a whole nother lecture to clarify the roots of that group. But they've been doing it for a long time, and they were an intricate part of that scene. And that was the scene they were working to get recognition in. They didn't live in Cali. They lived in Arlington, Virginia, and the scene was in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Maryland. And they were a big part of that scene at that time. I mean, not at the beginning, they were just a local band, but they worked hard to become a part of that scene, and they are synonymous with that area. And they had the respect of Papa Wabe, J-Bone, Smooth Devastation, these type of DJs who were putting them out there, as well as Dermot Hussey. So when XM started, I know I'm carrying this too long. When XM started, Dermot Hussey was hired to be the program director of The Joint, which still is, I believe, the reggae channel on XM. Now XM and Sirius have combined. They're one monopoly now. They're one thing. But The Joint was the name of the reggae station that Dermot Hussey was put in charge of. I believe Papa Wabe was brought in to be the basically the head guy of the Joint of programming. Like the program director was Dermot Hussey, who took the role that Papa Wabe had, but I believe Papa Wabe came in there from WPFW to be a part of it right at the beginning. And because of the two of them, not only did Soja get loaded into the Sirius radio station and broadcast to Hawaii and Guam and all over the country and places that they would have not reached other than trying to do tours in those places, which they were not doing. But so did MIDNITE. And so MIDNITE's recorded works were played for the first time at a national level, and levels like to reach Hawaii and Guam and all that, thanks to satellite radio. And especially thanks to the likes of Papa Wabe and Dermot Hussey. So I got an interview from Dermot Hussey. And here, I'm just going to read this because it kind of lets you know who he is and why it's important what he's saying about MIDNITE in this instance. Regarding MIDNITE's significance as a touring roots reggae act and their relative influence in the world of reggae after 20 years in the game, this is from 2013, by the way. We have perspective on both. I know of no one with a better perspective on this than Dermot Hussey, a notable Jamaican broadcaster, broad DC caster, who spent many years working with the now defunct Jamaican Broadcasting Corporation and Radio Jamaica. A personal friend of both Bob Marley, Hussey co-authored with Malika Lee Whitney a biography titled Bob Marley, Reggae King of the World, Bob Marley, Reggae King of the World, and produced the interviews featured on the Talking Blues album. And Peter Tosh and former program manager are interviews with Bob. He was a personal friend of Bob Marley and Peter Tosh, as well as being former program manager at XM's The Joint and a current DJ at Sirius/XM's The Joint. I don't know if he's still there or not. And this is Dermot Hussey, quote, "When I ran The Joint prior to the merger, I played MIDNITE a lot," says Hussey during our recent conversation. "Lyrically, they are absolutely original, with a stream of consciousness that is uniquely fascinating because it represents a level of intelligence that embraces a wider history than what reggae normally spans. It is interesting that they have never found a footing in Jamaica, even with an album produced by Andrew Basie Campbell. I guess they would be deemed, quote, too deep. But if you listen closely, as you no doubt have, their music, the best of it, is absolutely original." There is no doubt that when it comes to reggae, not Rastafari, Jamaica, not less Rastafari, Jamaica is the true holy land. That small rock in the blazing sun, where three unique spirits join together in their own virtual holy trinity in the mid-1960s to create a sound and a vibe that has since not only gone afar in, but touches souls daily in some of the most remote places on earth. I'm speaking, of course, of those wailing wailers, Bob, Peter, and Bunny. The reasons for why the island as a whole is not embraced or even extended a hand to MIDNITE are many. The fact that they are not from Jamaica is the most glaring reason. There is also the fact that MIDNITE has long been lauded by fans and critics as the, quote, future of reggae. Yet they are not from Jamaica. When there is the fact that MIDNITE took the Bob Marley formula for roots reggae, flipped it, cooked it up, resulting in a blend of sounds almost nothing like Marley's brand of reggae, and the fact that they are not from Jamaica, well, I think you can see where I'm taking this. Recognition of their songwriting talent, lyrical content, and musicianship, as well as their acceptance among those within the industry, perhaps suffers because of the fact that they do not conform to the so-called norms or standards of the industry. While reggae is a music that comes out of the rebellion against the system, the reggae music industry is part of that same system. Dermot Hussey hints this during a recent conversation about the band. This is a quote from him, because I know many of y'all have seen the clip from there was a fest, or I don't know if it was like an AIDS benefit or some kind of reggae benefit a number of years ago that had a panel of a lot of different musicians, including who was Meta and the Cornerstones, and Ika Mouse was there, and Vaughn was there, and Harrison Stafford from Groundation was there. Matis Yahu was there. And this was at the beginning of Matis Yahu's rise. He was still in his Orthodox Hasidic attire, and he had just dropped his first album or whatever that kind of put him on the map, and he was getting catapulted. So now this is in reference of, and the reason I bring that up is because he said some things as though he always wanted to do a collaboration with MIDNITE that just never happened. And Vaughn indulged him in that moment and said, well, why don't we just do something right here? So Matis Yahu, who beatboxes, and that was one of his original claims to fame, he could like beatbox and stuff. He would beatbox, and then Vaughn did like a unique freestyle flow in his fire chant style over the beatbox. And, some people applauded and some people didn't. And anyway, it was a dream. I guess it was equal to a dream being fulfilled to Matis Yahu, because this is something Dermot Hussey had to say. Quote, once while I was speaking to Matis Yahu on the phone, his greatest desire was to tour with MIDNITE. And he said that if I could organize it, he would come to XM and do a live show. However, I was unable to grant him this request because MIDNITE would just not do it. Based on their stance at the time, they would never endorse such an idea, although they would benefit immensely from the exposure. Quote, I think lyrically they have changed the form of the reggae song, imbued with what I call a stream of consciousness effect, because the effect of that Vaughn Benjamin's seemingly nonstop delivery of layers and layers of history, philosophy, a different universal look. Intellectually, they are way in advance of mostly simply messages of traditional reggae. The key question is this: can they lead the social movement? Only if the audiences can connect with them on that level, and that is their biggest challenge. In summary, as we sit here in 2013, we can most certainly say that the story of MIDNITE has not yet been written. Will Vaughn Benjamin go on to become the most talented, most prolific, most influential figure in reggae music since Bob Marley? Well, as Bob himself once said, Time will tell. So that's an interview. Dermot Hussey, who once again, I have to say, he was like a reggae diplomat, reggae ambassador of Washington, D.C., deep knowledge of it, was a broadcaster forever, promoter of reggae music forever, a lifer when it came to promoting conscious reggae music in Jamaica, through Jamaica, from Jamaica to America, in DC, on and on and on, satellite radio. Another unsung hero of the MIDNITE story, of their gaining more notoriety and recognition nationally and even internationally as a result of exposure via satellite radio, and even at a more local level, you know, with WPFW, and like I'm talking about Papa Wabe, another one, and Dira Tompkins, another one, and King Simon, another one, and Empress Kafunya, another one. It takes teamwork to make a dream work. No man is an island. No man stands alone. And although there is none like Vaughn, and without Vaughn, who knows what would have been possible without him? My guess is not very much, and certainly none of the legacy that we're going over today would be the same. But we do honor those who give their life and energy and sacrifice and money and strength to the rise of others, selflessly, because of a common goal and mission that's bigger than getting recognition of a band. That's bigger than making money at a show, putting a show on and making money at a show. That's bigger than having a great party. That's bigger than producing a solid album. There's an overarching, not just an underline, but an overarching purpose for what all of these people and all of these producers that we're about to go over have committed so much of their life and livelihood and liberty to, at probably tremendous sacrifice, selfless sacrifice, for a bigger mission. And that mission was to reach people like you and people like me, to change our lives for the better, to change the way we see the world and the way we look at the world and the way we see ourselves in the world, and see ourselves as valuable and having strength and purpose and energy. And we're not insignificant. All are one. So, you know, in doing this, what benefits you, it benefit me too. What hurts you, it hurts me too. So hopefully we can recall these things. And that's why I'm recalling the names of Dira Tompkins and Kafunya and King Simon and Dermot Hussey and Papa Wabe and all the DJs, J-Bone and Smooth Devastation and all of them. Because they were significant in my life. I don't know if I'd be doing the radio nowadays. I don't know if I'd be 17 years deep into doing reggae, radio, and soapboxing, the things I think are important for us to focus on and try to motivate a hopeful change in the world through word, sound, and power, through spoken word and conscious music. I don't know if I'd be nearly 2 decades into doing that if it wasn't for me being impacted by hearing community radio with conscious music during my upbringing and my initiation into the world of Rastafari and reggae music. Certainly wouldn't be the same thing had I never heard MIDNITE, whether or not I met Vaughn, which I'm so grateful and lucky. And I'm not one of the ones who got to spend hours and weeks and weekends with him and all that. It was just at shows and at certain moments, and, you know, being able to witness him, the good and the bad, being able to watch him go toe to toe with Rastafari elders, the Nyabingi theocracy reign, championing his points of view and his perspectives of things that he might feel are going washed out, that have significance, or seeing him challenge reggae veterans in a way that maybe an elder Vaughn Benjamin would have just shook his head and told himself to go sit down somewhere and listen instead. Maybe. But I'm grateful that I was there to see all of it. I'm grateful that I was present, because it's allowed me to become the person I am. And I feel stronger and more hopeful and courageous enough to be able to endure the educational legacy of some of the strongest Black leaders with the most critical perspectives against the society, which has led all of us astray and let so many of us down in so many ways. And most of us don't even have the courage to acknowledge that because we feel afflicted, because our skin is our prison, our complexion is our direction, and we don't allow ourselves to think anything that ruffles our feathers, as it were. When we can't take accountability for the fact that old kind of thinking is how we got to exactly where we are right now. And I don't even need to talk about where we're at right now, other than one word: disappointing. But there is hope. And there certainly is fertilizer or fuel to grow the solutions left by ones like Akae, BEKA, and MIDNITE. Okay, moving on. Sierra Nevada World Music Fest, the 9th Sierra Nevada World Music Fest in 2002 was their first presentation in a live arena to California. And people came from all over the world to go to these Sierra Nevada and Reggae on the River music festivals, and them doing smaller shows in the region for the ones that weren't there. That's also what you do. So people were picking up on it. Internationally, people were picking up on this band. 2002, Sierra Nevada, and they would do Sierra Nevada 2002, 2003, 2004, 3 years in a row, as well as 2004. They would do Reggae on the River as well, which was the biggest reggae festival, especially at that time, the biggest reggae festival in the United States. And so this was a trod with that lineup from 2000 to 2005 that most people that we just watched a video of, most people were getting that dose of MIDNITE, which was exceptional and dialed. You had Pix and Dion working as a duo called The Machine with the drum and bass collaboration. You had Papa doing the guitar licks and the incredible keeping that rhythm, and you had the energy of MIDNITE, just loving that it was all hitting, it was all hitting. In a similar way with the previous lineup, when even if the crowds were smaller during the previous lineup and the venues were smaller, it's not so much about size and numbers. It's about feeling the radiation off of the people that are there. Like Jim Fox said, he said his favorite night was there was 5 people there. And that was the best night of music he had ever participated in up to that point, with 5 people in the crowd. So also in 2002, as well as their September 1st performance at Monterey Bay Festival in 2002 as well. So they did a number of big festivals in 2002. Monterey Bay Reggae Fest, Sierra Nevada Reggae Fest. They also played a huge show in Sao Paulo, Brazil, which was the beginning of one of their biggest, largest, and most enthusiastic fan bases is in Brazil. Like they would do shows. I think they had like a show with like 500,000 people, like ridiculous amount of people at one point later on. Like people would just, MIDNITE became the thing in Brazil. And the first big show was in 2002, same year as those 2 big reggae fests, which was a month before their, the Sierra Nevada was a month before the release of Seek Knowledge Before Vengeance, their 4th album, their 4th full-length album. So that was a big year. 2002 was a huge year for MIDNITE. And that's when they really started getting national recognition, even international recognition with the Brazil type of thing. And then, like I say, they started getting booked and touring hard out through that period. 2004, they did Reggae on the River. And that was another leveling up. And the end of 2004 was an interesting period because that's when the lineup took a shift again. They recorded these albums between 2004 and 2005, really 2005, but they were recording them in 2004, was the next two albums after Seek Knowledge Before Vengeance, Scheme of Things and Ancient Maps. So those would be the last two albums that Dion Bozie Hopkins as drummer, and Philip Merchant Pix would play on in the recording aspect, as well as the live aspect. So Jubilees of Zion, Seek Knowledge Before Vengeance, Scheme of Things, Ancient Maps, 2000 to 2005. That's the lineup. And Abijah Hicks, that's the lineup for those albums, except Abijah wasn't on Jubilees. But that's the lineup for those albums and for the live shows until the end of 2004, when the lineup was changed, when they changed the lineup again. And interestingly enough, as the story that was told to me goes, excuse me. As the story that was told to me goes, before Pix and Bozie and Abijah left, they had done a show. They had done a show in Puerto Rico. I knew they had done a show in '99. I think they did one at some point a little later too, a little closer to that date. Those dates, like 2003, 2004, they had done a show in Puerto Rico. And when they were there and they did a performance, they had some locals tell them, are you going to be here tomorrow night? And they said, yeah, we'll be here for a couple of days. I said, oh, because you should come to this club down the way. There's a band playing at the club. And they're like, yeah, all right. And they're like, no, you should. So they're a midnight cover band. And they were like, what? Because, probably caught their attention. There's a midnight cover band. They said, but the thing is they play all midnight, but they play midnight in Spanish. It's all in Espanol in Puerto Rico. They were like, what? That's interesting. And they were like, yeah, but they're really good. Like, we think you'll like them because they're really good. They're really good musicians and they do it really well. We think you'll like them, but your stuff is so deep that they really want to share with people who don't speak English and who need to hear this stuff. And so they're like, all right, we'll come. So they, Ron and Vaughn, maybe the other members came, but either way, the two of them came and they saw a Puerto Rican reggae band that was ultimately a midnight cover band. And they noticed the drummer, this big Puerto Rican cat, Rasta, who was crushing it on the drums. And he was doing the midnight drum sound and the late crashes and the little toms and little ghost notes here and there and just crushing it. And they took notice to him. And I guess Ron, got his number and connected with them. They, said, wow, you guys sound really good. It's interesting. It's interesting hearing our songs in a different language, and said, all right. So once at that junction in 2005 or in the 2004, when, Bozie was gone and Pix was gone and Abijah was gone, and they shifted the lineup, they called this drummer from this band in Puerto Rico and said, so you play all these midnight covers and all them things, you sound pretty good. You want to come play with Midnight? You want to be the drummer for the actual Midnight band? He said, all right. Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that. Shucks, kind of dream come true type of stuff. So he came on board, and that was Christian Sly Molina Curet, who would remain the drummer, the replacement drummer for Bozie Hopkins for Midnight for the rest of the Midnight legacy, and for the beginning, maybe the first year or two of Akae BEKA. He would remain the constant drummer for the band that would be built into probably the longest lasting duration of the Midnight Band. And now that I'm at that point, and the rest of the story from this point on, this is 2005 to 2007, they had some different players on there developing, the lineup, Ron kind of managing the players as they went to get the sound changed. What I'm trying to say, the sound, the energy, the frequency changed. And I'm not saying better, I'm not saying worse. I have a nostalgia for the lineup with Abijah and Phil and Dion. I have a nostalgia for the sound of Joe Strauss on bass and Tuffy on guitar and Dion on drums. I have a nostalgia for the root sound of the early albums and the early shows that I was able to witness and be present for. And I probably have a bias because of that. But I also have a memory of the frequency that it radiated in the crowds, and particularly in the crowds in DC and Baltimore and New York at those early times that were predominantly grassroots, African crowds, with a few white folk really interested, speckled in and scattered in. But there's something about what the songs that Midnight sang, the current that it would permeate through the crowds of these people who felt as though they were witnessing greatness and acting itself in their presence. They were witnessing magic happen. They were getting, they were hearing the ancestors being channeled through Vaughn as some form of a medium, and messages from the Akashic cosmic consciousness transmitted to them through the conduit of Vaughn Benjamin and through the sonic frequency of the Midnight Band that did something to these crowds that I never saw again. I personally never experienced again in the same way. Now, I've been to many, many, many Midnight shows, many Akae BEKA shows later, and I was there. I could witness the trance-like state and the hypnotic states and the reception that these crowds would get into, and the sort of dynamic that Midnight created, continued to create throughout their legacy. But I never felt like the way I felt when I'm in the ghettos of Baltimore at 2:30 in the morning at the Heritage Theater, murder capital of the country. And Vaughn is up there, and everyone is packed in there like sardines. And you got Muslims, you got 5%, you got Hebrew Israelite, you got Dreadlock Rasta, you got everybody all up in there, crammed in there, hot as July, with condensation sweating off the walls. And you're watching Vaughn Benjamin sing Africa, I Belong. And you're looking around you, and everyone to your left and right is singing every word with him, with tears pouring down their face. It's some of the most spiritual experiences I've ever been present for in my life outside of my own individual meditations with the Creator. It's the most community experiences I've ever had in my life were at these Midnight shows. And so I think that lends cause to why I have an affinity for these memories of the earlier Midnight Band frequencies of the late 90s and early 2000s, especially to me. I mean, I prefer those albums as well. I love iGrade. I love Zion High Productions. I love Luster King. I love Zion High Kings. I love, big up iShens, big up Trinity Farms Music, big up all these incredible producers. And I found greatness in every single production of the 73, 74 albums that have been released. I found value in all of them, unique value in all of them. But I have a special affinity for those early, especially those first 5 albums, and certainly those early live experiences in the late 90s, early 2000s, of the live experiences with those 2 lineups that I ultimately had to cherish as a memory more than I could experience a replicate or a duplicate of in real time. And I cherish every single show I ever saw. I was grateful for every opportunity, every festival, every show, every single time I got to link Vaughn and link Ronnie and have a few words with Vaughn and just experience where they were at in that time and share the earth with them in that time. But I never found what I was looking for when I'm searching for a memory, you see. Because like there's a saying, you can never go back home. Because even if you go back home, home isn't home anymore. Home is different. Everything's changed. Even if you go back to the same place with some of the same people, it's not your memory of that place that you're returning to. You can only return to that in your heart and your mind. You can't ever return there physically and expect to find the exact same thing. And so I'm just long-winded in saying that to say that through that change and through the departure of ultimately a unit that became known as the DAP Band, Dion, Abijah, Phil, and another Cruzian reggae musician and producer named Junior P, collaborated to create what was called the DAP Band and started their own band called the DAP Band and started to do productions. They were able to complete an album for Pix, and they were going on, and then they actually went on to be a part of a production by Green Sphere Records. Big up the one Black Lung out of Oakland, California. Enough respect IG, enough respect Black Lung and Green Sphere Records for all his works. He another American reggae don, unsung hero, American reggae don that a lot of people sleep on or don't know about. I wouldn't say he's part of the Cali reggae side. He's his own thing. He's his own entity. He's part of that conscious Rastafari, conscious black reggae music, unique type of creative energy that you got to hear to understand. But anyway, Black Lung, spelled BLAAK for those of you looking for it, did an album called Frontline, or On the Frontline. No, Frontline. It's called Frontline. And he had the DAP Band as the supporting band on that album. The DAP Band was a musical support on that album. And those were, I believe, the major two major productions that were actually done with the DAP Band or by the DAP Band. It was Pix's Shift the Energy album and Frontline, the Black Lung, and the DAP Band. Baba, could you hold it now? I gotta check. My dog's freaking out on something. I just gotta get him to stop doing that. Could you, you know where we're at, and hold it down for me for just a second. I'll be right back.
All right, family. He's teaching hard, ain't he? On Midnight Memories and the Akae BEKA. Yeah, I remember a few things. One thing, we were at this club called the Black Cat. The Black Cat. I don't want to take you back, but I want to talk a little bit about the Black Cat, this club in in Washington D.C. I'm just gonna go back a little bit. I know they mad, and they came back from California. Remember when they came back and they did a show? They had been out in Cali for a while. They came back and they did a show. Well, we were so glad to see them, waiting in the alley in the back of the club for them. And they got out the truck. We greeted them. They greeted us, and he went in the club, and it was like a biker club. I don't know if it was a biker. It was some kind of, they had a weird vibe. White boys, had a weird vibe about them. And he went in the club and came back out mad as hell. Came in one way, come back. And he came right to me and said, you better go in there and tell them that Jesus Christ is, now you see the AD laughing. He trying to stop because he knows he was standing right there. He said, you better tell them that Jesus Christ is not no milk toast or white faggot on a cross. He said, you better tell them. I was like, oh man, at the time I'm gung-ho. I'm what? That's all I need to hear. I'll go in there, what's going on. And so I guess that, it was a lack of respect on their part for the man that was about to fill your house, and I don't know what exactly that they said, but it's just basically a lack of, like, who is this, a lack of respect. And Von wasn't the type to, he just wasn't the type of brother that, take disrespect. I want to just say that I think that all of us who love Midnight, it's a good thing to study history, and it's not only a good thing to study history, but study the history of where people are from, the politics of St. Croix, and what was going on in St. Croix. What about the people in St. Croix? Were they rebellious, or did they go through a lot? That maybe the other spots didn't. Go study the history, because I found that when I did a little perusal or study of St. Croix, that there were a lot of race riots and stuff that went on in St. Croix that didn't go on in a lot of other places. Police brutality. Now you say, oh, we all go through that and stuff like that, but just go through, because I think that played a part in making Midnight so consciously aware and being able to adapt when they came to America and relate to the struggle worldwide. I think that, their struggle and their history and the history in St. Croix, and my Antiguan family in D.C., I remember, because and they used to tell me, shout out to Buki, and he used to tell me, he said, Von and them from Antigua. I said, well, yeah, no, they from St. Croix. And he said, no, they from Antigua. I said, how you know? He said, Yellow, let me tell you something. He said, most black people that live in and that say they from St. Croix are come by way of Antigua. I said, okay, not that it really mattered to me. Remember, we all Africans. But come to find out, he was right. And he was another brother that he knew Von from the time in D.C., I ain't gonna get into how. I ain't gonna get into how. But it was they knew one another. Shout out to Buki. I need to come to DC. They still down there going strong. Him and Spud. Shout out to Spud. But yeah, I just wanted to, go. I think that, do study the history of different places, study the history of St. Croix. Me and Desmond Williams, when I was in D.C., and he was there, we talked about that too, and study the history of places like St. where people are from. That give you a good, because it was brutal in St. Croix. It was brutal. Go look it up. All of the stuff that went down in St. Croix with the brutality and the racism, and like similar to America. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot similar to America. So kind of gives you a better understanding to Von, and maybe perhaps in his relationship to the scene and to us. And I think that that's critical to understand. And if you want, he's going back out again with the dogs. I want him to elaborate a little bit more on the incident at the Black Cat at the club. And I bring up all these things because that's, just how I'm not opposed to learning more about, because, I know Rasta, I know we deal with the fullness and the balance and all that. I've been taught by my elders for a long time. So I'm not ignorant to that, but I also know racism and white supremacy. And my methodology is somewhat unorthodox to some, but it gets its effect. If you go to if a snake bites you, you go to the doctor, and the doctor prescribes the medicine, which is the same poison that the snake bit you with, and that doctor gives you the medicine, and he gives it to you in the proper dosage until you reach balance in the system. A superior can't talk to somebody who thinks they superior, rather can't talk to somebody that they think is down there. And somebody who don't think they have what it takes can't talk to somebody who's, big headed and is superior. You got to bring one down, lift the other one up. So perhaps at a certain point we start a dialogue, and begin to talk on a real level. And Von did that, and that's the purpose. That's that, what I mean, for dealing with, hard, crucial teachings, is sometime when you're dealing with a proud, arrogant people who do not want to, acknowledge their wrongdoing. Sometimes you have to, you hurl truth at falsehood until you knock out falsehood's brains. Falsehood, they guys got brains, so it's the methodology. I don't know why I'm going here, but the methodology that is used, that I was taught to use, to be able to do that. A lot of people don't agree with the way my methodology, and I don't mean to come on here and be brash. You all know normally I just let people go ahead on and say what they gotta say, and I don't hog the mic. That doesn't mean I don't have a mic. That doesn't mean I don't have a mouth to speak. That doesn't mean that I can't speak and can't articulate myself. It just means I'm not tripped out about that. Brother Baba is not no type of person that, I'm not that articulate it. I'd rather embody it for you rather than to just articulate it. I'll show you better than I can tell you. But on that end, Bambu King, if you could just talk and just add on a little bit about our little experience at the Black Cat.
Oh yeah, Black Cat. Yeah, I believe that was 2003. It was either 2002, 2003. Yeah, they had just started going to Cali and doing some West Coast shows, so they were kind of you know, getting more blown up out there, and you know, experiencing that in a different way. Um, and but yeah, when they came back to DC, and it that was the feeling I got, like just like as much of an affinity for the fan base that they had generated and cultivated in DC. There was things about DC that they really didn't like that were there. And that was an experience. Yeah, I remember we were back there because we were like, man, it's been a minute since we seen them. We brought all the gear. I wonder if they're gonna let the books. It was actually that Black Cat show. It was the time he was like, you need to read this Ethiopic book. And he mellowed down a little bit. And we were like, we were waiting there, and we were like, yeah, I hope it's gonna be cool. We brought all this stuff, you know. And then they showed up, and fiery. Vaughn was hot. But they bigged us up, came up, you know, linked us, and then went in there, and then came like right back out. And that's when he was telling you go deal with them. And then I remember him went on to say, because the guy was wearing a shirt. He was, you know, some kind of I mean, because the Black Cat, it's an independent music place. It's been around for 36 some odd years. You know, it was started by like musicians and stuff to have local rock and punk and different indie acts and stuff like that. So it, you know, synonymous with having smaller bands, not like big headliner, you know, big concert hall headliners. It's like more for independent artists and stuff. But either way, whoever they had working there that night really got under Vaughn's skin, and came out and said that, yeah, tell him something about, you know, ain't no white faggot on a cross in a nightgown. You let him know. You let him know who Jesus really is.
That's what he said.
You know, you let him know who Jesus really is. And then he went on to talk about how he was raised like some kind of boy with Illuminati show, because he had the pyramid with the eye that's off of the dollar bill. And we know that, you know, the Masons crypt all that stuff from ancient Egypt and twisted it around and turned it into something in e pluribus unum, uno secularum, and all them New World Order type of thing. So he's like, this fussy boy having some kind of Illuminati symbol, talk about New World Order, want to talk about what am I doing here? Talk about what am I here for? And everything. And he started dealing with them in that kind of way. And I was like, oh man, is this where I ask him if we can set up the books? Or I was like, damn, maybe we gotta chill with that right now. But and as hot as he was, I was just like, yo, King, you know, we got the books. We brought the books down with this. Yeah, I mean, want to see what books you have now. What kind of books you have now? You know, so then it was like, cool. So we got to set up the stands and everything, and it all worked out, and they crushed it, and they did a great show, and it was so good to see them again. And it was that lineup. That early 2000s lineup with Bozy and Pix and Abijah. And, you know, so it was great. It was great. And we were really glad that they were actually, they were talking about, they went out to Cali, and, you know, some big things are going on, and, you know, some things are happening and bubbling out in Cali. So that's good. And from the first time we really started connecting with them on a personal level, I remember one of the first things that I told them in a big, long conversation, I think it was at that SOB's show, after they kind of pulled us into that discourse that they were having with the veterans and stuff as the anomaly. I mean, we were kind of like the anomaly. Certainly me was like the anomaly in the room. And he pulled me into it, and we kind of give some unexpected answers that didn't really gel with what the veterans were trying to say. And they kind of put a grin on Vaughn's face, because it gave him that some sneak attack kind of. But then I remember about that time, I remember he sat there and was reasoning with us after Ron went out, after the band went out and started playing. Like, he literally was engrossed in conversation with us and stopped mid-sentence because they were playing the intro song on the stage. And he was like, "Awoo," and he just like jumped up and ran to the stage, and we were right behind him. He ran to the stage, jumped up on the stage, and just started singing Love Jah right then, because he was literally engrossed in a conversation with us.
We
Because
snuck down there. We didn't have no business down there in the basement of SOBs in the dressing room, sitting down there on the couch when they got down there.
yeah,
And they almost, Abijah, he was like, oh, y'all gotta go, you gotta go. And
yeah,
it was a couple more others down there, and they left there. We continued to sit there, and it just luckily, they let it be, and
yeah. Because then
I'm
it
glad
filled
they
up with
did,
more
because we
people.
got a hell of a education that night. What did he was talking to, beating on the brother, well, educating the brother. I say he's whooping the hell out of him, but educating the brother, and is at a certain point they got to talking about Bob Marley, remember? And he was saying how, the youth gonna look at, I don't want to go. But I remember at a certain point, he said that, remember Bob Marley told you, soon you will see who the true revolutionaries be. He said, Bob told you, soon I'm telling you now.
Yeah.
You remember
Yeah,
when
yeah,
he
yeah.
said
Soon,
that?
soon you will find out who is the real revolutionary. He said, soon you will find out. Bob Marley says, soon you'll find out who the revolutionary. I'm telling you now. If I tell you
Right.
soon, I tell you now, you're gonna find out who the real revolutionary. So like that was that energy, that was the momentum, that was that warrior spirit of Vaughn that he brought, not just in his personal conduct, not just in his musical presentation, not just in the reasoning and dialogue he would be building with ones and discourse that he would hold. And he didn't care if you were a youngster, a contemporary, another artist, a veteran artist, a Rastafari elder, what school or house of thought you came under, or just a regular Joe off the street. Like he came with the same energy and presence and frequency. And it was always enlightening. Like even if you didn't agree with him, you left a conversation learning something. You learned a lot. You were forced to learn a lot and look at things from a different way, even if you didn't want to agree with him about certain things, because it conflicted with the belief system you hold, or the fragile confines of the belief system you're trying to subscribe to, or the belief system that you think you already have an understanding of, because you're like, I'm a Rasta, this man a Rasta, we should be able to see everything on the same level. And maybe not, because he was out the box. And I'm not trying to paint him as an unconventional Rasta, but because he was so devout to his majesty, he was so in tune with that Bible, but he had knowledge. He had deep knowledge of many, many, many different things, which is why I'll go on record to say I think he had more than just book knowledge and experience life knowledge. I think he was a channel vessel for a higher intelligence, a divine intelligence, his cosmic consciousness and connection to the Akashic record, and synonymous with the realm of the Egun, the pool of the all-soul, the encompassing knowledge of those who have come before. He had access to that. And he utilized his presence on stage and in the studio to be a conduit of that. You heard Derma Hussey kind of reference like the stream of consciousness that was a uniquely creative and unorthodoxly different presentation of reggae music, which could be why some people don't feel it, because if you don't feel it, you don't feel it. If you're not intrigued by it, there's a lot of people who think they're intrigued by it because it's sonically different and it's unorthodox, but they still don't know what he's saying because he spoke with a very strong dialect at the same time. And the further away he got from those early albums, the stronger he just let the dialect come on, and the more rapid fire he let the lyrics become. And with like increasingly different verses, every verse. I remember hearing Tippy talk about sometimes the man didn't even want to do a chorus. Sometimes I had to talk him into coming up with a chorus because he just wanted to do straight verse the whole way through. Just never repeat nothing. Just whole stream of consciousness the whole way. You kind of need chorus, man, to break it up a little bit, but that's how he was. And one reason that makes me think that more so is because when you hear Tippy and other producers talk about his creative method, when it comes to recording albums. Obviously, if you've seen him live, certainly if you've seen him live often or seen a lot of videos of them live, you've never seen the same performance twice. You've never seen the identical same performance twice, especially after this period that we've got to now, where they've kind of, it's kind of the end of that early 2000s period where they're doing a lot of these songs, name brand songs everyone knows. His catalog with different collaborations is increasing. He's starting to sew lyrics from other songs into the songs people recognize. And if you've seen the live presentation, you know that you've never seen the same thing twice. And he's obviously bringing this out from somewhere. And, you know, it's like and then the creative process I was describing about the studio stuff is what I heard Tippy speaking on and a number of others who say, oh yeah, no, he doesn't even want to hear the music. Like if you're like, I got an album, I really want to do, he said, and should I send you the album? No, I'll hear it when I get there. I hear it when I get to the studio. And they're like, yeah, no, but if you're going to write some songs to this stuff, you need to kind of get an idea of the pace or the frequency or whatever. He's like, no, I need to hear none. Like I hear it when I get there, and then we're gonna bring the music, the lyrics out when I get there. Like he didn't even want to be, there was a chaos magic to what Akae worked with. That chaos magic, the order in the chaos magic is something that he was really comfortable with working with. He wasn't all about planning and organization. Like he was about spur of the moment creation. He was about inspiration. He was about, all right, put this, now that I'm in the studio, now that we at the microphone, now that I'm smoking herb, because he smoked plenty herb, big herb too. Big herb, big Bible, big salute to Selassie, big Rastaman. True and true, Rasta to the bone. But he would create almost on the spot, where he would listen to the music and then bring through what it is he was trying to do. He's also a poet. See, I kind of skipped over a lot of what he was also doing in DC in the midst of them getting MIDNITE going. He was also a big part of Vaughn's personal journey in DC was slam poetry, because the live poetry scene, like the Sal Williams type of live poetry, slam poetry, even like hip hop creativity that was going on with the lyricism there, he was a part of all of that. So when you hear like the fire chant style, that's really synonymous with him and a number of other fire chanters, all from VI, you know, it's like a sub style within the VI. And you can obviously say, well, what about like the raga, like Capleton and Sizzla Kalonji and all that? Yeah. But like, there's a kind of fire chant style that I would say is more similar with DYCR out of Jamaica, Dicer or DYCR, who had sort of a hybrid spoken word, dub poetry, fire chant. You see what I'm saying? It's like very lyrics like a river, very few repeating lyrics, fire chant style that was really pioneered by Vaughn, according to those closest to him that share the style. You ask Ja Rubal, you ask Ancient King, you go talk to Messiah, go talk to Lava or a Volcano, Lava Volcano. You go talk to them and you ask them who inspired you with your style. They probably say, Von Benjamin, that Von Benjamin are the fire chant king. Maria, real fire chant king that. You know, because he had this even before it started getting recorded. And you can hear an example of him doing it profoundly on the Raz L Productions. We're about to go through all these albums, don't worry. The Raz L Productions, and Raz L was a producer and musician who ended up playing with MIDNITE and Akae for a long stint. But he was already making productions early 2000s in St. Croix, very digitally based, almost like a hybrid of a kind of a crossover, like digital roots, dance hall kind of crossover type of production. And and grimy type of roots, digital roots production type of thing. And the albums that Vaughn did with him, like True and Through, and Full Cup being the first one. If you listen to Full Cup, True and Through, Masiana, another one with Rozelle production. These showcase a different kind of side of Vaughn's style that was very influential to a whole slew of artists in the Virgin Islands. And honestly, I would be remiss, and I would be doing many artists, including Ancient King. Salute Ancient King. Big up Xavier. Enough respect to still into Ancient King. Was one of Vaughn's close brethren who wouldn't have it any other way than me to say, you done talk too long, and you never hail up His Majesty enough, and you never say how the whole of the VI movement influenced and generated from Vaughn. Akae BEKA, I do all them thing. Before Akae BEKA, there might have been some artists, but nothing really gained traction. No one really getting tours in the United States. No one really making big album. None of them thing. Like, it was because of MIDNITE, in particularly Vaughn Benjamin, who not only influenced a lot of people's style, but like mixed the kerosene and the gasoline and threw it on the Virgin Island reggae scene. The Virgin Island reggae scene, St. Thomas, St. Croix in specific. And as well as, you failed to mention a lot of Guyanese, failed to mention a lot of Trinidad influenced by everyone. We got to remember that MIDNITE was a contemporary of the reggae revival movement of the late 90s. You know, the last half of the 90s was a reggae revival music where things were moving away from the early dancehall of the Shabba Ranks and the Mad Cobra and the Terra Fabulous and the Super Cats of the late 80s, early 90s, digital era, Guan dancehall era. And now what you're having, even with just identifying the migration of Buju Banton from a more slack dancehall artist in the mid 90s to Till Shiloh, when he making a more profound change into conscious Rastafari reggae music. Even Manal Loshan man, when Capleton, Almshouse, with the going from a dancehall style, Shabba type of dancehall style, to the Prophet, the I Testament type of thing. Sizzla Kalonji taking the world by storm in the mid to late 90s. So with Exterminator being at the forefront of a lot of the productions, Luciano and Sizzla Kalonji and Coco T holding firm, and with conscious Rastafari reggae music, it was sort of a fusion of the dancehall style with conscious Rastafari influence, raga roots dancehall music, which not only was becoming popular, but it was a revival in the world of reggae music to bring it back into the consciousness of the masses, you know. And MIDNITE was a contemporary with this movement, but even with Exterminator, it was slightly more roots than the dancehall production, but it was still very much digitally produced, digital drum tracks for the most part. It had horns in it, which was a nice thing, but like there was a lot of dancehall influence within the production. It wasn't really, I'm not giving all the credit to MIDNITE, but their sound, their rugged roots Rastafari, roots reggae, stripped down, akin to like Roots Radix type of sound, who Vaughn expressed he loved Flabba Holt and Styles Scott. Sometimes listen to Roots Radix, just listen to the bass, just listen to the drums. That very stripped down, simplified, deep, rich, syncopated style was very influential for his musical development. And I think MIDNITE bringing that in the late 90s had an impact, along with, like, at the same time, Morgan Heritage going from the more digitally produced stuff in the mid 90s to Don't Have to Dread being a delineation line in the sand to, no, we're going back to real instruments. We're going back to a band. We're going back to roots reggae played with real instruments and a band. We're going back to that, because the only ones that were doing it were the veterans. Izzy Vibe, Steel Pulse, culture, burning spear, meditations, eye towels. Those veterans were holding on to roots because that's what they do, while the younger generation was doing more dancehall and then raga dancehall type of roots crossover type of thing. And then right there at the late 90s, early 2000s, you even hear the difference between More Fire, which was what exploded Capleton on the scene, and Still Blazing, which was his follow-up album, which was majority roots, majority real instruments, majority roots. Early 90s, mid 90s Morgan Heritage, and then one bingy, two bingy, three bingy, all that, to Don't Happy Dread, all live instruments. Luciano's stuff go from a more digital production because of the time, mid 90s, we're still kind of in the 80s sonically. And now we get to the late 90s, and now it's like roots reggae. So MIDNITE was a contemporary of all of that, and I know they were all hearing it. Even if people like Jamaica, I don't know why they never got a black. I don't know why Jamaica. I know. I don't want to put people's names out there, but I know for a fact that there were some veterans of that age who were instrumental in saying, I first heard about MIDNITE. I couldn't stop playing MIDNITE. Jamaican reggae artists in that genre, in dancehall, in reggae. And they're like, once I got a hold of that unpolished, Luton Fire, one of them. Big up Luton Fire. Nah, sleep on Al Pancho. Al Pancho, a big artist. Al Pancho said he one of the first Jamaicans to just run unpolished and Raz Make Peace red for Jamaica. He just played MIDNITE all the time, played it for everyone. So you have to hear this. You have to hear the next thing, this. You have to start doing reggae again now. Reggae big now. Mark Wonder, another artist, say, Al Pancho told me Mark Wonder, the only other artist other than Mark Wonder he hear him listen to is MIDNITE. And many more. Luton Fire, big up Luton Fire, big up David Hines, the veteran. Even veterans saluting this general, giving him awards for being so profound. And probably, Vaughn probably thought maybe at one point he might be able to ask to give David Hines an award. No, David Hines give Akae BEKA an award. And I'm glad he did. And and then you hear, I haven't spoken to a young reggae revival artist that said that they weren't infatuated with those earlier MIDNITE albums, unpolished on through. Jubilee's Jesse Royal, Kabaka Pyramid, John 9, all of them. I haven't talked to one that said that MIDNITE wasn't, whether they say it on TV or not, I don't know. But I know that when the name is brought up, they don't miss a beat to say, oh man, when that came out, or I remember when I first heard that, and it was exceptional, even to the people at in-yard, even to those in-yard who didn't have a bone to pick about what slave port, these people's ancestors were dropped off at, which port of entry you came in on, which your African people with an African art form, pushing African liberation theology in a creative way, and paying homage to the veterans and pioneers of it all too, because Vaughn did do that. He would talk about, he said Bob Marley was a huge influence. He loved him some Bob Marley, loved Bunny Wailer, loved Peter Tosh, loved the Abyssinians, loved the harmony groups of old, Meditations, Abyssinians, Wailing Souls, Twinkle Brothers. Loved the Congos, loved the Roots Radix, love everything Roots Radix, anything like that. He loved that stuff, and he talked about it, and he always exalts Jamaica and the music that Jamaica
That's correct.
created.
He didn't fight them while he was being fought against. He said, like Jesus, forgive your brother 70 times 7. He just realized with that liberated mind that it was talking about forgive your own black brother. See, and that's our problem. We forgive white folks, but we don't forgive each other. And I just want to give a shout out, because I be talking about my man Judah Ites and Ithaca, and I just want to play this, not to get us off course, but it's right on course. our brother at the beginning, bringing him out, Judah Ice bringing him out, and Von putting a trance on us in Ithaca, as only he could do. Listen to this brother put a trance. He came out and put a trance on us.
Central New York's only roots reggae series, y'all. Bringing you live and direct from St. Croix, Virgin Islands, Midnight, Ithaca, show some love. Make sure you get on over to the merch table, pick up a CD or two, check out what they got. This is Midnight, y'all, the best roots music on the road today. Show some love, Ithaca!
Go ahead, Bob. Give it to him, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. I said you love John. I am a love John. Love John. And love John. Forever. I say love, John, never forsake, never forsake. Love, John, forever, forever. The world, the gift of tongues and of angels, and still I have no charity. I am become as a lonesome in brass, and a lonesome in timber. Lord, I bestow my gifts to thee, the poor, and I have no charity. I am become as a lonesome in brass, and a lonesome in timber. Yeah, hey, Rasta man no be with no one. Rasta man no be with no one. Rasta man no vegetarian. So Rasta man no be with no one. Man praise Jah upon the cymbals and chant. Man praise Jah upon the harp and upon the wood with instruments. Love the Lord God Jah Rastafari with all your body, with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul. You did not have to your own misunderstanding. Love the Lord God Jah Rastafari with all your body, with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your soul. You did not have to your own misunderstanding. I say in love, Jah. I am a love Jah, never forsake, forever, forever. Of the night, of the night, of the night, of the night. Of the night, blue lotus of the night, water lily, who was that Nazarite child? Speak you truthfully. Of the night, of the night, of the night. Blue lotus of the night, walk the lily, walk the lily. Everything you see in pyramid form, from point to point. C-O-N-E-E-N-O-C-E, knock. Everything you discover, everything you think you found has been around. Is it Buddha or Judah? Is it Adonis or Adonai? Is it Tammuz, Tula, Asphaisis, Zarathustra? Everything you discover, everything you think you found has been around. Nowhere, nowhere. Soon they will be singing out. Nowhere, nowhere. Born is the king. N-O-E-L-L-E-O-N. They are. Born is the king. They will be singing. Nowhere, nowhere. Born is the king. The king. Born is the king of Israel.
Yeah. I just wanted to give us a little bit of taste. You see how he just brought that hymn? The brother was chanting so much. You hear him talking about the pyramid, talking about Kemet, talking about and then he go right back in. Rastaman don't beef with no one. They go right back into the vibes. Yo, Von was a very, very spiritual, brilliant teacher. And he would put you in a trance before you even knew what hit you. And that's how he would start out. And then he would go into his teaching. He would just go into it. But shout out to Judahites for bringing. I was lost when I prayed. I didn't think I was ever gonna until I went to Ithaca, and I said, "Oh man, they got fun." Then they kept right on bringing Midnight back. I was like, "What's going on here in Midnight? These folks here, they got a little heart here. They got a little testicular fortitude to be able to bring the real, authentic roots reggae." And I've been in love with Ithaca ever since.
Yeah. Oh man, well that's beautiful, and I don't want to, be mistaken for anything that I said previously about my personal affinity for the specific time of the Midnight era, as though that didn't continue in a way. It changed form, but it definitely continued. I've never been to a Midnight show that didn't have that hypnotic trance-like effect that literally is like the crowd is put under a spell, and then Vaughn is a medium transmitting information and inspiration from a higher plane into the hearts and minds of the ones that are present. That has been a constant. That has always ever been a constant with Midnight and Akae BEKA. And in the same way, the albums as well. I mean, things are always different live, and there's always a connectivity frequency that you don't get with like just listening to recorded music. But that's very much a part of his thing, is basically the freestyle, freeform aspect of it. And it has always been like that. It's just, when he was younger and had a ton of energy and they were really hungry as musicians and just like climbing up the hill with every grip, and also maybe it just reminds me of being young at that time too, which is why I have such an affinity for it. And it just seems so strongly opposed to conformity and mediocrity and whatever else everyone was doing. It was not that, almost to the point to where no, we're not going to change to fit into the standard that's present. We're going to force the standard that's present to change to conform to us. And that's how I remember that those early Midnight times and those 2000s Midnight times and all that. And I do think that they had a huge influence on the change of reggae production in Jamaica in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, especially, where you could see it manifest, and certainly were a catalyst to the explosion of reggae artists coming out of St. Croix and St. Thomas, which, you know, probably be a good time to mention some of them, because where we're at now, and I know we're trying to break a new record with how long we going on this one, and we pretty much got to the point 2005 to 2007, and I wanted to read the change of the guard from when Dion and Pix and Abijah stepped down, and those roles were filled by different people. And I'm going to go through it real quick here, because I have a punch list of all the changes. I'm just going to go through it real quick so we can get up to the next step of this presentation. Okay, so from 1989 to 2000, basically, well, you had, before the solidification in 1989, you had Ron making productions for people in St. Croix. You had him playing with Corey Kent, Neil Simon, some different musicians, and then on bass, and different musicians. But then in 1989, they solidified the Midnight unit with Joseph Strauss Jr. on bass in St. Croix, Joseph Strauss Jr. on bass, Henry Junie Willock Jr. on drums, Dion Bosie Hopkins on percussion and congas, and then Ronnie Benjamin Jr. on keys and harmonies. Then you have Vaughn singing. Then once they went to DC, 94, drumming switch from Junie to Ambrose Connor on drums, Ambrose Ambi Connor on drums. That was the major shift. They acquired Chris Antaka as a guitarist for a little bit, had features from Juicy Carter on sax. This was like this is like 95, 94, 95 era, with Ambrose Ambi Connor. And then in 96, Dion Hopkins, who was playing congas, took role of as the actual drummer replacing Ambi. And then the unit from 96 through 99 or 2000 really was Dion Bosie Hopkins on drums, Joe Strauss on bass, Tough Lion on guitar in 97 on through to the end of that period. And Ron on keys and Vaughn singing. And so in 2000 or end of 99, they relocate back to St. Croix, start African Roots Lab, do Jubilees of Zion in 2000, recruit Pix to be the bass player, have Dion on drums same way. Then after the release of Jubilees of Zion, they recruit Abijah to be the guitarist. So the unit becomes Dion on drums, Pix on bass, Abijah on guitar, Ronnie keys and harmony, Vaughn singing. That's the unit from 2000 to 2005, which is the pivotal growing legs, moving around the country, doing lots of smaller shows, doing some big festivals in 2020 or 2002, doing Brazil, doing Puerto Rico, doing different shows, and getting more satellite radio airplay, getting more recognition nationally and international murmurings of this incredible phenomenon known as Midnight. That's 2000 to 2005. About the end of 2004 to 2005 is when basically Bosie gone, Pix gone, Abijah gone, and they restructured the band from 2005 to 2007 with Ryan Wilson on bass, a different bass player. Ryan Wilson on bass. They had a couple of drummers fill in at the beginning, but that's when they got Christian Sly Molina Corret, which became the established drummer from then on. And Jerry Simon, who plays guitar, who became the guitarist. He was also the guitarist with Ron for Desiree in the last number of years, not recently, but played when Ron was backing Desiree. Jerry Simon played guitar. He's the lock you always saw with the left-handed guitar with his tam always on the side, like leaning to the side. That's Jerry Simon. And then Ronnie Benjamin Jr. on keys and harmonies, Vaughn singing. Once again, when Christian Sly Molina came in to replace Bozy, he was emulating the Bozy drum sound with the late crashes and the tom rolls and all that stuff that was signature Midnight drum sound from the albums and from the live performances that everyone was familiar with at that point. But big up to Sly, because he's a phenomenal drummer. And the amount of control, like that period, that 2005 to 2007 period, was a unique period of growth for Midnight, because they went from being very comfortable with the unit they had to changing the unit and Ron taking more real control over the nuances of how he wanted it to sound, as well as Vaughn taking the liberties to free form the lyrics instead of just doing these songs that were, I don't want to say cookie cutter, but to the blueprinted format from the albums that you have heard, whether it be Unpolished or Rosmic Peace or Jubilees or Seek Knowledge, or even like Ancient Maps and all these songs that people had in their heads of the songs. There was more. That's when the tracks started to get longer. They started to play the tracks for longer. They started playing everything even slower. They started making more, once again, not conforming to the industry standard of what the industry might tell them. Oh, it would sell better if you did faster songs, more love songs, didn't get so deep. That's how you make money. They weren't interested in any of that. They were interested in the creative control over their art as it was growing and developing and evolving at that point. So you heard the songs getting longer. You heard them doing Vaughn singing songs from the albums and then weaving in lyrics from other albums, other collaborations that he was doing with iGrade and with Higher Bound and with different, like, you start hearing him doing different lyrics, freestyle lyrics, once again, channeling messaging that was unique to that very presentation in a way you probably never heard before and you probably never heard repeated. So that's when the creative aspect of Midnight changed in a different way than it was previously. And like I said, Ryan Wilson on bass, Sly Molina on drums, Jerry Simon on guitar, Ronnie Benjamin on Jr. on keys. So that was from 2005 to 2007. That was a growth period for them where they were changing things up. Now, 2007 to 2014 was a significant, that was 2007 was a significant time because that's when they locked in the lineup that they carried through to the end of Midnight. The end of Midnight operating as a live band together and the end of Midnight operating in a production capacity together to make definitively Midnight African Roots Labs albums at the hands of Ron Benjamin. So, which the last one came out 2013. Midnight stopped playing as a band together the end of 2014. And but from 2007, the lineup changed to be this. Ron switched in the live performance from playing keys live to playing bass live, and then filled the role of keyboards to a different artist at the very beginning, the first couple years, at least the first couple years. It was as an artist from the Virgin Islands named Ankh Watep. You can go Google up some of his videos that he did with Bambu Station out of St. Thomas on Talking Roots and stuff. Ankh Watep was the name of the artist who played keys for Midnight when Ron switched to bass. They had the drums played by Christian Molina or Sly, held down the drum roll. They added guitarists. Instead of Jerry Simon, they had Edmund, and I always get his name wrong, but Edmund Fualitu. Fualitu, it's spelled F-I-E-U-L-L-E-T-E-A-U. Fualitu. I probably butchering. I'm sorry, Edmund. But Fualitu. If you had a nickname, I would call you by your nickname, so I don't have to say your last name every time. But Edmund became the rhythm guitarist, and this is the first time they had two guitarists. There's a unique change in Midnight. They went from barely ever having one guitarist to having one guitarist consistently to now having two, one doing rhythm and one handling the lead solos and the stuck line, or what's called the stuck line, or which is like the muted pluck that follows the bass line, like does a stutter mimic of the bass line and follows that. It kind of echoes the bass line as well as doing the lead solos and all that stuff. So you have the lead guitarist and you have the rhythm guitarist. And the rhythm guitarist was Edmund Fulalitu, and then Edwin Kenny Byron, nicknamed Kenny, Edwin Byron. He's the older brother, the older fella you see with the glasses who always played the lead guitar and the stuck line and all that. That's Edwin Byron, otherwise known as Kenny. And they were the guitarists pretty much, well, certainly for all the rest of Midnight and even at the beginning of Akae BEKA. And I'm not sure how long Ankh Watep stayed in that role as keyboards. I think it was a year or two. I could be wrong. But ultimately, he was his role, the keyboards, was replaced by the producer we just mentioned earlier, Raz Element, who's the producer and musician and engineer, owner operator of Razel Productions, or Raz Element Productions, it's called now. And he does all sorts of stuff. Just came out with an Akae BEKA album, came out with an Abja album not that long ago, has released tracks by Desiree. He was one of the earlier producers in the early year 2000s, actually, with his more digital production for some Virgin reggae artists. If you don't know him, check him out. Sista Joyce, a female artist out of St. Croix. Sista Joyce, also Lava Volcano. There's a artist named Volcano, and you can Mo Fire Chant, I believe is the name of his album, but you can just type in Volcano, Razel Production. Mo Fire Chant, I believe is the name of the album. He had another fire chanter, aka Lava, known as Volcano, and Razel did production for him. And anyway, in I believe 2008 or 9, he took over the role as keyboards while Ron played bass for the live performances. And for all the albums that come out in this period, up until the last one, Ron plays everything. Ron plays guitars, Ron plays bass, Ron programs the drums. In fact, for most of the Desiree albums that he was producing from that point on, he either programmed drums or played them live himself. Yeah, so it's like Ron was the one-man show for most of it, up until, I believe, the last Midnight release on African Roots Lab in 2013, which is called Lion Out of Zion. And he actually has Sly playing drums on it. I believe he has most of the Midnight musicians playing a lot of the instruments on that album. And that was the last African Roots Lab Midnight album. And we're going to cover all that in a minute. So if you're not tired yet, you will be by the time we get to that part. That was 2007 to 2014. Now, without going into any, controversial detail or anything, to the chagrin of some, maybe, once again, we're here to honor the musical legacy of these people, in particular, Vaughn Benjamin, and the vastness of his works. But in end of 2014 and beginning of 2015, Vaughn Benjamin went through some changes, had a bit of a health crisis, had a bit of a health scare, and him and Ron decided to part ways within the business endeavors of Midnight after the legacy that they had made up till that point. Decided to go their own ways, and Ron went on to keep producing albums with Desiree and backing Desiree with his live band. Let's give with Jerry Simon and some other musicians, and as well as producing albums for her. And Vaughn continued with most of the members of this unit of Akae BEKA, or I mean of Midnight, as the new name Akae BEKA. And Akae BEKA being synonymous with Vaughn's new artist moniker for self, as well as a term for the band itself and the delivery of Vaughn's artistry. And before we get into all of that, that was from 2015 to 2019. And Vaughn Benjamin, Akae BEKA, transcended, outraced us to become an ancestor, joined the realm of the Egun, joined the pool of the All Soul, and restore and return to connectivity, complete connectivity to the essence and the prime source of the creator. And that was on November 4th, 2019. That was 2019, November 4th. But from 2015 to 2019, he went under the moniker Akae BEKA, and live performances were under the moniker Akae BEKA, and the albums he produced were under the moniker Akae BEKA. And the lineup shifted once again because Ron was no longer with the band, and Lyndon Raz L. Williams. Lyndon Williams is the paper name of Razel or Raz Element. Razel Productions, Raz Element Productions, check for him. Switched from playing keys, as he was with Midnight, holding the keys down, to playing bass and filling the role of bass player. And he became the bass player for Akae BEKA. Sly was the drummer for some time. I'm not sure exactly how many years he stayed with Akae BEKA. I think maybe 2 or 3. I could be wrong. Maybe it was just 1 or 2. But he was with them at the beginning of the transition. Christian Sly Molina Curet. Once again, I'm sorry, bro, if I'm butchering your name. I'm just trying. I'm trying. Sly is how we know him. And big up to Sly, because he's a phenomenal artist, phenomenal drummer. And he really took control of that Midnight drum sound and made it, put his own touch to it, where he had such precision and such control, and he could bring it down and pick it up and really carried the movement of the songs in this ebb and flow way that was unique to the period that he played with Midnight and grew over that period. The precision of that band's delivery of a lot of the songs was spectacularly different than the more raw style of the previous ensembles, you see. According to me, you decide what you want, leave it in the comments. Can't wait to read them. But replacing, with the Akae BEKA years, replacing Sly was Peter Willock. Peter Willock became the drummer for the last 2 or 3 years. I'm not sure exactly how many of Akae BEKA's live performances. Peter Willock was the younger brother of Henry Willock Jr. or Junie, the original drummer, the very original drummer, before Ambi, before Bozy, the original drummer of Midnight. Peter Willock is the younger brother of Junie Willock, Henry Willock Jr. And so he was the one who finished Akae BEKA's tour, so to speak. Now, as far as guitars go, Edmund played rhythm guitar. He stayed through till the very end. He held the rhythm down. Kenny was there, Edwin Byron. Kenny was with him for a while, but then I think the last year or 2, He wasn't playing with Akae, and that role of lead with the solos and the stuck line and everything like that was filled by Ryan Ishentz Willard. Ryan Ishentz Willard, who is the producer behind Grass Valley's Higherbound Productions, Grass Valley, California, Higherbound Production, dear friend of Vaughn Benjamin, a close friend of Vaughn Benjamin. They linked when he was in Cali in those early times. We'll get to exactly when their first projects together were released and all that. But yeah, Ryan Ishentz Willard is, he was filling the role of guitar, I think most in the West Coast. And then I remember seeing videos from SOBs and some in New York of those later Akae shows that last year, where Andrew Moon Bain of Luster King's production actually was the lead guitar, filled that role of lead guitar instead of Ishentz. It was Andrew Moon Bain, who's another incredible producer and collaborator of Vaughn, 1/3 of the Zionite Kings, roots and culture super team, some of the best productions in the world today, as far as I'm concerned, for roots reggae music. And Andrew Moon Bain of Luster King's production was playing with Akae at SOBs and a number of other East Coast shows. Playing keys was Surin Solja Fenton. Surin Solja Fenton was the guy who filled in the key role instead of Razel, and played for a while. And then that last year, it could have been longer than a year, but I remember that last year, Patrick Robinson, or Patrick Junior P. Robinson, Junior P., another musician, singer, artist, producer, from long time, from the early 2000s days in St. Croix. True Vibes Sound Lab, I believe, is the name of his production. He would produce his own albums, produced some for others. I think he did Honorable Messiah's album before, I believe, Brethren passed. Big up bless to Messiah. He another fire chanter, strong, fiery fire chant style. And True Vibes, TRUVIBEZ, I believe is the way it's spelled, or VYBZ. True Vibes Sound Lab is the name of Junior P's production team, and he was playing keys with Akae right towards the end. And so that is the total synopsis of the lineup of MIDNITE, the shifting lineup of MIDNITE all the way through the MIDNITE legacy of live performance, as well as recordings, as well as the changing of the guards and the changeover to Akae and who held down those roles through the Akae periods. So that is the complete list of artists. And I hope I wanted to pay honor and homage once again to the artists, to the players of instruments, not just the singers, the singer of all of these incredible, phenomenal tunes, which is what we're gathered together to focus on, but also the players of instruments who will be blessed for their sacrifice and their commitment and their devotion to those projects over those times. Because I have an affinity, because like I say, it takes a teamwork to make a dream work. And there's a lot of people out there who deserve their flowers for the effort and energy it takes for all that creative output, not to just get produced and made and presented in the archive of music, but live performances especially, because that's a grueling life. That's a grueling liberty. It's not the glory of the traveling musician. That's the sacrifice that's usually not considered. When we go and we have fun 2, 3, sometimes 4 hours with a band like that, we feel all filled up and fueled up. Well, they just had to exert all that energy. And now they're probably climbing in a van, going to share 1 or 2 rooms at a hotel, maybe sleeping at someone's house at the couches or on the floors. A lot of sacrifice, a lot of missed meals, a lot of missed decent sleeps. There's a lot of sacrifice in being a live touring musician just to get that inspiration out there to the people. So that's why I name checked everyone. So, and I did my best to get everyone in there. There might have been one or two fill-in musicians of those certain periods, like the 2005 to 2007 period. Maybe there was a drummer, fill-in drummer for a period in there that I missed before Sly. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I got everyone in there, including musicians that Ronnie was working in and crews earlier on before Midnight, like, you know, Corey Kent and Neil Simon, who played bass with him at certain points early on before Joe Strauss locked in the bass role through the 1989 through 2000 Midnight period. Okay. All right. Now I am going to take a break from the chronology for a moment to tap into the Akae. What is Akae? And I by no means think that I'm going to answer any of your questions of what Akae means, and I certainly am not taking credit to answer it in the way Vaughn Benjamin would choose to answer it. Going to the source material, I'm presenting that. I'm providing a literary, scholarly literary analysis of what some of those things are in reference of to make it more intelligible to those who may not already have a deep perception of it. And then I'm going to elaborate on my interpretation of some of these things. Now, I would encourage you, and not just for this, but for everything Vaughn Benjamin, I would defer you to go watch the abundance of interviews that exist on YouTube that Vaughn Benjamin has done with people around the world. He's done, for a long period, they didn't do any interviews. But then he eventually, later in the Midnight period, and then later in Akae, he started to do more interviews and video interviews, audible interviews. He started to do more. And I would defer to him. I would never dare speak for Vaughn. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm giving you my interpretation of what he presented to me that stuck with me. But to get Vaughn Benjamin's insight, you go listen to what Vaughn Benjamin said. That's what I would recommend. And as far as Vaughn Benjamin's interpretation of what Akae and BEKA are in reference to, I would suggest you go type in Vaughn Benjamin, Akae, and see what he has to say. Because I've heard him speak on it a few times, and we're gonna reference exactly what he spoke to, but we're gonna go in a couple of other different directions as well, and I'll let you know. So Akae and BEKA. First of all, Akae and BEKA were mentioned in the book of Enoch, first book of Enoch, because there's three books of Enoch, three different books, which are three different collections out of Aramaic, some in Greek, some in Aramaic, some in Ethiopic. And some of them have more and some of them have less, some of them parts the other ones didn't have, and they've been compiled together. Oftentimes you get them in extractions. Sometimes you get collections of lost books of the Bible, like the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Giants, Book of Daniel, different ones that the Maccabees books that are incorporated, the Apocrypha, all reconstituting the extracted and missing and subtracted versions out of the Bible or the Torah or the Tanakh or the Septuagint or whatever you're referencing, the Ethiopian Bible. Wherever you're pulling from, The Ethiopian Bible, probably the only one that you're going to find much about the Book of Enoch in, and many of the others, it's been extracted out. So you will probably have to go to acquire the Book of Enoch on its own, or the 3 books of Enoch, or complete lost books of the Bible, or versions, complete unabridged, complete versions of the Ethiopian Bible will probably be the place to find them. And now, from my research and diligence, this isn't the version I'm pulling out of. This is the one I had on hand in time to do this. But from my research, the one I would recommend if you want to get the most complete, scholarly, compiled, complete version of the Book of Enoch, it would be the Hermenia translation by George Nickelberg and James Vanderkamp. George Nickelberg and James Vanderkamp produced the Hermenia, spelled Hermeneia, the Hermenia translation, and it's published by Fortress Press. And it's from mostly from like 4th century Aramaic, with a couple century later reiterations from in Ethiopic and Gaiese, but 4th century Aramaic and Ethiopic transcriptions from scrolls and documents found from those periods that make up the 3 books, complete books of the Book of Enoch, which are literally the first book of the Bible, and an adjunct to the book of Genesis, as Enoch was an Ethiopian, and Enoch was the great grandfather of Noah. Noah, you might remember, as of the flood. And a lot of these stories, I'm not trying to diminish anyone's belief systems, but as you come into a deeper knowledge and understanding of the book's Bible, and whether it be Old Testament or especially New Testament, I'm not saying that the relevant lessons and teachings in there aren't real. I'm not saying everyone that's in there isn't real, but a lot of adulteration has taken place. A lot of powerful men with malevolent intentions for control of people and of kingdoms and of empires and subjugation. It's been used as a tool of subjugation on a lot of people to stifle the autonomy and sovereignty of nations and peoples. And it's been used as such a weapon that the more you go into the Bible, the more you realize you have to learn to get a complete picture of the Bible. And the more complete picture you get of the Bible, the more you understand a lot of these stories are transliterations from more ancient stories than they're being depicted in the book, particularly the New Testament. Whether you're dealing with Jesus and how the fable Jesus or Yehoshua, or how it relates to the other crucified saviors and the representations of Tammuz and Serapis and Haru, or Abatala, or Krishna, and how a lot of these same parables were superimposed over a historical Black Hebrew revolutionary king named Isus Manuel, or some referenced historically as Jesus of Gamala, or the Jesus of Gamla. You see, so we have historical people that have more ancient stories than the books themselves imposed over them. And it doesn't mean that these stories don't have value or meaning, but when we're constantly looking specifically as an ancient people who used fable and parable and metaphor and simile as a way to teach the lessons of how to become a supernatural, righteous, divine, livity individual, and how to conduct yourself at a higher caliber of level to raise your consciousness and spiritually and emotionally evolve into a higher minded, more responsible, more capable being, even species, than you are now. We use these parables to teach people lessons, not necessarily, though, the character in the parable should be worshipped. And if the historical accuracy of the character in the parable is called into question through facts and literature and accurate history, it throws our whole belief system into a tizzy, and it crumbles the very foundation of the God that we believe in. That's what we're not trying to do with this. So some people might, in contemporary times, people are thinking, all right, yeah, I know about Noah and the ark and the flood, and he had the animals on the ark, and then sent out the dove, and then found the olive leaf, so we know that there's land, and then landed on Mount Sinai, and then we blah, 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 all this stuff. And that's great. A lot of people don't know about the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Great Deluge, and the hero of the Epic of Gilgamesh called Utnapishtim, who a lot of the allegory about Noah was actually based upon. And then you go further into the allegory of Utnapishtim out of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Epic of Atahish. And then you find out that that's based on even older fables. So that doesn't matter. What matters is the lessons in the teachings. That's just coming from me. That's not coming from Vaughn. That's not directed in ill spirit at anyone. That's just us out of a thirst for knowledge and understanding that which we think we believe. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that has come before has already been done. And we give thanks for that. And we give thanks for a divine intelligence to bring forth reminders like Vaughn to come and remind us of the lessons of old that people have been told and told and told to the point of where they took for granted and forgot, and now need to be reminded again. And oftentimes they need to be reminded with reference in a way that that is approachable, that we can understand, that we can relate to. And these contemporary myths in the book Bible are some of the most contemporary that we can relate to, because most of us, if we've come up with religion at all, have come up under these systems of indoctrination through that book, Torah, Tanakh, Bible, originally. So coming into a spiritual form of knowledge, we usually come at it from a religious perspective. And then we build on that religious perspective with a deeper insight and knowledge, so we can understand where some proverbs and psalms come off of the coffin text and the pyramid text and all of these scrolls from Kemet and all of these scrolls from Sumer and the Numa Elish and the Book of Inanna and the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Epic of Atahish and on. You see, in the Book of Ifa, So we're going all the way back to come all the way back. But towards the end, the last few years, and like I told you, 23, 24 years ago, Vaughn told me, read this book. Read this book, Ethiopic. And what the part he didn't say is, read this book, Ethiopic, so you'll have some sort of comprehension of the languages that these books that were taken out of the Bible were written in, because there's important stuff in here that you need to understand about the world we're living in and the obstacles that we're navigating when it comes to the knowledge of man and what it is we think we know, and why it seems as though those with the most knowledge are getting it so wrong, and we're just following the leader and allowing it all to fall down. I didn't know that when he told me read this book. But I'm learning more every day. Something Vaughn also told me early on was this, that I was going to say earlier, but I digress. Over the years, I got to know him. In the first 2 or 3 years that I really got to reason with him. And I would say at the very beginning, I say, I don't know what it is I'm going to do in life, but one of the things, I love reggae music, and I love to play reggae music for people. I love turning people on midnight. I just hope to be able to, in some way, help people to be able to hear more of your music, because I think the works that you're doing are so timely and so important and are going to change the world if more people can come into contact. And I would praise him, and I would talk about things he sang in his songs and glaze him up with compliments. And Vaughn would laugh and he'd say, you know, I'm glad you caught that. And I'm glad you heard that. But I want to show you something. At one point in time, he said, I want to show you something. Never let a man think you think too much of them, because that could cause that man to think less of you. And I didn't quite know what he meant by that. When he said that, I felt kind of like, I was just trying to big you up on your works, man. I'm not trying to like, I didn't think it was going to offend you. You know, I didn't know. And I know now more than I did then. And I know that what he was trying to tell me is that, look, a man is just a man. I'm glad that we're vibrating on a kindred frequency on certain things. I'm glad you feel that. I'm glad you're not threatened by that. I'm glad you're not shutting down because of some of them things. But just remember, a man is still a man. A man is just a man. And every man is imperfect, and every man is flawed, and every man has their character flaws. And if you are too candid about your praise for a next man, like the term never meet your heroes, you've heard that, never meet your heroes, because they're just going to let you down. Well, Vaughn never let me down, but he helped me incline my mind to see what he was saying, which was, these are just people. We're all just broken people trying to pick up the pieces and utilize the pieces to build a better self, to build a better version of ourselves. So before you get too eager, before you get too eager to praise ones and ones because you like their ideas, study their works, and don't become, you know, a wagonist. Don't become a fanboy, a no man, because we're all in this together. And until we all come up together and have a better world, then we can start having those conversations where we praise man, because his idea of there's no man, well, in his interpretation, there was no man we're praising except Haile Selassie. You want to praise a man? You praise the king. Hail Jah. That's what I do. I mean, I praise no next man. Me, I look for the king. Me look for instruction from the king. Me derive inspiration from the king. Me see how the king lived. Me see how the king talked. King don't say just read Bible. He said, read your Bible, study your Bible. But he said, never stop learning. Never stop having the thirst to gain knowledge. Utilize all these trades. He sent Ethiopians abroad to learn technology, to learn medical, to learn things, to better the conditions of the planet in the modern era. He didn't want it to be kept in a cage. He wanted it to grow. He wanted it to utilize. So anyway, before I digress anymore, that was something that he told me a while ago, and it kind of stuck with me. And it took me years to understand why he said that in the way he did. And it humbled me, but it also humbled my idea of expectation in others. And he was a man who didn't have no whole bunch of expectation over things. He didn't have no whole bunch of expectations. He received what happened. He acknowledged what happened and how things go. He didn't build a bunch of fictitious expectations about how things should go, and he didn't get let down when things didn't go the way he had planned, which kind of lends credence to how he did albums and how he pursued shows. And it might have been difficult for some of these other musicians when it's like Jah is at the wheel. You know, Jah is my co-pilot. Jah is steering the ship. I'm going to sit here and let Jah steer the ship. And that might have been difficult for some, but I can understand the humility and the sense of presence and being present in the moment and not having woe and worry of the past and not having fear and dread of the future. It's just being one in the moment. All you have is now, in a now. Now was the same back in the days of Noah as it is today. Because back then, it was only now. In the days of Enoch, as we're going to discuss, it was now then. And that was the time that was important. So be present in and out. Okay. All right, we're going to start. So also Akae BEKA speaks to two parts of one oath. Some people, I mean, it can be looked at as two separate oaths because it's directed at two specific things separately, but it is two halves to the one oath, according to the scholars that, really study this text for their life, their livelihood. They say it's two halves, two parts to one oath. And I'm going to start a bit ahead of the oath because it's Enoch book 1. It's Enoch 1, chapter 8, verse. It's different in different books of Enoch, but it's roughly chapter 68. Sometimes it's chapter 69. So we're just going to do them both, maybe even a little more, so we get the sum of it. And bear with me because the first little part that we're going into is the name of the 21 angels, or fallen angels, or watchers, or Grigori, that are, some would say are called Enoch, or a Benai Elohim. The Benai Elohim are the rebellious angels that turned against the Most High El and Asherah, male and female duality of the whole Most High true and living God, not Yahweh, but El and Asherah. So anyway, these watchers, fallen angels, we'll get into it first. All right, chapter 8, 68. Okay. After this judgment, they shall be astonished and irritated, for it shall be exhibited to the inhabitants of the earth. Behold the names of those angels. These are their names. The first of them is Samyaza. Samyaza is the leader of these rebellious pack of angels, by the way. The first of them is Samyaza. The second, Arstakafa. The third, Armen. The fourth, Kukabayal. The fifth, Turel. The sixth, Rumiel. The seventh, Danyal. The eighth, Kael. The ninth, Barakel. The 10th, Azazel. The 11th, Armers. The 12th, Batarial. The 13th, Basazael. The 14th, Ananel. The 15th, Teryal. The 16th, Simapesil. The 17th, Yetarel. The 18th, Tumael. The 19th, Tarel. The 20th, Rumel. And the 21st, Azaziel. These are the chiefs of their angels, and the names of the leaders of their hundreds, and the leaders of their 50s, and the leaders of their 10s. The name of the first is Yakun. He it was also who seduced all the sons of the holy angels, and causing them to descend on earth, led astray the offspring of men. The name of the second is Kazabel, who pointed out evil counsel to the sons of the holy angels, and induced them to corrupt their bodies by generating mankind. The name of the third is Gadrel. He discovered every stroke of death to the children of men. He seduced Eve and discovered to the children of men the instruments of death. All right, so this is important. Who seduced Eve? The serpent. Who got Eve to get Adam to eat the apple off the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden, right? It was the serpent, right? Okay. The name of the third is Gadrel. He discovered every stroke of death to the children of men, every stroke of death, every way to kill somebody. See? He seduced Eve and discovered to the children of men the instruments of death, the coat of mail, the shield, and the sword for slaughter, every instrument of death to the children of men. From his hand were these things, derived to them who dwell upon the earth from that period forever. The name of the fourth is Penemu. He discovered the children of men bitterness and sweetness, and pointed out to them every secret of their wisdom, the angel's wisdom, the Most High's wisdom. He taught men to understand writing and the use of ink on paper. Therefore, numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world, even to this day. For men were not born for this, thus with pen and with ink to confirm their faiths. Since they were not created, except that, like the angels, they might remain righteous and pure, nor would death, which destroys everything, have affected them. But by this their knowledge they perish, and by this also its power consumes them. The name of the fifth is Keziade. He discovered to the children of men every wicked stroke of spirits and of demons, the stroke of the embryo in the womb, to diminish it, the stroke of the spirit by the bite of the serpent, and the stroke which is given in the midday by the offspring of the serpent, the name which is Tabayet. This is the number of the Kezbel. All right, start paying attention now. This is the number of the Kezbel, the principal part of the oath, which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the holy ones. Its name is BEKA. He spoke to Holy Michael to discover to them the sacred name, that they might understand that secret name and thus remember the oath, and that those who pointed out every secret thing to the children of men might tremble at the name and that oath. This is the power of that oath, for powerful it is and strong. And he established this oath of Akae by the instrumentality of the Holy Michael. These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. Heaven was suspended by it. The very heavens are suspended by this oath, in the knowledge of this oath. Heaven was suspended by it before the world was made forever. By it has the earth been founded upon the flood, while from the concealed parts of the hills and the agitated waters proceed forth from the creation to the end of the world. Before beginning, past the end. By it has the earth been founded upon the flood, while from the concealed parts of the hills, the agitated waters proceed forth from the creation to the end of the world. By this, the oath, the sea, by this oath, Akae, the sea has been formed, and the foundation of it, the sea and the foundation of the sea. During the period of its fury, he has established the sand against it, the sea, the sand against the sea, the beach, which continues unchanged forever. And by this oath, the abyss has been made strong, nor is it removable from its station forever and ever. The sea will always meet the beach, and the beach will always meet the sea. Forever and ever. By this oath, Akae, the sun and the moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them, forever and ever. By this oath, Akae, the stars complete their progress. And when their names are called, they return an answer forever and ever. Thus in the heavens take place the blowings of the winds. All of them have breathings and effect a complete combination of breathings. There the treasures of thunder are kept, and the splendor of the lightning. There are kept the treasures of hail and of frost, and the treasures of snow, the treasures of rain, and the treasures of dew. All these confess and laud before the Lord of spirits. They glorify with all their power of praise, and he sustains them in all that act of thanksgiving, while they laud, glorify, and exalt the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And with them he establishes this oath, by which they and their paths are preserved, nor does their progress perish. Great was their joy. They blessed, glorified, and exalted, because the names of the Son of Man were revealed to them. He sat upon the throne of his glory, and the principal part of the judgment was assigned to him, the Son of Man. Sinners shall disappear and perish from the face of the earth, while those who seduced them shall be bound with chains forever. The watchers he's talking about, those who seduced the sinners, who led mankind astray. They shall be bound with chains forever. According to their ranks of corruption shall they be imprisoned, and all their works shall disappear from the face of the earth, nor thenceforth shall there be any to corrupt, for the Son of Man has been seen sitting on the throne of his glory. Everything wicked shall disappear and depart from before his face. And the word of the Son of Man shall become powerful in the presence of the Lord of spirits. This is the third parable of Enoch. And to put a happy end on it, we're going to read this last chapter since it's so quick. After the name of the Son of Man, living with the Lord of spirits, has exalted by the inhabitants of the earth. It was exalted in the chariots of the Spirit, and the name went forth in the midst of them. From that time, I was not drawn in the midst of them, and he seated me between two spirits, between the north and the west, where the angels received their ropes to measure out a place for the elect and the righteous. There I behold the fathers of the first men and the saints who dwell in that place forever. So that's the chapter, and a little bit before and a little bit after that refers in particular to the oaths of Akae and BEKA, or the two halves of the one oath. The BEKA, to bind the watchers and the fallen angels for their sin against the divine intelligence, for sharing with a underdeveloped man or son of man, human being, a spiritually and mentally unprepared, underdeveloped, irresponsible human being, the deeper sciences of the angels, the deeper sciences of nature, teaching them the ways to hack nature, how to frack nature, how to manipulate nature for selfish reasons, maybe without that intention. Maybe they want mankind to be wiser. Maybe they want us to develop. But we're spiritually irresponsible. We're spiritually inept. We're spiritually underdeveloped. We're not ready for these sciences yet. So there was an oath that was given to hold these fallen angels accountable for sharing that with man that should have remained unrevealed until a point where human beings had proved themselves to not use science to destroy each other, to only use science to embetter the lives of humanity, the vitality of the planet, the protection of all living things on it, to do no harm. Isn't that how the oath goes, the Hippocratic oath, to do no harm? Then and only then, maybe, are human beings eligible to be given more knowledge of what to do with these deeper sciences that allowed us to extract and refine things out of nature to develop commodities or tools and build industries and innovations and technologies. Should we use them to help one another? Yes. Should we use them to inspire and teach one another? Yes. I believe that's what Haile Selassie referred to through most of his journey as a leader. I believe that's what he encouraged even the peasants to gain more education. That's why he made schools available. He didn't keep women out of them. He started schools for the girls because he saw the trends of religion. He saw the trends of Islam and Christianity had on the subjugation of the feminine principle and females in specific in the world, and knew that that wasn't a part of the true Christianity, that wasn't a part of true Islam, knew that was an aberration of what these spiritual systems truly had at their core, which is ultimately the understanding of the Ola Dumare and the Ola Rune of the two halves to the one perfect circle in union. Man, woman, child. Sun, moon, star. So, the Watchers are being held to account, are being bound and held accountable for sharing the secret sciences of the divine with mankind, though it was at a provingly underprepared state to deal with the sciences responsibly. Now, I ask you, it's 2026. I mean, not really, but that's what we're pretending it is. It's far enough along from the days of Enoch and any last flood we may have had to think that, maybe we would have learned by now how to responsibly use technology for the embetterment of man. Now, I ask you, are we as a species responsible enough to not be led by selfishness? Because remember, the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the selfish, the path of the righteous man is beset by all sides by the greed of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. And blessed are they who shepherd the weak in the valley of the darkness, for they are truly the brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother. And you will know that my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee. And that was out of Ezekiel. That's one of the later, and it's a modification. It's a modification. It's a paraphrased version. But that's what we're surrounded by. We're surrounded by those who, out of their greed and selfish and the tyranny of the evil and their desire to control and their obsession with full spectrum dominance, to utilize technology and science, even medicine, even nutrition, even food, to be weaponized against their fellow man. It seems like the work of a fallen angel to me. And it seems as though that the oath of BEKA is needed now more than ever. Now, Akae, the Akae BEKA. Akae is an acknowledgement of, I want to read one more thing before we get in there. We're going to get this before I can just give you everything of mine, what's in the moment, what's coming through the vessel. We're going to try to clear up, because I tried to kind of ad lib a little bit of stuff to keep people in there, because I know scripture can get people, kind of puts people to sleep and get people kind of lost and stuff. But what is the Kasbil? Kasbil, or whose name means oath of God, covering of God. Kasbil is an angel given the responsibility of two oaths, or two halves to this oath, two oaths in the second section of the book of Enoch, what we just read, the third parable of Enoch. Before the 200 watchers left, their future rebellion was known within the divine foreknowledge, and a mechanism was needed to formally enact this judgment and reveal it. Kasbil is given a task related to this knowledge. When he then approached Archangel Gabriel, the supreme archangel, the guardian of Israel, Kasbil states that to properly carry out his duty regarding the binding of the watchers, he argues that he must swear the most binding oath, which requires invoking the secret name of the supreme God. He asked assistance from Michael in the form of revealing to him the secret name or the secret pronunciation so that he may swear by it. With the secret name in his possession, Kasbil creates the formulation of the oath BEKA, or BEKA, but BEKA. This oath legally and metaphysically binds them, the watchers, the fallen angels, to the rebellious path that was already in their hearts, compelling and leading them to their eventual fate. This ensures it happens. This ensures the fate of the turncoat angel, of the traitor angel, of the Judas angel. This ensures that their destined fate happens and that they are fully accountable for it. The oath revealed the angels within the collection of Grigori that were to fall. The Grigori are the fallen angel. That showed the Grigori that were to fall, that showed all the secrets of the heavens to man. Kasbil then uses a second related oath, or second half of this commitment and oath, known as Akae. Akae. He places this oath in the hand of Michael, granting Michael control over its enforcement. This oath revealed that all the secret things that were done in heaven to the sons of man. This is the act of the Watchers teaching humanity the secrets of the cycles of the earth, i.e. astrology, metallurgy, magic, sorcery, among others. And we're going to go over a little more concise list or comprehensive list a little bit. And you're going to have to use your imagination, because that's what we're doing here, to visualize what was being inferred with this stuff to what we can see in front of us today, and why the oath of Akae and the oath of BEKA will be so relevant to reaffirm our oath and our discipline and our reverence of the supreme divine, the omnipotent power of the almighty creator, and power over all things. None but the divine intelligence will have power over us, not angels, good or bad, not fallen angels, not technologies given to us through or insight and enlightenment for us to develop technologies that tend to do more harm than good. So According to 1 Enoch, chapter 7 through 8, the Watchers, led by Semyaza and Azazel, corrupted humanity by revealing forbidden knowledge that accelerated sin. They taught metallurgy, weapons, armor. They taught about cosmetics and vanity, sorcery, as well as astronomy and even astrology, herbal medicines and poisons. This knowledge led to widespread immorality, herbology, pharmacia. Pharmacia means sorcery. Remember that in Latin. Remember that? Pharmaceutical, pharmacia, pharmacy. This knowledge led to widespread immorality, violence, and the creation of hybrids. So now they talk about chimera now in this, and and there's a lot of talk about the Nephilim and B'nai Elohim, fallen angels coming down and copulating with the sons of the women of men, and giving birth to the Nephilim, who were the titans or the giants of that day and started plundering men. And then the Nephilim ended up breeding with one another, creating a race of giants called the Rephaim. And they became a scourge on the earth that was massacring the men and the animals and drinking the blood. And I smell the blood of the Englishmen and everything and all them things. Why the flood came down? Why did the flood come down on Utnapishtim? Because these giants, this race of giants that were a menace to earth and all the creation on it, including men, needed to go. And these are some of the things that are alluded to in the rest of the books of Enoch. If you have time, this isn't a case history on the book of Enoch. We're focusing on the oath of Akae, BEKA, and why it's relevant. But if you want to go into the book of Jubilees, you want to go into the book of Giants, you want to go into Enoch 1, 2, and 3, the Apocrypha, you can start to glean more information and knowledge about what this world, a true past. And a lot of that isn't even necessary. I won't say a lot. I know I was talking about parables and metaphors and similes. This world is different than we've been led to accept. There's a deeper history. And to a certain extent, we are just living a simulation of what we perceive our limited scope in history. And those who are prescribing that matrix that we're living in, that simulacrum or simulation that we think is the limits of belief that we exist in normal reality, the people illustrating that reality for us and giving us those limitations, yeah, they believe in giants. They know all about the angels and demons. They know all about conjuring up entities and letting entities embody them to enact these works of the Watchers and the whatnot. What do you think they're trying to conjure up more of right now? What do you think the Lucifer device is about? What do you think quantum computers are about? What do you think an aspect of HARP is trying to do? Kind of giants you think in stasis chambers they're trying to wake up and conjure up. And how it talks about in the book of Revelation that at the end of days, the things that men will perceive with their own eyes will be enough to stop the very hearts of men. That's where we're at. And we have the tools now to unloosen it. And we have children in charge fighting over who's going to get to unloosen it first and who's going to get to unloosen more of it before the other one. So I do think now is a wonderful time for Akae, BEKA in all of our lives. So, yeah, I wanted to give you a more comprehensive list. I mean, we're kind of doing it, but of interpreting what these ancient words and warnings could be perceived as the threat factors of today, what we're seeing. Warfare and metalwork, making swords, knives, shields, and breastplates. Every angel, Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and armor. Also introduced cosmetics, jewelry, and the use of antimony, eye makeup, rings, earrings, jewelry, adornments, vanity. Now, I'm not condemning jewelry. I'm not condemning clothing. I'm not condemning writing. These are wonderful tools in the hands of people spiritually and mentally responsible enough to not utilize them for their own detriment, to not entice people's lower frequencies and energies, to encourage us to devolve instead of evolve. You see, that's the conflict of all of this. That's why mankind was not ready for this yet. But we got it. And you see where it's gotten us today. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, armor, also introduced cosmetics, jewelry, and the use of antimony or eye makeup and dyes, hair dyes. Samyaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, sorcery and herbalism, medicine making. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments, spells. Barakial taught astrology. Kokobial taught the constellation. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakil taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. Suriel taught the course of the moon. Hanumu taught humanity the art of writing with ink and paper and the secrets of wisdom. Kasadya taught the children of men and all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, including the destruction of the embryo in the womb, conception being correlated into all these things. And a couple more, we're just going to go with a couple more that I think elaborate a little more. Warfare, metalwork, swords, knives, shields, weaponry, warfare, beauty and vanity, cosmetics, jewelry, ornaments and adornments, use of antimony, occult and forbidden arts like sorcery, enchantment, witchcraft, spell casting, magic, divination and science, astrology, constellations, moon phases, signs, suns and earth, forbidden knowledge, root cutting, herbalism, root cutting and the resolving of enchantments, pharmacia. All right. So I know that's pissed everybody off right here, because we believe in earth science. We believe in magic. We even believe in technology. We believe that everything that's a tool can be used for good or it can be used for bad. And that's true. I was under the impression that Jehudi or Tehuti or the ibis-headed Netaru, counterpoint of Mayat and the scribe of Ra, was the one who created physical writing, or the Medu Neter, physical writing. And as the story goes, according to Tahuti Sa Nevichur, is that the man sitting on the beach, sitting on the bank of the Nile, was sitting there and wondering how he could transmit intelligence, not just to someone through audible speaking, but actually, so generations later, this ancient knowledge can be preserved and transmitted. And he saw an ibis bird. He saw an ibis bird on the bank in the sand and putting its little feet in the sand and scraping with its beak at trying to get the bugs out of the sand. And he went over and looked at it, and he saw these things that look like cuneiform prints and looks like symbols and signs and swoops and splashes. And he said, we need to create a written language. We need to develop written language so this knowledge can be preserved and can be handed down to the generations without it just being an oral tradition, so it can stay the same. So I still think writing's a good thing. But as we can see how every technology, every innovation, every industry, everything human beings have done to make the job of existence in life and to sustain life and to make life more hospitable for proliferation and having more and more human beings more comfortable and doable, you develop technologies. And through those technologies and sciences, you develop industries. And through those industries, you develop pursuits of distribution, of commodities. And then you end up with haves and have-nots. And then what you end up with is the haves who want to extract everything from the have-nots. And the have-nots have less. And the haves have more. And through controlling that disproportionate equilibrium of haves and have-nots, the few have everything and the majority have nothing. You have to stoke war. You have to build weapons, and you have to spread weapons amongst the poor. So they take their animosity out on one another. You have to create armies of hundreds and fifties and thousands to wage wars with one another, so that the soothsayer can put mixed messages or send with writing mixed messages to neighbors to cause them to become enemies. People in the same families fighting over tribalism, fighting over which island you ended up at, instead of the oppressor, instead of fighting to get free, to liberate yourself from bondage. Now you're slaves to a system where you're strategically designed to have less and less and less of the things to make your life more comfortable and beneficial, while the rich has more and more and more of that which they do not need. You see, so the oath of BEKA was confirming the deviation of the rebellious angels, confirming the rebellion of the fallen angels, or the watchers, or the Grigori. Some people would say the Anunnaki. Some people would say the Nomo. Some people would say that was it, the Chetael. Some people would say the Netaru. Some people call it the Kagan, the trickster god, or the Eju, the trickster angel, the trickster devil, to mislead, to think he's doing humanity a favor by giving them knowledge of good and evil, without them having the balance or the meiotic harmony of a knowledge between good or evil. So they let their desire pitch the scale in what they perceive good to be, or what they perceive evil to be. If it's not good for their personal gain, it's evil. If it's not good for them if it's good for them personally, then it's good. That's how you end up in such a confused reality in which we exist today, where we're literally killing people with nothing and using justification for our own protection. Oh, we're defending democracy. We're doing it in the name of God. We're so lost because we weren't spiritually mature enough to harness these sciences responsibly. It doesn't mean that we should have never been allowed science. It's that at the time we received it, we weren't emotionally, morally, ethically, spiritually, consciously mature enough to become, instead of Homo habilis to Homo erectus, to Cro-Magnon, to Homo sapien, to Homo sapien sapien. And what we spoke on before years ago at this point was the next step from Homo sapien sapien in a perfect world, in a New Jerusalem, in a world where we are ready to utilize those technologies for the benefit of all men and to preserve the safeguard, the legitimate liberty and holistic harmony of all beings and the earth and the animals, and not pollute and destroy our own mother, father, creator, not to defile the spirit of the deity and use it to justify war and starvation and death, and then pretend it's out of a religious loyalty. These people wouldn't give baby Jesus a slice of Wonder Bread if he was in Palestine right now, starving to death in the name of religion. And these are the type of people we take seriously. These are the sinners that are going to be abashed. These are the sinners that are going away. These are the sinners who only have one destiny, and it's not continuity. It's not into infinity. It's oblivion. They're trying to obliviate humanity and the world as we know it before they're obliterated. Because you will know the Lord when he lays his vengeance upon thee. So they're trying to outrace the divine deity, the divine intelligence that is bringing back into balance through the oath of Akae and the oath of BEKA. So we've just focused on the oath of BEKA and how it's holding the watchers accountable, and the whatever you want to refer to them as, the rebellious teachers of humanity. And you can find parallels in whatever faith system you've learned from. You know, there were some angels that were giving humanity all these insights, and somewhere along the way it went kind of pear-shaped. So there was part of the oath, which is the BEKA, was holding those angels accountable by El and Asherah, or by Anu, or by Amun and Amunet, or by Ola Dumare and Ola Rum, or by words you don't even have, but you don't even really need, because it's not a complex science. It's a circle cut in half with a male dominant aspect of the deity and a female dominant aspect of the deity, two halves that make one perfect circle. Balance, polarity, duality. All the lessons in the Kabbalion, or the emerald tablets of Hermes Trismegistus, as the Greek interpretation of the scroll of Tehuti, or the scroll of Jehudi, wrote and prescribed these divine laws in an attempt to bring humanity into balance of Ma'at, so that maybe our heart could be weighed against the scale, against the feather of Ma'at, and weighed lighter than the feather. Truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, order, and reciprocity. Governing and steering the trajectory of our heart through the actions, and prescribing through our heart and mind the actions of our hands, so that when we fashion tools, we fashion them for good. When we write for good. When we create herbs and medicine and smoothie and cook food and grow food, we grow good things, healthy things, not garbage that tastes good with enough salt and sugar that we can sell for money. That's how you know the watchers win. That's why you hear all the reggae songs about, they sit back and laugh. Down presser, man, where you gonna run to? Drink champagne and laugh and watch us. The watchers. They wind up humanity and pin them against one another and watch them destroy each other, and sit back and watch. Well, BEKA is the part of the oath that holds them accountable and makes them tremble at the thought of being held accountable for their misdeeds against the Most High, the King of the Lord of hosts, the King of spirits, the Lord of spirits, the Almighty Creator, the Jianyame, the omnipotent power of the Almighty Creator. So the part of BEKA is actually for those angels, those fallen angels. The part of Akae is confirming or acknowledging the inner workings of the deep sciences that were given to man, and not just metallurgy, not just cosmetics, not just, that's all part of the acknowledgement of what the watchers gave to man, and the BEKA is holding them accountable for doing it. The Akae is to encourage man to see that although he thinks he has these tools, although he thinks he doesn't need God, although he thinks he is now can be a God in front of gods or instead of God. They don't need no God now. They got I got the science, I got the trick. I don't need no God. He's revealing to you enough to understand what gave the earth its form, What gave the sea its very structure? What created the sea and the abyss? What created the mountains? What causes the earth to keep its rotation? What caused the core of the earth? What causes moons to circle emulate around the earth every day, the earth to circle emulate around the sun every year? And what causes our sun or our solar system to circle emulate around the center of our galaxy every 225 to 250 million years, called a galactic year? Well, what's the sun circling around? Well, according to the white man, it's a supermassive black hole called Sagittarius A, which is the center of our solar system. And we are just one of many solar systems, one of many galaxies in the universe, or the one word, the one verse, the one word. And many would say that one word is love. Because if there was no love in the heart of a creator, none of any of this would even exist. And that's ultimately what we're constantly trying to get back to. So, what is it that prescribed, that everything bows to, that the blade of grass bows to in following its process? How does the spider know how to build a web? How does a dog know how to do what it does? How does a fox know how to do what it does? How does nature inherently know, programmed to know how to exist? How do our cells know how to perpetually build and destroy? How does our epithelial tissue repair itself without us consciously doing it? How do we remember to breathe at night when we're asleep? How is any of the omnipotent and omnipresent divine intelligence keeping all of these many faceted functionings of all things, the macrocosm and the microcosm, from the quarks and the atoms to the what was it, that where is it? I lost the word, Baba. I lost the word. And we're gonna find it, because I think I wrote it down somewhere. No, I didn't. The smallest that with neutrophil. It's not the neutrophil. It's a neutrinos. From the neutrinos and the quarks that make up the atoms, all the way to the largest, what's it called, ton 16, the largest supermassive black hole that we've been able to identify with our limited capability of perceiving all that is. You realize that what makes up the tangible physical reality that we can even see, that we can even study, that we can even measure, the tangible matter that we can actually measure, that's not invisible to us, makes up 5% of the universe. And 27% of the rest of it is dark matter. And I've heard Vaughn go in on dark matter and junk DNA and how little humanity actually knows about where and what we exist in, and I agree 100%. We know next to nothing. But supposedly, what those who think they know something say, what they know about dark matter is that it's invisible to us. We can't see it. We can make it out with an infrared telescope, but it's invisible to us because the human eye can literally only perceive 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. So the visible color spectrum that we can see is 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is what makes up everything else in the universe and holds everything else in place and keeps everything functioning. And its magnetic resonance between the sun's radiation frequencies interacting with the core of the planet, as well as keeping it spinning on its axis, moving around the earth. And what does Vaughn say? He said, the faster that the earth keeps rotating upon its axis, the slower things appear to be moving. Hold on, you have to love right and live right. Everything is going to be all right. If I love right and I live right. See, if you love yourself, you understand how little you actually know. You don't try to boast. What does Vaughn always say? Help me with it, King Toby. What does Vaughn always say about out of the book of John? Is he who exalts himself is abashed, while he who is humble is exalted. So we need to learn to humble ourselves, because there's so much out there that we don't have a grasp on. And all that we've learned or think we've learned through these sciences gifted to us by these rebellious and fallen angels has given us the promise that we probably never will know as much as we want. And we need to be okay with that. Being okay by being present. And 27% of the universe, you got 5% that's actually gas and matter and measurable substance. And then you have 27% that's dark matter that you can see with the infrared telescope. And then you have 68% that's dark energy. Dark energy. And what the difference between dark matter and dark energy is, dark matter has an attractive quality to it. It's what's pulling planets together. It's what's making meteors come together. It's what's pulling suns together. It's what harnesses solar systems together and galaxies together and keeps them together, while the pressure of the dark energy is the repulsive energy for infinite expansion of the universe, so that the universe is perpetually, infinitely growing. So it's the perpetual tug of war of the electromagnetic matrix of the universe that keeps planets rotating around the central star that they're around, that keeps the central star rotating around the supermassive black holes. The black hole, not the white hole, the black hole. Black is absorption of all light and color. Out of blackness came the light. Black is the color of the whole universe. Did not your morning start with darkness? Did not your morning start with darkness? Well, so does tonight. So does tonight. So midnight was a glimpse. The name Midnight was a glimpse at what the oath of Akae is confirming the existence of and acknowledging the existence of, and humbling man who got too much knowledge too young, too immature, too irresponsible with the knowledge they got, and humbling them to see the vastness and the gravitas and the omnipresent, omnipotent power of the Almighty Creator and the central divine energy of electromagnetism that keeps all things spiraling in continuity. What did it say? How it keeps the moon and the sun to complete their progress. How it keeps all the stars to complete their progress. And the stars call out. The stars call out in thanksgiving for the divine instruction and programming. Out of all of these structures, through the frequency, the electromagnetic frequency of dark matter and dark energy, it creates the matter in which we exist. We're just a limited fraction of the universe. And with our round eye, this one's going out to all them flat earthers out there, with your round eyeball that you want to say, I look, I go outside and I look across the hill and it look flat to me. With that round eyeball, understand that round eyeball can only see 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. And when you start to understand, when you start to get into deeper knowledge of how the universe it runs, that's why I love this symbol, Baba, which you're wearing on your, ironically, we didn't talk about that. I'm just so glad because you're so in tune and you keep it right there on your pineal gland, the first eye that is the number one receptor for all of this energy, the conduit for all of these things. You got the Jianyame, the omnipotent power of the Almighty Creator. I had a bookmark here to share with everyone. That's the black hole. That's Sagittarius A. That's what's at the center of our galaxy and many, many, many others. And chances are all those galaxies are going around another super, super, super massive black hole, which is like the pineal gland of God. If we need to simplify it into that type of term, because we have to personify everything. We can't have, we don't have the percent, just like we can only see 0.0035% of the visible light spectrum, of the electromagnetic spectrum of physical light. We can only perceive but so much when it comes to spirit. We can only perceive but so much when it comes to the omnipotent power of the Almighty Creator, except God, none but God. Symbol of omnipotence or omnipresence, the immortality of God. Except God, I fear none. Jianyame is revered as one of the highest Akan spiritual systems. It is a symbol that has several interpretations. Except God, none but God, simply means that one recognizes the supremacy of God, and in essence, one is not afraid of anything except the supreme being. One should always have confidence in one's ability to do things and should not be hindered from doing anything except what God forbids. Jianyame also means that one recognizes that God is omnipotent and omnipresent, that God is above all. The supreme being is the creator of the world and all things that are in it. The supreme being controls all things in the world, as well as the powers that operate within the world. From the neutrino and smaller, all the way up to the ton 16, what's it called? Ton 16? I forget. I think M ton 16 supermassive black hole and beyond. The divine, the omnipotent power of the divine intelligence of the almighty creative energy of the universe. And we really have to simplify it down for human beings to understand, because like the oath of Akae and BEKA are telling us, human beings weren't ready for most of what they received. So of course we got to simplify it down. So I always saw the black hole in that. So a lot of people say that that was the root of the Tao and the Dharma, the wheel of Dharma, as well as the yin yang, the dark and white energy, or the dark energy and the dark matter, or the physical world and the world beyond, the little bit of the male and the female polarity, Oladumare and Olarun, the tug of war. I don't like that term, tug of war, because it's absolutely essential. It's the friction between those two energies that keeps everything in order. It's the chaos of I'm pulling this way and you're pulling that way that keeps everything perfectly still, while we're actually flying around the universe at hundreds of thousands of kilometers an hour and everything like that. So how is it that we get to just sit here and talk for over 7 hours and not fall over? Unless you fell over asleep, Bob. I hope you didn't. But like, maybe some of the people on there might have. But we were going for a new record, and I think we almost got it. But I just wanted to share that about the Jianyame, because to me, that's very, very relevant and reflective of certain aspects of that omnipotent power of the Almighty Creator, and the all-encompassing power that the Akae, or the oath, Akae, is a commitment to recognition of and understanding. So not only is it supposed to embolden and help you to feel stronger, but it's also to humble you. Feel stronger because you're here. Once you realize how majestic and how incredible creation is, how lucky we are to be here, how lucky Vaughn was to be here, how lucky we were able to be here at the same time as Vaughn Benjamin to get this insight and inspiration. You know, who knows how many times we came here before, who knows how many times you're going to have to come back to get it right. We give thanks for being here. Because when you can humble yourself to see how tremendously great this animation that we exist in is, and how complex it is, and how everything in it is bowing and submitting to the law and will of a divine intelligence. Everything except for us, it would seem. Everything except for us, because we bit the apple, we got shown a little bit of light from some rebellious angel, and now we think we can do better. Now we think we can do better than God. So ultimately, Akae encourages discipline. Akae encourages humility. Akae encourages a renewed devotion to the Creator. And coupled with the BEKA, it's holding those accountable. Michael is the archangel that smote the dragon, smote the deceitful lying dragon, the serpent that lied to Eve, the reptilian, the reptoid. Beware the reptoid. They are not as they seem to be. Isn't that what the crop circle told us? When they deciphered the crop circle of the disc, beware the reptoid. They are not as they seem to be. So that being the case, we're grateful. We're grateful for being able to be here in humility and love and strength. These principles ultimately are what a reaffirmed oath of Akae and BEKA symbolize to me. Now, maybe I got it all wrong. Maybe I'm reading into things. Maybe I'm in business for myself. That's what it means to me. That's what it has revealed to me. And just like Amen or Amun, Amunet, the polar dualities that make up the whole of the hidden one, or the prime mover, as it's dialect, the king of kings. You know, in Greece, they took Amun, the god of gods, the king of kings, and they turned that into Zeus. And then Rome came and took the Greek, the Kemetic mythology away from the Greek, and they turned Zeus into Jupiter. And then the Christians came and they developed Christianity. Constantine and the boys developed the Christianity, and they took Jupiter and Zeus and they made it Jesus. And they imposed that over Tammuz and Serapis and the hero story, which are reinterpretations of Haru, the son of Asar and Aset, doing battle with Set, Asar's brother, evil brother evil brother Set, evil brother of Asar. And Aset, or Isis, and Haru, her son, who was named Mary, by the way, when she gave birth to baby Haru, the divine beloved Mary. Sound familiar? These stories are as old as time. These stories didn't happen 2,026 years ago. These stories are as old as time because they're lessons to encourage us to renew that humility and that discipline and that commitment to an oath of being the best version of yourself. Doesn't mean I make the most money. Doesn't mean I get over on the most people. Doesn't mean I scam more people than everyone else. That way I'm the best. No. Being the best version of yourself is being of service with yourself to those in need. And I remember listening to Tippy when he was asked, what are some of the things that being around Vaughn Benjamin so much taught you? And he said that one of the things that really sticks out was how to be of service to others, how to take time to be present for others. Something Vaughn prioritized in his life. And he definitely did it back in the day when he was younger. He had a lot more to say when he was young. I mean, he always had a lot to say. Had a lot to say. But as he got older, he stayed vigilant about being present for people. And he went on to talk about how, it's not just the show, it's not just the performance. Him, if he was able to, with the schedule he had take time and space after the show to sit with ones who were willing to stay there and build and reason, that was just as important to him as the show, because you're able to connect with people in a deeper way. And you might have been there, whether he was on his porch in St. Croix, or he was on the road doing show after show after show, or he was on the radio with someone interviewing him, asking the same 5 questions again. He was present for it. He was there for it. He was in service to those who needed his grace and his presence in their affairs. Maybe he was the catalyst of inspiration that could have put that person on the right track. Maybe it was a word of encouragement that could have kept that person from taking their own life. And you never know these things. And what's the scripture? Be careful entertaining strangers, for you may be entertaining angels unaware. And he was very much like that. And as he got older, he was more and more like that. He took time for people, all people. It wasn't just Black people. Most of the time it wasn't, but it was Black people when he was in St. Croix, when he was in Jamaica, when he was in the Caribbean. Wherever he went, he was present. Because he went through some stuff. He went through some stuff with life for years, where he learned that he couldn't take life for granted. And I think he knew this a long time ago. I think he knew this before he ever had any health complications or anything. Because, sometimes the comets, the stars that burn the brightest are the ones that burn out quick. And Vaughn was a star, a bright star, one of the best. And he burnt hot. Not just white hot, like black hot. So that life wasn't exceptionally long. But in that not exceptionally long life, he created more albums than any other artist that I can think of. Certainly substantive albums. I mean, and this man is the type of guy who would make in one song on those many, many albums, would make more profound insights and revelations and teachings and inspiring lessons in one song on one album than most artists do in their whole career. And that's the God about Vaughn Benjamin, the Akae BEKA. And I think Akae BEKA is, although it was an awkward moniker change and a lot of people didn't understand it, there was a time that came when he needed to leave MIDNITE as MIDNITE's legacy. Once, like I said before in the very beginning, maybe in retrospect, utilizing a different name or his own Vaughn Benjamin name for all of his solo projects and creating a delineation between MIDNITE, maybe rolling with the MIDNITE moniker because everyone just called him MIDNITE because he was the lead singer of the MIDNITE band. So he just kind of rolled with it. Maybe that was a misstep. Never tell a man you think too much of them or might make them think less of you. We're all imperfect. We all make mistakes. Maybe Vaughn made a mistake in just rolling with the MIDNITE moniker through all of his solo projects. And that's why the delineation needed to be named, and a new name needed to come. And the name that spoke to him out of the book of Enoch, which is the book he left for many, especially the people close to him, to study. He said, hey, you need to study what's in this book, not just that one chapter. The things that are in this book are important. You need to study them. This is where we are right now. This is relative. You got to just open that third eye and read this book, and you'll see exactly what all this is. So Vaughn chose Akae BEKA, as well as that chapter. So Vaughn was born in August in 69 or 68. Either way, the parallel, August 8th, the date in his birth date is parallel with, that's basically that very chapter in the book of Enoch, speaks to the Akae and BEKA, to his very birthday too, on top of all that. So, and a lot of people say he's kind of a reincarnation, a revisitation on this plane of, maybe a revisitation or embodied spirit of Michael, slewing the serpent, slewing the forked tongue of the serpent that misleads and leads the people astray. He's that candle in the darkness to illuminate the light of the mind so that people can find their way in a time of great darkness, when otherwise we would be lost. And he's one of those bright lights, shining bright, emanating out of the darkness of night. Midnight. The Akae. So Baba, I think before I become any more redundant, maybe we should, because I still got something that I wrote down that I spent a lot of time on that I wanted to share. And I know we've gone well over what we anticipated, but I do have something that I can breeze through, since all the heavy lifting has pretty much been done on the legacy and the history and the lineup, the switch of the lineup and everything. And my perspective of Akae and BEKA, and at least where to go and study for yourself what it means and what it means to you and how you choose to interpret it. I choose a lot of those industries and innovations and technologies as being the very innovations that are being utilized by the technocrats and the oligarchs and the machinations of the wicked and the selfish of the greedy and the tyranny of evil men that are using all this technology to destroy our planet and make it irreparable for the rest of us to exist, and using it to harm human life and control human life, because they utilize this knowledge against humans and against the planet and against the life and against God and against the mathematics of Akae, to try to deviate from the path in the way the moon never would, in the way the sun never would, in the way the solar system never would. The stars and the trees and the birds and the bees never would deviate from the path. But here we go with our leadership deviating from the path, and us following like stubborn sheep with no knowledge of self nor our origins in the world, or stubborn sheep or gullible goyim, as lamb and goyim to the slaughter. And we're just the only thing we're doing is following the behind of the sheep or goy in front of us, and we're being lined up for slaughter. And we take whatever jab they got to give us that the rebellious angel told them to give us. We eat whatever nasty garbage the rebellious angel told them to give us. We use whatever weapon on one another the different rebellious angel told them to give us. And so the plan is going not according to God's plan. The plan is going to the Watchers' plan, but not for long. The B'nai Elohim, who have fallen from grace, who are being held accountable by the BEKA, and our reverence and acknowledgement of the Akae, so that we can let Jah take control. Let Jah take control. And so yeah, Baba, is there anything you want to say? Even if it's not, I don't want to do that. I got to go to bed. This is what I was just going to.
I think that we might need to do a part 2 on this, because we kind of gone over the time limit, and I do have some things that I have to do. I got to get up out of here.
Okay.
And
Okay,
so I
respect,
think we
brother.
probably need to shut it off. 7 hours, brother, is, I think the people got enough to chew on, enough things to chew on for now. Family, this is a matter of historical record. It's not going anywhere. We would like to thank the Bambu King for giving us his time. And I know he has 72 albums there that he wants to show, that he wants to break down. 72. Look at all them albums that he got, that Akae BEKA got. But you know what, family? As much knowledge as he has given our lazy asses, the least you can do is go do your due diligence and research what them 73 or 74 albums are for yourself. Give him a break. He doesn't charge for this. A lot of people charge. I don't charge. I keep reiterating that for those of you who want to say, oh, he got a monetized channel. You a lie. You a lie. The hell I do. Show me where you find any commercial on Baba TV every time fire. This is not what motivates us. It's not what motivates us. There's something deeper there, and you're gonna have to bring what it is to the logical conclusion rather than to think that it's some money. We would be dumb to think that money is gonna solve our problem. Money ain't gonna do it. I already got money. I get up and go out and get them and work just the same way you do to get money. So with that being said, I do have something that I want to share at the beginning. It's kind of something what you were saying about the one drop, the brother with the one drop. Yes, the brother with the one drop.
Yeah.
That's some behind the scenes footage there.
Yeah. I want to say that's from the Black Cat. I'm not sure, but did it cut off the audio? I don't know why. I lost on my audio, Baba. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm not getting any audio. It cut off for some reason. Oh, your mic is off. Your mic is off.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You can hear me. Could you hear the drum? I couldn't hear the drumming. I couldn't hear Bozy on the drums. So
couldn't?
And then I couldn't hear you. So I thought maybe all my audio cut off for some reason.
Oh no, I muted it so that it wouldn't be a problem. I think it should be all right. But okay. I just want to do this last one. This is the last time that I saw Von, he was home here in Washington, D.C. And they gave him, you could tell he was real happy. I mean, they was like, welcome home, welcome home. That was down at, what is it, Tropical? What was that spot in the basement?
Yeah, Tropicali, I think, Tropicali.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We're like to fight questions and I answer. Ooh, Miranda, love is my subliminal remember. Genetic code from my ancestors, mystical original stargazer. Oh, 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 oh. I've got to use my connector. Hold the line, visions in my slumber. Navigate from one night something to me. I think you put some notes again, but something just sing. Even the store trace of the greatest majesty, the king of the kings. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
That's beautiful, bro. That's beautiful.
Man. I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I never really liked to look at Von towards the end because I could tell that he was sick. But he chose to educate and travel until the very end. But I never really liked to see him at the end, towards the end of his, the end of his journey and stuff. I never really liked to see him, but he continued. So, but that was the last time when I was in about 8 years ago, when I was in Washington D.C. when I saw him the last time, and he looked right up in my face and gave me the brightest smile. His eyes was glowing, and
Yeah.
I want to remember him the way we remember him. I don't want to remember him, like that. But I did want to, because that was the Akae BEKA. That's when he, made his transition. The group changed and, everything. But, enough respect to Von Benjamin.
Can I make one point, Baba, before we go, just so I can put a pin on it all?
Make it very quick.
Very quick. Everything Vaughn did for the majority of his archive of the 74 albums that he's come out with was solo works with other producers, except for the works he did as MIDNITE, the studio works I'm talking about, and live works that he did under the name MIDNITE with his brother. His brother did 9 full-length albums with Vaughn as MIDNITE, 1 dub album, and 1 live recorded album. Those were the African Root Labs productions, and the first couple weren't African Root Labs, but that was MIDNITE. So 9, 10, 11, that's 11 albums that Ron Benjamin made with Vaughn Benjamin. And the rest of the 74 albums on this list is other producers. And we don't have to go into detail because we don't have the time. And I want to thank you, Baba, because that was one of the reasons why I did this, was just to show that the vast body of work for Vaughn Benjamin was solo and independent work with other producers, and the MIDNITE body of work, as significant and impactful and important as it was, it was 9 full-length albums and a dub album that was Ron's and a live album that was the live show, and so everything else, I would say in retrospect, was Vaughn, i.e. Akae BEKA solo works of those 74 albums. And those are including dub ones and stuff like that. So thank you, Baba, for giving me that moment to just express that.
Yeah. Well, free up all of them. They all belong to Vaughn. Free up the rest of them goddamn albums. Free up the albums. Free up Unpolished. Free up the rest of them goddamn albums, because they all belong to our people. They all belong to Vaughn Benjamin. You understand what I'm saying? And we need to be a family, and in the family you always got Cain and Abel. Unfortunately, you have that in the family, but we need to learn how to be a family and stop being so goddamn envious and jealous of each other and possessive, because it belongs to all of us. All of us. And if it's one thing that we can give the free Vaughn spirit up, is to, tell the truth. And the truth hasn't come out yet, but it's on the way. Baba and AD are not going to be the ones. We're not really qualified to do that, but the family is on the way. The family is on the way for you. The Akae and the BEKA is on the way. Trust me, is on the way. On that note, I want to thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening as long as you have. We teach just as hard for one as we would for 1,000,000. And as the title says, MIDNITE Memories and the Akae BEKA. And on that note, we want to say peace.
Yo, this is Mr. AT, otherwise known as Amlak Tafari, or you could say the international reggae ambassador. $8, baby.
All right, it's a Windy from Steel Pulse.
You better know.
I will.
You are tuning into Baba TV.
That's right. Every time fire, every time,
Street consciousness, Rastafari vibes.
That's right.
Whole heap of interviews, whole heap of things to learn from.
Archives.
Right, yes, sir.
All right,
Baba
check it
TV.
out.
You don't know. Yeah?
You know, see.
All right.
Big up.
Greetings all massive. This is Glenn Washington. I want you to check out Baba TV every time fire. Pure niceness every time. Keep the dial locked to the station. I hit a rule the nation. Baba TV every time fire.
Lightning, earthquake and thunder. I won't say Baba TV every time fire.
This is Rashilo representing for Baba TV every time a fire.
All Emmanuel I King Selassie I Jah Rastafari to the world. Man as my brother, Selassie I live in.
Jake from Soja. Big up Baba. Keep it strong, keep it locked. Peace.
Yeah, man, Mr. Most definitely Jerry represent the Baba every time fire. Mr. Yo, Baba TV, keep it locked. Boom.
Yo, Wagwan world. This is Jordan Blackamore right here coming at you. And it's all about Baba TV every time fire. Big up my brethren, Baba salute. Log on and check the fire every time.
Boom.
I do this not for fame, so that girls can scream my name. I do this for you. Yes, Baba TV, we do this for you. Every time fire show, keep the fire blazing. Baba, big up yourself. Divinity, Messenger Seer, the first.
Baba TV, I'll point just
Baba T, every time fire, respect.
Bless all of this is Kabaka Pyramid, representing for Baba TV every time fire. You know, says more fire, more upliftment, more consciousness. Kabaka Pyramid, Selassie. Blessed love.
The one that name Baba TV, them say that them bodies are the Bada TV. Tell them this are the Dada and the Mother TV. Alright then, and a boss and a brother TV. Alright, tell them say you're Baba TV. You're the king of fire, they're not keeping it locked. You know, Baba TV can't quote. Good over evil, life over death, money over war. Righteousness is all the nation, sin is a reproach to anyone. Baba TV, that we are praying. More fire.